Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Monday morning. I see you're all here ready for what should be some pretty good fireworks this morning here at the Karen Retrial. Sam Poop, I saw that you were on last night already waiting for us. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you didn't stay up all night. You know what? Just so I can see you better, I think I'm going to put on my long range glasses here. I thought maybe I could read a little bit closer, but I think we'll do that. All right. Good morning, Joanna Goddess. Hello. Joanna, I have to tell you that I think Michael Bryant is going to be up there on Wednesday afternoon and Thursday, just so you know. So maybe two can connect with that. Oasis Cat, of course. Hello, hello, hello. Amber Owens, homesick from work today, but we're watching this trial. I hope you feel better if you're homesick, Amber. Yes, please. Paula B., good morning. Joanne Jetta Platypus. Hello. Bill Fridd, Amber Owens. Oh, my goodness gracious. Look at this. Brooklyn, Sharon Loke. It's coming so fast and furious. I almost can't say good morning to everyone. Thank you, 007 in Texas, Pretty Pink. I appreciate it. I actually just like pink. It has nothing to do with Karen Reed, as you know. Louise P., you'll be in and out. I hope you'll be chatting and all. Dr. Russell is, yes, I was watching Tom DeRosa as I was actually doing some of my work getting ready to come here, and I just made it. I know you guys were ahead of me. Oh, thank you, Phoebe Purvis. You're making me feel really good. I had a little to do with what, I don't let the trolls go after us at Justice Serve TV, and one of them went after Michael Bryant and called us. Can you imagine calling me a geezer? Okay. Well, I don't think I've heard from her since our response, but there we are. Some people just don't have a brain for discussing things like all of you do in a normal and terrific manner. So we still have the issue of the ruling from Friday from Judge Beverly Cannone about whether or not she's going to allow the friend of the Proctor factor. The Proctor factor. Michael Proctor shouting it out. I guess I should shout it out. Read the text. I don't understand. I'm going to go back and read her when we get later on during lunch hour, because I like to highlight people who decide they want to be highlighted. So they want fame. They're going to get it here when they attack us in our show. But anyhow, she's still got the ruling. I don't know what she's going to do. In any other court, that should be allowed when you can validate, authenticate all the texts. But if you know what? If they can't read them in court tonight, I'm going to tell you what we're going to do tonight. Tonight we have a very special guest because Michael Bryant is coming back from Portugal, where he was investigating the Madeleine McCann case. All right. Nan Ferriero is going to be on with us. Law Ferriero, Nan Gallagher, Law Ferriero is going to be out with us. Okay. So that's going to be a lot of fun with Nan on. Jersey Girls will be ruling the show. I've tried to get a Jersey boy on, Bob Bianchi, but he's on his rig tonight, so you may not see him. So it's going to be, the women are going to rule tonight. It's going to be a great show. She and I disagree on a couple of points of law, but we agree on a lot of other things. And I think maybe she and I should read the Proctor text, because we'll read them like you would read them if I hired an actor to read transcripts in a courtroom. And that should be a lot of fun, because if Judge Beverly Cannone doesn't allow them to be read, we will read them. Now, why won't she allow them to be read by somebody? Well, you heard Hank Brennan, and I've been telling you this for ages. Hank Brennan doesn't want to call Michael Proctor. I thought maybe the defense should call him, but it was just too easy, because Hank Brennan then wants to use all the good stuff that could possibly say that Michael Proctor is, did a good investigation. I don't know how he's going to do that, but he could. And you heard him saying that then he, let them put him on, and I'll bring him on in rebuttal. If they don't put him on, I'm going to bring him on in rebuttal. Well, go to it, Hanky. Brennan, we know exactly what you're doing. You try to force the defense to put him on so you can then do a direct examination of him instead of a cross-examination. But let's see what the judge does with regard to that. And then we have Kelly Deaver. She's a 911 operator, but there's something else going on here. Remember, she was a 911 operator, and they had gone to John O'Keefe's house first and then said, well, where is the crime scene? And the crime scene was at Fairview. And, oh, good. And, it's not at his house. There was something going on there. I think we're going to hear a little bit more because that is why the prosecution wants a summary of all the conversations. Now, this is unheard of, okay? Experts, it's one thing, okay? But when you have a summary of all the conversations, if they weren't in writing, you don't create documents in a courtroom. But no, she's going to want some more summary of all the conversations. Now, if the conversations are new conversations that involve a new area, then they're entitled to know the prosecution, what the area it is, because it's not trial by ambush. So something's going on there, and we are going to see it today. So we still have those rulings, because the judge did rule on Deaver. The judge did rule that the defense has to give over the conversations in some way or form that they had with her. And it sounds to me then it's different than, hey, you were a 911 operator. It must be different than, hey, you're a 911 operator. So we have that on the docket. We have the text on the docket. The fact that Dr. Russell is just been seen. If you're watching Tom DeRosier, Tom CPU he's roaming all around the buffer zone. Isn't it great? Isn't it terrific that all of us who were in the forefront, including Tom and Michael Bryant, my partner, who were one of the first ones along with Jason Grant to file suit to get you that type of coverage, which we should have had for the past month. All right, we should have had for the past month, but that's why everyone who comes into this case open-minded starts going into this case a little bit more closed-minded against the prosecution. By the way, those of you who are commenting on my shirt, this is actually from Amazon. It's a gorgeous. I'll try to find the link for you. A gorgeous shirt. I think about $20. And the colors are great. It's comfortable. It's terrific. It's wonderful. And I actually have 4 colors now of the same shirt because the quality is so great. All right. Shannon Juliana said, love seeing some freedom in the buffer zone this morning. Yes, we do. Okay. Dizzy wants to see the necklace. Okay. The necklace is, let's see if I can point this up. Is this good here? This is the necklace. It's all kind of little jewels, and it's from Dolce & Gabbana. All right, so that's the necklace. I don't know if you can see it that closely. So try to deal with that here. Okay, let's see. Am I still in the frame? I think so. Hey, everybody. Hey, everyone. Riz, Joey, it had to be so minuscule. She let Ark. What are you answering to? Let me read here. Choice but berated the defense at the same time. Oh, she's always berating the defense anymore. It's, I came into this case, I was very objective about her because, as she is in the 3rd week of the same program I teach at Harvard in terms of trial advocacy, at least this year. I don't think I've seen her in other years, but I've missed a couple of years here and there too. But I couldn't after. I just couldn't. I mean, the first trial was one thing, okay? I think she was more fair. But something happened after that whole ARCA thing with Alan Jackson. And then everything the defense does, every single thing the defense does, they have to fight for it. And then when they're right, then she just rules against them. I mean, it's unbelievable, quite frankly, what we're seeing. And that's why I think everyone's converted to, hey, you know what? This is just ridiculous. This is just ridiculous. So Riz, talking to Joey, legal-minded friends, Karen Cole, first time to this channel. I've been introducing my chat to different channels. So great to have found you. Thank you for finding us. I'm trying to get my picture here done so that you can see me a little bit better. Sorry about this. We'll work on it as we go into court. I think I have my stand tilted just a little bit too much here. But we'll work on it as we go into court. But let me just tell you, you're going to love this chat here. Good morning, and there he is, Jason Grant. We just mentioned your name in vain, I think. Well, really, wasn't in vain. We mentioned how courageous people like you and Tom DeRozier and Michael Bryant were for standing up and doing and giving us a First Amendment case. And if you didn't miss Jason, he was a guest on our show 2 times, a fabulous guest. Jason, if I don't know whether the first time you were on with me, it was you were a newbie or not, but you just slammed it right out of the park. You were just so great and so terrific. I know it can be a little bit. I heard that Michael Bryant said that I'm scary. I don't think I'm scary, so I hope you weren't scared. Okay, I hope you weren't scared because we have nothing but enormous respect for you, Jason Grant. No, and what you all don't know is Jason was the first one out there holding one of the signs, and he also had the religious sign, and they told him out of the buffer zone really well. They said he could actually stand there. They didn't arrest him, but it was not exactly an easy fight. And he's been doing this since November. All right, we're coming into this trial since April, but he has been doing this since November, going down there every single week. Okay, since November. Going down there every single week. And it's just incredible. Now, Tubi was here. All of you know that Tubi the dog is just part of your family. I know that. And what I want to do while you are all checking is, Tubi was here, although I think he may be gone. I hope he is walking with his dog walker. I came running in to see you, but I was going to try to introduce the newbies to Tubi the poodle, but maybe later on. Hold on a second. Let me just say ETA in case he didn't come. You should see him. Okay, so we have a gifted Justice Served TV memberships. I think I just passed or just saw. Joanne Jetta Platypus. Yeah, sometimes you're going to have to tell me why that handle is, because I love that handle. Gifted 1 Justice Served TV membership. Thank you very much. By the way, I am almost finished putting together. I did an interview this past weekend with Paul Stark, my friend who had brought a case to us, and it's Where is Stephanie? I have not given you her last name yet, and she died. Her bones were found in 1969. And you'll hear the eloquent interview and what he said to us that got me interested in this case. And we're going to be putting that together as soon as Karen Reed gets a little bit slower, shall we say. Maybe, I don't mean slower, maybe when we're waiting for the jury verdict, and maybe there's a half an hour. And we're going to try to throw it out to members first. Okay, we're going to try to throw it out to members first. Okay. Hold, if you could just hold on a second. I think I have a dog walking issue right now with Tubi. Okay. Yes, I do. Okay, so when we go to the trial, I actually have to go walk Tubi out, and then I will be coming back. But let's wait and see until the fan gets started. Hold on a second. I apologize for this. So until the fan gets started, and then I'm going to go walk Tubi the poodle and then come back and be on with you. So I want all of you to continue to chat. Okay. I see my favorite fan is up. Yes, it is. And we're going to see if they have to the defense has to put Dr. Marie Russell on first because, I assume that Miss Deaver is going to be there because the court told her to come back on Monday. Okay. Yes, Tubi is he's so great. He's so wonderful. And Tubi, I can tell you one thing, those would not be his dog bites on John O'Keefe's arms. Maybe a lot of kisses and hugs, but those would not be his dog bites. So expect maybe Deaver to come on with some kind of apparently it's been rumored some kind of incredible bombshell testimony. We'll see. We expect Dr. Russell to be on. I guess we're not expecting the text to be read. I have a feeling Remember, the court said that she would let the defense know about the text. So the fact that they're bringing in Dr. Russell tells me that maybe she's not going to allow those texts in unless Michael Proctor reads them. I don't know with this judge. I don't know with this judge anymore, because all of us who know the law and have tried a lot of cases, and usually judges are against us when we're the defense. I have to tell you, all right? But, that's simply the situation. So that's simply the situation that in most cases. But in this case, it seems to me now to be just over the top. I mean, we could all rule. We could all expect her to rule. And it'll surprise me if she ruled that anyone but Michael Proctor can bring in those texts anymore. Because anything that helps the prosecution, we seem to have that going on, don't we? And I thought the court was supposed to be for the truth. I mean, that's what I've spent my whole life trying cases. I still try cases. I still have cases to try to get the truth, try to, get people to be heard out there fairly. But I tell you what, there's rulings that come down from courts all the time, and you say, what? By the way, we learned something the other day. Remember when I said the BS word, not Bachelor of Science, but I was talking about the real BS word, and I said it was a legal term? We learned that YouTube censors transcripts. So if you go looking for certain words in the transcript of YouTube of our shows, you cannot find them, all right? I bet you all didn't know that in this free speech world, right? I bet you all didn't know that, right? In this free speech world, that you cannot go find them. But anyhow, they don't really censor your words, but they censor the transcripts at all. I mean, okay.
You are unmuted.
And then I'm going to go behind the TV app. I will have my earbuds on outside, and then I will be back. Let me just see if I can hear what's beginning initially.
So, Mr. Alessi, I was told you wanted to see me?
Yes.
Oh, there is.
Okay.
There's a sidebar with Mr. Brennan. So I'll wait till the sidebar comes out, because we just heard them talking. We just heard them talking about Dr. Russell. Okay. We just heard them talking about Dr. Russell. We heard Hank's voice booming. So.
Your Honor, I've resolved the matter with Mr. Brennan that would have been the subject of that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right.
So I appreciate getting the
Let's hear her.
redacted text messages over the weekend. Ms. Gianetti, this is yours, right? So, Mr. Brennan, I'm letting the text messages in over the Commonwealth's objection. I find that they're
She's
properly
letting them in.
authenticated and that they
Oh
do
my
go
God.
to.
I am surprised.
Yes, can we turn
She's
them-
letting the text message in. She said they're properly authenticated. You and I are both.
Thank you.
We're,
So I do
that's
find
the
that
way
they're
it should
properly
be.
authenticated,
Listen.
and I find that they come in as they go to the state of mind of Trooper Proctor, specifically as that goes to potentially reflecting any bias or omissions in the police investigation. So I'll give a limiting instruction at the time they come in. I understand that what was still remaining with disagreement are in orange. So I've got rulings on those. I don't think we need argument. We've heard plenty of argument on this. So regarding the first page with the numbers, I think we should do it the way I inquired about them last week, with just the last two numbers, not the last four. So those redactions will have to be made. I think the first page with disagreement is on page
I'm going to go behind my 2V
02537.
avatar.
Is that right?
Listen to her. This is a
Okay,
win.
so the
Yay!
first one,
Joanne Jetta Platypus, thank you for a donation.
from
I'll let
Bird
you all read that. I'll be
saying
back.
something
Okay.
stinks.
I need to attend
I'm going to
to
allow
be the
that
poodle.
in. And then there's a message that you both agree to in yellow. And then for the orange, all I'm going to let in out of that is gotta be, and that's where it ends. So you'll have to redact out the rest of that, Ms. Gianetti. And the next page, and the only other one was 02539, is that right?
Correct.
So that comes out. All right? That's it. I don't know whose objections they were. Those are my rulings. All right, can we bring the jury in, please? Tony, do you want me to get on?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannone, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
So good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I hope you had a nice weekend. I do have those questions I need to ask you. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left last week? Everyone said no or should. All right, thank you very much. Ms. Kenney?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense calls Jonathan Diamandis.
I'm sure the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, D-I-A-M-A-N-D-I-S.
Sir, do you know former Trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
We've been friends since middle school, approximately 30 years.
And in what town?
Canton, Massachusetts.
Did you graduate high school with Michael Proctor?
I did.
When was that?
2000.
How close did you remain in contact with Michael Proctor after high school?
Very close.
Do you have his cell number?
I do.
How often have you texted him over the years?
Frequently.
And when you text him, is that direct one-to-one or part of a group chat or both?
Both.
And I want to direct your attention to one particular group chat that had 9 people on it. Do you know the one I'm referring to?
I do.
And what one is that?
It's one that's been in existence for many years. We've been texting on that text chain for 10 plus years, I would suggest.
Okay. And over those 10 years, the members of that group chat, I'm not asking you for names, but if you could tell me where are these people from? How do you know them?
We all grew up together and went to school together at some point.
All from Canton?
All from Canton.
And with regard to the 9 people on that group chat, you're one of them?
Correct.
And whether or not Michael Proctor is on that group chat with the rest of your high school friends as well?
He is, yes.
May I have the exhibit that was marked for identification, please? I apologize, I don't recall the triple letter. Would have been the last one from Friday. It's triple N as in Nancy. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness for the purpose of handling
Yes.
this? And I've handed you what has been marked triple N for identification. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Have you seen that before?
Yes, I was shown it last Friday.
And what do you recognize it to be?
A portion of our text chain.
Okay, and when you say a portion, it's a limited time period within a much longer text chain, is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And with regard to how you're able to recognize it, I'd like to just ask you a few questions. First of all, on the first page of that document, do you see a series of phone numbers?
I do.
And do you recognize your phone number on that text chain?
Yes.
And having reviewed that text chain on Friday, did you see that you had actually sent one text of the whole body of text that's included in what has been marked triple N for identification?
Yes.
In order to send that text message as of late January, early February of 2022, did your phone have a passcode on it?
Yes.
Have you had that for several years?
Yes.
In order to send a text chain, do you have to enter the passcode to your phone first to unlock it?
Correct.
And so it would have been you who sent that message.
Yes.
And having reviewed the content of that text chain, were you able to identify which entries were typed and sent by Michael Proctor?
Yes.
Who is he on that text chain?
He's listed as local user.
Okay, and it says local user, and there's a bunch of letters and numbers after that?
Correct.
Everybody else is identified by a phone number?
Yes, or a nickname.
And actually, even the ones with a nickname have a phone number, correct?
Correct, yes.
So 3 of them have nicknames, correct?
Yeah, I see 2 on the first page here.
Do you see of the
Oh, third on the bottom, yes, I see 3.
So you see 3
Yeah,
there?
Yes, yes.
And so of the 9, we have 3 nicknames with phone numbers, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We have 8 phone numbers total, right?
Yes.
And 1 local user.
Correct.
And you've testified the local user is Michael Proctor.
Correct.
And having known Michael Proctor for as long as you have, does he have any nicknames?
He does.
And what are his nicknames?
Chip and Bear.
Chip, C-H-I-P,
Yes,
and Bear, B-E-A-R.
correct.
And having reviewed that text chain, is that a true and accurate document documenting the texts that were sent in that chain for the time period that is listed on N for identification?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer that subject to our discussions outside the presence of the jury.
Okay.
May I take it back from the witness?
Yes.
Exhibit 209.
Thank you.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Could I have exhibit 209 when it's ready, please? Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have we met before?
On Friday, I saw you. We didn't meet.
You had been friends with Mr. Proctor for about 30 years?
Yes,
Are you still friends with him?
I am.
Are you still close with him?
I am.
You were on a text chain with Mr. Proctor over the years?
Correct.
Did that include other friends of yours and Mr. Proctor's?
Did.
The extent of that text chain, did it go back many, many years?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at any records that summarize some of that text chain?
Yes.
Did it note that there were over 38,000 texts in that group?
I did notice the number, but it sounds accurate.
When there is conversations in that group, do you always respond to the conversation?
No.
There's a particular section or segment of those 38,707 text messages that were shown to you. Did you see that document?
I did.
Are you familiar with it now that you've seen it?
Now that I've seen it, yes.
In that document, are there inappropriate comments that your friend Michael Proctor made about one of his investigations?
There are.
Was it about this case here?
It was.
In those inappropriate comments, did other people on that text chain, not you, comment or respond to Mr. Proctor?
Yes.
In that text chain where Mr. Proctor made inappropriate comments, you did not respond to any of those inappropriate comments, did you?
Correct.
You're on the text chain at a point later on in conversations, but not relevant to the inappropriate comments.
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Proctor was fired by the Massachusetts State Police because of his inappropriate comments?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
May we approach, please? Sure.
I am back just at the good part. Objection. Was he fired because of his inappropriate comments? Well, it's a little bit more than that, wasn't it? But now you know what? Now the jury knows that Michael Proctor is alive and well, and that they're waiting for more. And they've heard some of the comments, right? But they have not heard all of Michael Proctor's comments, including when he talks about Karen's digestive system and her. I can't even repeat it. I will when I'm reading his comments. Inappropriate things you should never say about anyone. Okay. And now, you know, I'm thinking back to like some of the comments that the haters of Karen Reed give. They almost sound like Michael Proctor, don't they? They're upsetting, they're insulting, they're awful and all. So we're going to hear, I guess we're going to hear some of them, but not from this witness, it sounds like, because as David Yannetti said, no more comments. I thought he was going to have them read them, but maybe other people will read them. And the heightened, not only the comments that were read earlier, but I'm sure the comments that are read after. Now, as you know, I told you Nancy Gallagher and I are going to be reading those comments tonight ourselves. She may not know that yet, but I'm going to have her get her best
question and answer.
afterlight lines ready. Okay, let's go. Next question and answer. So obviously Yannetti was successful in part in terms of what he did. You hear Yank Brennan when he gets that high voice, you know that he's upset. Okay, let's go. Let's listen. I'm here.
Sir, do you know if Mr. Proctor was fired from the Massachusetts State Police?
Oh,
I
he
do.
didn't win
Did
that.
he tell you why?
Aha.
It was
Did
in
he
connection
tell
to
you
this
why?
case. I believe it was based on his text messages that were sent to us.
Based on these comments that are an exhibit?
Correct.
Did you at any time ever defend or endorse these comments?
I did not.
Did you ever encourage him in his comments?
I did not.
I don't know how that helps Hank Brennan. If it means
approach?
Proctor,
Yes.
Handed you exhibit 209?
it means Proctor wasn't encouraged by his friends to say these things. That he just revealed confidential information about an investigation about people's health to his friends. Oh boy. Yes, Shy Gal, Brennan is pissed. You can tell that by his voice. And I don't know 007 in Texas how he's helping the Commonwealth.
On the first page, ending in the numbers 27, there's a fuller number, but I'll just use the last two numbers. Bottom right, 27. Is there a number of redacted phone numbers?
I'm sorry, on the first page on the bottom of the page?
If you look to the bottom right of the page, there's a number on it?
Oh, yes, and then it's blacked out next to it?
Yes.
Yes.
The last two numbers, is it 27?
Yes, it is.
When you look at that first page, does it have a number of redacted phone numbers of different people?
I don't see anything redacted.
The top box, are there numbers?
There
Phone
are numbers, yes.
Are they partially blacked out?
No, the display names, it just lists phone numbers.
Okay. Are those numbers you recognize as the group of friends, including Michael Proctor?
They are.
Yeah, I
As
think
you
it's
read
good
down that
Yannetti is
first box
is
and go
doing this
down to
witness
number of
also.
messages, do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Is it 38,707?
Yes.
Is that for a time period between October 18, 2021 and August 31st, 2022?
Yes.
Wait,
I'd like you
in less
to
than a year,
look at
38,000
the
messages? Are you kidding me?
third text message that begins with Chip. Without saying who it is, do you recognize that as one of the people in the group?
I do.
And what did the person write?
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And at the time this conversation was happening, were you part of this immediate conversation?
I was not.
Turn the page. Bottom right number is ending in 28. Do you see that page?
Yes.
Okay.
You already said Chip was the name of.
Instead of a name, there's a
Proctor.
local user with an ID. Is that Mr. Proctor's?
Yes, it is.
And does he respond to Chip, name of that BPD cop?
He does.
What does he say?
John O'Keefe.
What is the next question from somebody in the group?
How old?
And what does Mr. Proctor respond?
He took custody of his sister's kids.
The next one?
She
All
died
right,
of
now
cancer, and the father.
Now let's read
over-
all of them. They're
overdosed
trying
on
to
her
say
grave.
he's such a good boy.
And then one of the group sends a message. What do they say?
Oh man, that's rough.
And what's Mr. Proctor's response?
Mid-40s.
Does somebody in the group then post a Facebook posting?
Yes.
Do you know what that's about?
I do not.
If you could turn the page ending bottom right 29.
Yes.
Somebody in the group ask another question.
Yes.
What do they say?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
If you could just speak up just a little so it's hard to hear with the fan on, not your
Sure.
phone.
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And
I
then
don't
I'd like you to go
understand
down
why
to
this
Mr.
is helpful.
Proctor's next comment.
But all the powers that be want answer ASAP.
And what does one of the group respond with?
Gotcha.
Mr. Proctor?
Couldn't open it either.
Do you know what he was talking about when he said he couldn't open it?
I'm guessing the Facebook link.
I'd like you to turn forward to bottom right 3-1. Do you see what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
John O'Keefe's Facebook page.
What does it tell us about John O'Keefe?
He went to Braintree High School, studied criminal justice at Northeastern, joined Facebook in 2008.
Turn the page, please. the first line from Byrd, and I'll note this is January 29, 2022 at 10:56:39 p.m. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
And what does the person say?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And could you read Mr. Proctor's two responses?
Nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
If you could turn to the next page, ending on 33. This is January 29, 2022 at 10:57:21 p.m. Could you read Mr. Proctor's two comments?
She waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital.
And one of the group asks a question.
She waffled him, in quotation marks.
And how does he respond?
He was banged up.
Somebody in the group asks another question. What do they ask?
I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up?
And Mr. Proctor's response?
Nope.
Turn to the next page, ending in 34. This is at around 10:58:06 p.m., running through 10:59 p.m. Another question from the group. What did they ask?
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him?
And Mr. Proctor's two responses?
That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
One of the group asks further down, what does... Sir, if you could either speak much louder or bring the microphone closer. We have a couple fans back here. It's just difficult to hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's not your fault. If we can keep our voice up. So one of the group asks, what does, quote, she waffled him, quote, end quote, mean? And then asks, what's the story? Does Mr. Proctor return?
He does.
What does he say?
She hit him with her car.
Turn to the next page, please, ending in 3-5. And these texts are from 10:59:13 p.m. to 11:08 p.m. The person by the name of Byrd asks a question. What does he ask? Or what does he say?
Okay, that's fucked up.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
Intentional or not?
Then somebody in the group again.
Gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him.
And Mr. Proctor's two responses.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
And the next one.
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
What does the friend say?
What's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
What does Mr. Proctor say?
Biffed him.
Turn to the next page, ending in 3-6. These run from January 29, 2022, 11 p.m. and 11 seconds to January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 39 seconds. The first comment by somebody in the group.
The BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own?
And then if you could look where there's a comment from Whitey at 11 p.m., 27 seconds.
Liz has got the blueprint.
Liz has got the blueprint. Do you know who Liz is?
No.
Okay. And what's the next comment by Mr. Proctor?
Nah, Cat, it's the total opposite. They have to rescue themselves.
Would it mean,
Recuse themselves,
thank
excuse
you.
me.
Recuse themselves?
Yes.
And then a comment by somebody in the group?
Laughed at, Liz has got the blueprint.
On the next page, Mr. Proctor's comment?
Same with Canton.
At January 29, 2022, 11:02 p.m. and 15 seconds, there's a comment from one person in the group, number ending in 5051. Could you read that?
But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops?
Next comment by Byrd.
Something stinks.
And the comment by Mr. Proctor.
Yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And the beginning of the next sentence is gotta be. And finally, the last comment on that page,
She hot at least.
and that's a question mark.
Yes.
Turn the page, please. Ending in 3-8. These messages begin at 11:05:57 p.m., run through 11:06:39 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Does it begin with comments from Mr. Proctor?
It does.
Could you read all of them, please?
These are not my words. I'm not really comfortable reading these. Do I have to say these
Oh,
words out loud?
whoa.
So I'm going to see you at sidebar.
Boom! These are not my words. I'm uncomfortable saying these words. Okay? I don't think Hank Brennan expected that from this witness. These are not my words. I'm uncomfortable saying these words because we're going to hear what those words are. I don't know why Hank Brennan decided to choose to do this, except that he obviously wanted to get the good stuff about what a nice person John O'Keefe was. But you can't, the jury's sitting there saying, wait a second, he's fired? Oh, now we're back. That was quick. What the heck happened there? That was quick. Let's listen. Let's go back in and listen.
Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Sir, I'm appreciating that you're not comfortable with these words. These are not your words, are they?
Making
No,
this
they're not.
person
You didn't see them at the
say
time?
the words.
I did not.
You've never
Okay.
condoned them or adopted them?
No,
In fact, you would denounce these, wouldn't you?
I would.
I don't want you to say words that are not yours, so I'll say the words, and I'm going to ask you if I'm reading accurately. Is that better?
Yes.
Is that a fairer way to do it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Hank's going to do it.
On January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 5 minutes, 57 seconds, and this page ends at 11 p.m., 6 minutes, 39 seconds on January 29, 2022, ending in numbers 3-8. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor says, from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job, and then uses the C word to describe. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
He then says, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. Are those the words that he wrote?
Those are the words.
And there's a response at the bottom from one member in the group stating, oh, she's skating.
Yes.
Let's turn the page, ending in 3-9. These begin in January 29, 2022, 11:06 p.m., 55 seconds. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Proctor responds, 0 chance she's skated. She's effed. She's fucked.
Yes,
Is that what he said?
it is.
And then one person in the group says, no ass bitch. Accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Mr. Proctor, there's a response, laughed at, quote, no ass bitch.
Yes.
If you could turn to the page that ends in 4-3.
Hank's really rushing through this, isn't he?
You ready?
Yes.
Somebody in the group says, is that chick a smoke? And then the same person follows up with a question mark. Accurate?
Accurate.
Mr. Proctor responds, E-H.
Yes.
Nut bag, as my chief would say.
Yes.
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Yes.
Leaks poo.
Yes.
Are those the words of Mr. Proctor?
They are.
Did I read those accurately?
You did.
And then a person in the group says, what are you guzzling on? And this is on, well, let me take a step back to be more clear. The comments I just read, those weren't on January 29th. Those were on February 2nd, 2022.
Correct.
And the time is 12:50 p.m. 12:50 and 5 seconds p.m. begin the page.
Yes, yes, beginning of the page,
So
yes.
these are different in time than the ones we read before, the series of text messages.
Correct.
Okay. And then at the bottom, one of the members of the group says, what are you guzzling on?
Correct.
And that's still February 2nd, 2022, and that's at 1:51:33 p.m.
Yes.
And then if you can turn to page that ends on with numbers 44.
Yes.
And this is on February 2nd, 2022, 1:52:24. Mr. Proctor says, nothing, writing a warrant.
That's accurate.
There are no further text messages?
From Mr. Proctor?
Yes, or anybody in this group that you have as part of this exhibit?
That was not the last comment.
Okay, let me look. Okay. Is there another YouTube video?
There is.
You were not part of any of these conversations with Mr. Proctor,
No,
but you're still friends with him?
I am.
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested that he planted evidence in this case or any other case?
No.
In your
Why
conversations
isn't
with
there an
Mr.
objection
Proctor,
with
has he
that?
ever
I don't
suggested
understand.
framing a defendant, including this defendant?
Absolutely not.
In all your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested tampering with evidence in this case or in any other case?
No, absolutely not.
And Mr. Proctor was fired?
He was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Sir, at the time Michael Proctor was revealing this information on this high school group chat, was this information public?
I have no memory, one way or the other.
At the time Michael Proctor was texting these messages to you and your other high school friends, were Ms. Reed's medical conditions public? Did you know anything about Ms. Reed's medical conditions?
I didn't know anything about this case at all.
Michael Proctor was the one revealing those details about the case to you and anybody on the chat who cared to read them, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions about why Michael Proctor was fired, and I believe you answered in a shorthand way for these text messages. Were you aware he was fired for being biased?
I'm not aware of that.
Objection.
So the answer will stand. He's not aware.
Were you aware that he was fired for revealing confidential information about an investigation?
I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that he was also fired for conduct unbecoming a state trooper and a lead investigator in this case?
I was not aware of that.
I have no further questions.
Boom. Okay, so Jeffrey Noble, the superintendent of the state police, acting now. His findings
You're not
come
aware that he was
in.
fired for conduct unbecoming because of these text messages?
My understanding was it was due to the text messages. I don't know the other details of the situation.
Do you know he was not fired for any accusations of planting or tampering with evidence?
I do not know that.
Do you know that he was not fired for doing anything to compromise the integrity of the evidence in this investigation?
I do not know
Well,
that.
bias is integrity.
All right. So, sir, I am going to let you step down, and then, folks, I have an instruction for you that I should have read at the time that text messages came in. You can leave them right with Madam Court Reporter.
Thank you.
And you're all set. Thank you. All right, so I've told you folks previously, but I've got an additional instruction here. Before, and I think so you know this, and you'll hear it at the end of the case as well. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. And here we've heard it be Michael Proctor and high school friends, the testimony was, I believe. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And also here, this text message chain was not being admitted for the truth of what's in the chain, but solely for the limited purpose of weighing the text as they go to Michael Proctor's state of mind, and more specifically, whether or not that state of mind reflects any bias or omissions in the police investigations. So, all right,
And
is there
I would
another
just point
witness
out
this
to
morning?
you, Yannetti just
Okay.
asked, were you aware he was fired for bias? I mean, unless the jury can't remember 30 seconds before, they would know that. I think this is a slam dunk win for Yannetti, okay? Especially when he says, I'm uncomfortable using the terms whack job and the C word, and you know, and then Hank Brennan just rolls off his mouth, you know, weird Fall River accent, no ass, she's fucked, no ass bitch. I mean, leaky balloon knot. They just rolled off Hank Brennan's mouth, okay? The jury's got to be saying, okay, we know Michael Proctor is fired now. We know he's fired for bias. We also, by the way, I don't know if they reiterated he's a Boston cop too. All right. I think this was a slam dunk for the defense there on these messages.
morning.
We're going to reread them tonight, not like Hank Brennan did, wisping through them.
Morning.
All right.
Morning, ma'am.
This is
Yes.
going to be,
Good morning. Could you state your name and spell your last
well,
name?
you'll
for
hear
the
it.
record, please?
Kelly Dever, last name D-E-V.
She pronounces it Dever, Kelly Dever. Let's
what
go
do you
into
do for a
court.
living?
Let's
I'm
listen.
a police officer,
Where are you employed?
Boston Police.
How long have you been so employed with the Boston Police Department?
2 years and a little over 2 months.
By the way, she
Where'd
got
you work before that?
promoted and moved.
worked for
This
the
is like a
Canton Police.
Were
promotion
you a sworn officer
to
at that time?
Boston after she
At what time?
gave
When I was
information
employed there?
When you
in
were
the
employed by the Canton
investigation.
Police Department
Yes, I was.
as a sworn police officer?
Yes.
Okay. What was your duty assignment in January of 2022?
I was a patrol officer.
You're familiar with the case that's presently before the bench, correct?
In some capacity, yes.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Yes.
All right. Did you ever prepare any kind of report based on any of your conduct or your connection with this case, if there was any connection with this case, while you were a Canton police officer?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Canton Police Department in furtherance of their investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Let me finish the question. I got to finish the question, then you can answer. It works a little better that way. Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Massachusetts State Police in furtherance of their investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by either the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police with regard to any of your observations on January 28th or January 29th, 2022?
No.
And you never wrote a report about your observations or any observations that you had on January 28th or January 29th, 2022, correct?
No.
That was a double negative. Let me try that a different way. Did you ever write a report about your observations related to January 28th, 2022, January 29th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, the first time you were ever interviewed in connection with anything having to do with this case or this investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe was by a separate law enforcement agency, not the Massachusetts State Police, not the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That was in August of 2023, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember the exact date?
No.
August 9th, 2023, does that sound right, about right?
I know it was the summer of 2023,
Okay.
so
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of that interview?
yes, because I've never seen it before.
Just insofar as the date is concerned, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at the bottom of that page. Just glance.
So, we think the jury thinks this is the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who they think. Okay? So this is more information that came out through the federal investigation.
Do you have that date in mind?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was August 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, Officer Dever, to January 28th, 2022. Where were you working? What was your duty assignment on that day, January 28th, moving into January 29th?
Well, 3.5 years later, I remember I was on patrol. I don't remember anything further about this night.
Did you work overnight, like a late shift going into the morning of January 29th?
That was my assigned shift, so yes.
Okay. Who else was working with you on that particular day, if you recall?
Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, and Officer Pasquarelli.
And what generally was your assignment when you went into work that night on January 28th?
Patrol.
At some point, either that evening or the early morning hours of January 29th, did you note that a call came in related to a person found in the snow, unresponsive in the snow?
Yes.
Tell me about that, the nature of the call, and where were you?
I was in my cruiser. A call came in that said person in a snowbank, something along those lines. Immediately followed by that transmission, my sergeant requested that I come to take over dispatch.
Is that Sergeant Good?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, respond back to Canton PD to take over dispatch?
Yes, so I was already in the parking lot of the Canton Police while this took place, so I was already at the station.
Did you note whether or not Sergeant Good and or any of the others responded to the location while you stayed back to handle dispatch at the police department?
Yes, that's why I went inside so he could respond.
Were you aware that Sergeant Good, did you have any knowledge at that time that Sergeant Good was familiar with or knew who Brian Albert was?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know who Brian Albert was at
No.
that time?
No.
Do you now? At least
Because of
familiar
this
with the name?
case, yes.
I spoke over you, I'm so sorry. Based on this case, are you familiar with the name?
The name, yes.
Slow down, AJ. Slow down.
Did you know Kevin Albert?
No. Oh, the detective Kevin Albert. Yes, I did.
Correct. How did you know Kevin Albert?
He was a detective for the Canton Police.
Were you aware of his relationship to Brian Albert at that time?
No.
Are you now aware of his relationship with Brian Albert?
Yes, from the media.
And what is that relationship as you know it?
Sustained.
Did you know Brian Higgins at that time?
From
Yes, in
media? Is she
passing.
kidding me?
I'm not asking if you're social friends, asking if you knew who he was.
Yes.
How'd you know who Brian Higgins was?
He had an office in the Canton Police.
Was he a sworn police officer?
Not for us.
Was he a sworn federal agent?
Yes.
Worked for ATF?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you known and been familiar with Brian Higgins? Say, for instance, by sight, to be able to recognize who he was.
Sometime during 2020 is when I was probably first familiarized with him, because that's when I was employed with the Canton Police Department first.
Okay. Pass him in the hallways, hi, bye, things like that.
Yes.
Sustained is to four, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Did you know him by sight?
Yes.
Could you recognize him if you saw him?
2.5 years later, no, but at the time, yes.
I'm not asking you about right now. I'm asking you back in January 2022. Could you recognize him by sight?
Yes.
Did you know who Kenneth Berkowitz was?
Yes.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
He was the chief of the Canton Police.
Obviously very familiar with him. He was your boss, correct?
Yes.
When Sergeant Good instructed you to take over dispatch, explain what that meant.
It meant I walked inside and I sat down in a dispatch room.
Describe the dispatch room. What did that array look like?
There was chairs and computers.
Monitors?
Yes.
Does the dispatch area also have monitors of internal security camera footage?
I know there was camera screens, but I don't know if they were on TVs or computers or where in dispatch they were. I don't recollect where they were or how they would be accessed. They were in the room somewhere. I can't be more specific. I don't remember.
But you do recall seeing that there were monitors that were showing different views of internal security camera footage of Canton PD, correct?
The specifics, no. Were there? Yes.
I don't know what you mean by specifics. I'm asking you, were there monitors that you could look at that showed security camera footage from inside Canton PD, different areas, hallways, corridors, offices, the Sally port, for instance?
So 2.5 years since I've...
You keep saying 2.5 years later.
So let her finish her answer and then ask a question.
Sure.
It's been years since I've been in that room. They were somewhere in the room. Where cameras were in the Canton Police Department, I don't recall. The media's provided me information since this case took place, and I can't speak on what's my recollection and what's been media provided. There are cameras. I don't know where on my memory where they are.
So has the media informed you that there were internal security monitors at the dispatch location?
So the objection is sustained. Next question.
What do you recall from the dispatch room, as you put it?
Once a cop, always a cop.
I remember there was a computer screen that had information about current calls, and then there was a 911 screen next to that. Those are the two computers that I would have been positioned in front of during this time.
As a dispatch officer, by the way, you were a sworn officer at
Yes.
that time, correct? Uniform, badge, gun, the whole works, right?
Yes.
Had you ever been in the Sally port at Canton PD?
Yes.
What's the Sally port?
A Sally port is a garage, essentially.
Okay. You're aware that the Sally port garage had a camera, a security camera?
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
Well, more than just makes sense. I'm asking you, do you recall that it had cameras that serviced the Sally port garage? Security cameras.
It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Okay, you're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
According to the media, yes. I've seen the footage.
Oh,
so
she
yes, there were
keeps saying
cameras.
according to the media.
So,
Come on.
hold So
Come
I'm
on.
going to strike that, officer. You have to answer the question based on your...
If she thinks this is helping her friends in Canton and all in this case, it's not, because her attitude
reference
is showing an attitude, okay?
All right. There were cameras in the Sally port.
Thank you.
Very simple. There were cameras in the Sally port. You could have answered that before, 5 questions ago, ma'am.
Ms. Dever, do you want to be here today?
I have no relation to this case,
I
so
didn't ask you that. I asked you if you want to be here today.
Objection, this isn't direct.
So it's your witness.
I understand.
She can, no comments, just questions, not I understand that.
Do you want to be here today now?
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
You have no idea why you're here?
You've never talked to me. Nobody on the fence seems talked to me since prior to the first trial. So I don't have any idea why I'm here.
No clue whatsoever, as you sit here, why you might have been called to the stand.
No.
Are you uncomfortable testifying?
No, it's part of my job.
You're a professional police officer, correct?
Correct.
That means you're a professional witness to a certain degree, correct?
In the crimes that I've gone on the stand before, yes, I have been.
And you understand the oath?
Yes, I do.
What is that oath?
The oath is to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll refer to it. Is there more to that oath when you raise your right hand as a witness?
I'm objecting.
So I'm going to see it sidebar for just a
Sure.
Okay. I mean, at this point, Alan Jackson, she's not quite, this witness is schooled enough, probably by Hank Brennan and whoever, that she doesn't want to give her information. That doesn't make her look good. She was on duty the night of this alleged incident. She's been interviewed by a law enforcement agency that's not the Massachusetts State Police, and it's not the Canton Police Department. I'm beginning to think the jury may think it's the ATF right now, whatever it is. They know that it's somebody big. And she is obviously being recalcitrant. I think that Alan Jackson can, at this point, ask her to be a hostile witness. The judge, of course, is going to deny it, but he should be able to cross-examine her at this point because she keeps saying, I learned from the media. I learned from the media. Oh, come on. She's given a statement to the federal government. I'll guarantee you that when the FBI, Department of Justice, interviewed her, she didn't act like she's a cocky ass bitch. Okay, let's put it as it is. Okay, her testimony, her attitude is ridiculous, and she may stand in good stead with the police when she goes back to Boston PD, and all the police officers are going to go, yay, yay, yay. That's not what she's there to do. She's there to tell the truth, and she knows if there's a camera in the Sally Port. She was the police officer there. You mean you can't remember back 2.5 years? I can remember back 15 years to know whether there was a camera in my house. Give me a break, all. Okay, sorry about that. Yes, it should be cocky ass bitch should be trending on Twitter. Now, I don't like to usually degrade people, especially women, but boy, I would say the same thing if she were a man. Gender not specific. This is ridiculous. All right. And I think that Alan Jackson should slow down and take his time with her, except for the fact that right now, the jury, I'm sure, does not like her and knows she's trying to shade her testimony to help whoever her friends are that she was working for when she was at Canton, whoever her friends are. Now, remember, she got promoted after this happened, after she was called to do the go back to dispatch and that short conversation. All of a sudden, she gets a promotion because she gets moved over. It's not a promotion internally, but she gets moved over to the Boston, and now she's there, and it's probably a pay raise, I would imagine, from Canton. And the jury, I think, can see it. I mean, I just don't like her attitude. But I do want to hear what she is saying. But you're right, Paula Keller just passed me by. Jackson's too revved up. Yes, he needs to slow down. You know, there's an old Taxi was an old TV show, and on YouTube there's a famous clip with the professor from Back to the Future, and he was taking his driving test, and they were trying to question him on what does yellow mean, and he kept saying slow down, and so someone would say, what does yellow mean? And he goes, slow down. And it's a really funny thing. It just kind of reminded me of it, because you got to get some humor out of what you are watching here, which is a debacle, okay? That, and this is why the defense didn't want to call Proctor. You see what's going on here? This is Christopher Lloyd, Tom Gully show just has it. Christopher Lloyd played Jim Ignikowski, played by Christopher Lloyd. Yes, it's a funny clip. You know that, the Tom Gully show. Okay. She said the Sally Port video, the media told her, what are you talking about? Yes, where prisoners are brought in. You're a cop. You know you're on camera. All right. I just think that it's ridiculous. Let's see what Anthony Barney says. Hold on a second. I just have to enlarge my screen to be able to read that. She lied about the Sally Port video, saying media told her, yet then when asked properly and scolded by the judge, she says, yes, she knows there's a camera. Yes, I agree. I think she's hostile, but I don't think the judge is going to do anything about it because she called her officer.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. One of the cameras, one of the monitors that you had access to back on January 29th did show the footage from, or did it show the footage from that, one of the other Sally Port garage cameras?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure, it was a little bit clunky on my part. Did one of the monitors that you looked at, that you had access to at the dispatch area, did it show the video footage or the video feed from the Sallyport garage?
Oh, is this a difficult question?
So I already
Really?
said I don't remember where in dispatch the screen with the cameras was. There was a camera in the Sallyport. So if I'm going to make the assumption, then yes, of course. But now that's an assumption.
Wait, it's an assumption?
For an assumption. Now, I'm asking you, did one of the feeds, now we've talked about the camera, the other side of the camera is the feed. Do you recall whether or not there was footage that you could see on a monitor in the dispatch area that showed the Sallyport?
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
I'm going to go with yes. Remember,
How
she
well-
came with a
So
lawyer, by
I
the
don't know
way.
what that means. So what do you mean you're going to go with yes? Is your answer yes?
Answer my question! The question, jerk! Answer my question!
Yes.
Thank you.
Boy!
What time about did you take over the dispatch desk that morning?
Immediately following when the 911 call came in.
Would have been 6-ish in the morning. Does that sound about right?
Sometime, I would say towards the later of my shift, but it was the middle of winter and dark out, so I don't know if it was 4, 5, 6.
Understood. But it was still dark out.
Yes.
Once you took over the dispatch desk, did you stay there even past your normal shift ending to support the investigation that was ongoing?
Not to support the investigation, I was just on overtime.
Okay. So you stayed past your normal end time of your shift that day?
Yes, on overtime.
You stayed into the afternoon, correct?
I believe the shift ended at 3:45 p.m. for the Canton police.
But you stayed past your ending shift time, correct? I'm sorry, I'll rephrase it. Did you stay past your ending shift time?
For my regular shift, yes, because I was on overtime on the day shift.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred?
Remember, she gave a statement to the feds that this is all coming from.
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
Ms. Dever, I've never asked you to make a statement one way or the other on the stand. I'm asking you an open-ended question.
Okay,
Did
so
you,
prior to
let
the
me ask you a
first-
question. Did you observe something in the Sallyport garage on January 29th, 2022 that you found unusual, that stuck out in your mind?
Given factual information that makes it so I know I did not, no.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
Do you remember being interviewed on August 9th, 2023?
I do.
That was by a separate law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
2 separate law enforcement agents, is that right?
Yes.
And you were advised during the course of that interview on August 29th of something, correct?
Can you rephrase
I'm sorry,
that?
August 9th.
So what was I advised of? Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Were you advised that lying to those officers would be a crime?
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team. Because of the fact I was provided factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now. I'm telling you, I did not see anything. Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not correct.
Ms. Dever, my question was this. Were you advised that it was a crime to lie to those law enforcement agents? Yes or no?
No.
They never told you, they never admonished you that it would be a crime to lie to them?
Objection.
Sustained as to form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Did they advise you of anything? Any consequences of lying to them?
So we had a willing
That's
conversation.
yes or no?
I don't recall.
So, okay, there's your answer.
You don't recall if they advised you of anything?
No, because it
Okay,
wasn't.
As a trained law enforcement agent,
Go ahead and ask a question, but both of you, only one at a time, okay?
as a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
When you have intent to lie, yes.
Okay. So you knew that
Oh
when you
my
spoke to these law
God.
enforcement officers, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell these law enforcement officers that you in fact saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sally Port with the
Objection.
SUV? May I finish my question?
You can finish this question. Go ahead.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sally Port together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that?
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay.
Boom, there. Jury's going to believe nothing of her retracting that, okay?
Did you indicate that you noted Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You and I spoke along with Mr. Unetti and Ms. Little on a conference call last year sometime. You remember that?
Yes.
Between the time that you were interviewed on August 9th, 2023, and when we spoke sometime in maybe it was April or so of last year, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with any other party about your potential involvement in this case?
No.
Did you have a conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at Boston Police Department?
Not about anything malicious.
I didn't use the word malicious. Why do you say malicious?
I had a conversation, but it was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
You were asked to go to the commissioner's office, correct?
Yes.
How long had you been on the Boston Police Department at the time that you were invited to go up to the Commissioner Michael Cox's office?
It had to have been before the first trial, so, and I know it was when the agency released information to outside people.
That's not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall how long you had been on the force, generally, at the time that you were called up to the commissioner's office, on the Boston Police Department?
No.
Was it 5 years, 2 years, 2 months? Give me a ballpark.
So I've been on the department for 2 years and 2 months. I would say somewhere in the range of a year.
Okay. Did you find it unusual would you call yourself a rookie back then?
Yes.
Did you find it unusual that a rookie police officer would be called up to the commissioner's office personally to discuss a matter?
It was a reflection of how good of a leader he is. It was not anything that I found unusual, given the fact he is someone who wanted to show support for his officer.
So I'm guessing all of your training class, all of your entry classes at Boston PD, they've all gone up to the commissioner's office as well?
I don't know anyone else who's been in this particular circumstance.
Do you know anybody else who's been called up to the commissioner's office at your level at the Boston Police Department?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know
I
any
wish
of
Alan
your
would get near the
colleagues
microphone.
with your level of experience that have been called up to the commissioner's office for a specific incident?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, when you went up to the commissioner's office, did you respond? to his indication that he wanted to see you open his office?
It wasn't a direct line of contact from him.
Okay. Did you respond? Did you ultimately go? That's what I mean by respond. Did you go to his office?
He's my boss, so yes.
Okay. And who else was in that office?
Me and him. The two of us.
General counsel of the Boston Police Department?
No, it's just me and him.
Did you, during the conversation that we had last year, did you say that general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department was also there?
Objection.
Not during that conversation.
Objection.
Next question.
Sure. Was there another time that you went to the commissioner's office where general legal counsel was there?
No.
Have you ever met general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
Was it in the commissioner's office?
No.
When was it?
During my conversation with the agents.
You took a lawyer with you to talk to this other law enforcement agency?
I'm going to see
Alan.
you type out on this.
Okay, that's because she just said during my conversation with the agent, okay? And of course, this is why, yeah, that's exactly right. We can keep running even right there. During my conversations with the agents, all of a sudden the judge sua sponte, let me see you at sidebar. This is why when Judge Beverly Cannone said the feds can't be mentioned, it's ridiculous because we're hearing all this. The jury knows there's something up. That maybe they think it's the ATF agents because of Brian Higgins. She is looking so bad. I don't know if I'm her attorney. Let me tell you, I would take her into the hallway and say, you are looking really bad here. Okay. Now, of course, nothing will happen to her because she's a Boston cop too. All right. Now. All right, nothing is going to happen to her. But it's very clear that she said something to the federal agents, right? She said that she saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sally Port, right? And now she's saying that's what she told them then. But she's trying to say, well, her memory was manipulated by some timeline, and that really wasn't the truth, and she wants to take it back. I mean, I don't know if the jury understands what's happening here, but they do understand that this is a recalcitrant witness who does not want to tell them the truth. All right. It's simple as that. I don't recall. All right. And remember on Friday, the defense treated her with nothing but respect. Said, look, she's been cooperative. She's been here with her counsel. Yes, she has counsel and all. But yes, when the judge at one point, there was a specific question, okay, about whether she saw something. And she said, I'm going to go with yes, or whether she said something. And that was the statement to the feds. I'm going to go with yes. And even the judge interrupted. I don't know what that means. Then we have yes. Okay. I mean, the answer is yes or no. Okay. Or I don't remember, or I don't understand your question. Did you observe someone in the Sallyport garage? All right. And then she says, then she goes on from there and says, no. And then AJ has to, do you remember being interviewed by, there's an objection, but he then gets it out. You gave another interview to another law enforcement agency back in August, right? And then she says, well, based on what you told me, you threatened to threaten me with perjury if I didn't tell the truth. Well, so they know what the jury knows, and it's coming out a little haphazard here. I wish AJ would stay at the microphone, okay? But I'm sure he's experienced enough that he can keep going at it. He may be the only one at the team that can do this. That after she says, I don't recall, you threatened me with perjury. I was upset. I've been told that if I didn't have an intention to lie, it's not perjury. So what she's trying to do is take back her statements to the federal government, right? It's kind of like, doesn't it remind you of Kelly, right? That we said, well, I said before the grand jury, but I didn't have an intent to lie, so therefore it's not perjury, right? They all at this point seem to have that same. It looks like a cover up of something. It looks like a cover up of something, right? That's exactly why it looks like a cover up of something. All right. This is Kerry Roberts. Yes, I'm sorry, not Kelly. Kerry Roberts. I apologize. Kerry Roberts, when she talked about the grand jury, remember she said, "Oh, but I didn't intend to lie to them. I told them a mistruth. I never corrected it. I never went to you, defense, and corrected it." So let's go back and see here. If this woman keeps doing this, I think the judge has to reconsider her order about whether or not this is the federal government and give them the instruction that you're not to take anything of it by who the agency is. We're just trying to bring you the facts. So let's see what happened at the sidebar.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, when we left off, I was asking you about the meeting at the commissioner's office. And I want to clear this up. Was general legal counsel in that office or not when you had a meeting with the commissioner, Michael Cox?
No, it was just me and the commissioner.
At some point, did the commissioner say to you that Boston Police Department, insofar as your connection to this case is concerned, Boston Police Department fully supports you?
Yes.
Did he also say, do the right thing?
That's a direct quote, so I can't recollect if he said a direct quote 2 years ago.
A year ago, when you talked to us, the defense, did you tell the defense that when you were called up to the commissioner's office, he told you two things? Commissioner Cox told you, number one, the Boston Police Department supports you, and Officer Dever, do the right thing.
So he said my name correctly. He said Dever, and
That's my mistake. Let's see. Like, you want me to repeat the question so I get
So,
right?
Mr. Jackson, let's go ahead and answer, please.
yes, and he said nothing with the intent of guiding me one way or the
I didn't ask you
other.
what his intent was, madam. I asked you what he said to you. What were his words to you?
That he supports me.
And
Just wanted me to tell the truth up here.
his words were, do the right thing, correct?
I don't recall.
Oh, come on. Okay. He said my name correctly. I mean, now
How many
she
other
does
times
not
have you
recall.
testified in a court of law? During the course of your job?
That had to be the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Well, he said my
2 dozen,
name
3 dozen.
correctly.
Actually, testified probably ballpark a dozen times.
In any of those other cases, has Commissioner Michael Cox called you up to his office to discuss your testimony in any of those cases? Yes or no?
Okay, we froze. We have frozen. Okay, I can't. We have frozen. All right. I'm sorry. I scared you because it's so ridiculous here, and this is probably why Jackson's even moving away from the microphone because you won't believe it. Believe it or not, he's really loud. Jackson says, when you were in the court commissioner's office, did he tell your officer? And he says, Dever, do the right thing. And she answers, well, he said my name correctly. Okay, Dever. He said my name correctly, Dever. I mean, come on, lady. Come on, police officer. Are you if you're this stupid, if you're this recalcitrant, if you're this, I don't want to tell the truth. If you're this, let me pull I've got to pull your tongue out here to get anything out of you. If you have this attitude, oh my God, I don't know what to answer this. You should not be a Boston police officer, in my opinion. As a matter of fact, you shouldn't be representing the cops in anything. I mean, the commissioner, your commissioner, the Boston police officer tells you, brings you in the office, even without legal counsel, and says, Officer Dever, do the right thing. You told the federal government that last year. That's very clear. You told the feds that. You told you told Alan Jackson's team that when they interviewed you, and now you can't remember whether or not he was going to. He told you to do the right thing. Come on. Come on. Now, I think we're trying to pull in a new feed, right? Here. Is that what's happening here? Or did we just lose the feed from the court? Are we trying to pull in the right feed, or we just lose the feed from the court? Okay. I don't know the answer to that right now. Okay. I think we are Quite frankly, we've lost our producers. We've lost our feed. Please stay with us. We'll be right there. You won't miss much, okay? And we'll go back and try to fill it in. I'm seeing her on the stand in my little box. I think we're trying to pull the feed
Yes.
right. There we go.
The desk is at the front of the police department where you.
Oh,
see people
Hank
going
is,
in and
Hank
out
is
of
on
the police station.
Yes,
redirect. We
there's
didn't
glass
miss much.
windows.
That night, did you have any difficulty with your memory of the specific things that you saw that night?
I was never on the scene. I never spoke to a witness. I never met a victim. I never spoke with a suspect. This was just a random shift for me 3.5 years ago at a desk that I wasn't asked to recollect for about 1.5 years after the occurrences of that night.
Did law enforcement, not the state police or Canton police, did law enforcement ask you about your memory sometime after that night?
The agents asked me about 1.5 years later. It
She
was the
says
August of
agents.
2023 meeting.
She
So
says
actually, 1 year and
agents.
8 months later was the first time I ever spoke about this case.
When they spoke to you 1 year and 8 months later, did you suggest or share or tell them that you might have seen Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins near the Sallyport area?
I told them on the day of that I saw that. I didn't make any indications it was anything bad. I just said I saw them. And it was in good faith that I believed I saw that. That was the extent of that comment.
So you had told them you believed you saw Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport area that day?
On January 29th during my day shift, yes.
Did you then learn any information that helped you remember when your shift ended that day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sallyport until about 1.5 hours after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
When you saw this information, did you think about your memory?
So when I saw that information, it made it clear to me that there was a distortion of the timeline, and the false memory I created, I provided in good faith, but I retracted immediately, being provided evidence that it was not possible.
Who did you retract it to? Who did you tell?
So I told the defense team prior to the first trial. I also contacted the agents. The agents assured me that good faith.
Not what they said, but what you thought. Not what they said to you, but
Did they threaten to put you in jail when you told them about your mistake?
No, I even spoke with the legal team, and they said that I made a comment in good faith. There was absolutely no way that I could be charged with anything of being malicious.
Before we get to your conversation with the defense team, now I wasn't there in that conversation, was I?
No,
Have you ever shared that conversation with me?
I've never shared it with anyone.
Before we get to that, you seem a bit anxious to me. Are you anxious?
Confused
ridiculous,
as to why
'cause
I'm
we-
here, but anxious now.
Oh, confused. Oh,
Have you received any negative
Scarlett O'Hara.
pushback because of you sharing your memory? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No,
Have you received any unwarranted attention from the public or media?
not to my knowledge, but I didn't go digging to find it.
When you mentioned the media sent you something, what did they send you?
So I've seen things in the media. No media has ever been directed for me to find it. It's just this case is
remember,
unavoidable
she went
as a local
back
person on
to
the internet.
be,
who
she was
sees
on her
things that get
shift
shared.
and she went back
So inevitably,
to actually do the dispatch, okay? So when she says
Yes,
she
prior to
left
the
at
first trial.
3:45
that somebody had
on the 29th, right? I mean, think
Yes.
about this. It
One
doesn't
of the
make
male
any
members
sense.
of the defense team.
Why did they say that to you? Objection.
Sustained.
What were you discussing when you were threatened with perjury?
They were essentially telling me what they were looking for me to say on the stand.
What were they looking for you to say?
They were looking for me to say that I saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage with the car.
Did you
You
share
said
with
you
them
did.
that wasn't an accurate memory?
Yes,
How did they respond?
Lies.
they became very aggressive, raised their voices.
Oh,
and
sure.
the one word that I can very definitely remember is they said that they would charge me with perjury.
They can't charge you with perjury.
They wanted me to say that statement, although I knew at that point it was not an accurate statement given the timeline.
How many times were you threatened with perjury?
At least once during the phone call, but once you say it once, it was enough.
What else happened during that phone call? Tell us the tenor of it. Tell us the content of it.
That was essentially the thing I remember most because I understood that was what they wanted me to provide for the trial. I was never called for the first trial. Therefore, I'm not exactly sure what else there is for me to say when the one thing that they wanted on the stand, it is factually not correct and cannot be provided.
When they threatened you to charge you with perjury, tell us what your state of mind was. What did you mean it?
Disappointment that legal counsel would go that route with someone who is from a factual timeline saying something is incorrect. There was no retracting based on emotion. It was very clear, given the timeline, it could not be correct.
Now, you work for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
And by the way, when you were with Canton, did you ever talk to anybody about looting or planting evidence or doing anything like that?
No, and this conspiracy theory came out a year and a half later. I was gone.
Did anybody from Canton ever try to suggest to you you should or shouldn't say something to help the hurt side of the case?
No, because I was never spoken to until far after I left.
Did you ever see anybody in this case or any time when you were with Canton doing something improper and tampering with evidence?
Not in this case or any case.
If you had, would you have reported it?
Yes.
Sustain.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that, ladies and gentlemen.
So you transferred to the Boston Police Department. Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever suggested that you should lean your testimony one way or another?
No.
Has anybody from Boston Police Department ever given you any rewards or favors for defying the defense position?
No.
Has anybody ever suggested that you should say anything whatsoever that would be unhelpful to the defense?
No.
Has the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office ever encouraged you to testify in any way other than the truth?
No.
When you spoke to the chief of the Boston Police Department, did he in any way ever tell you to shape your testimony?
Not at all.
When you met with the Boston Police Department Commissioner, did he ever ask you the substance of what your testimony would or wouldn't be under oath?
He made it very clear he did not want to discuss the case at all.
When you spoke to the people at the Boston Police Department, have they ever weighed in any way on what they think you should or shouldn't say?
No.
As you're testifying here today, are you under any tension, undue influence, stress, threat?
There is discomfort with the way that there's attempting to guide what my testimony is, but I don't feel any need to fall into it because I'm here to speak the truth on the stand. That's my livelihood.
When you were threatened with perjury, how long was that conversation?
Spare me.
I believe it was just about an hour on the phone. My phone log on my physical phone would not go back far enough for me to be able to retrieve the date or the time that that phone call took place.
That conversation lasted an hour?
Approximately.
How did it end?
Not on a good note in the slightest. I remember it was a pretty hasty hang up on both ends.
Thank you for your time.
May we approach briefly?
Yes.
Okay. I don't believe a word she said on that last part. I believe everything she said when she talked to the feds. I believe everything she said earlier. And now she's trying to accuse the defense of putting words in her mouth and threatening her with perjury. If you're talking to a witness, you can say, you know what perjury is. And I'm sure that there was more than one person on the phone, and I'm sure, or it was taped, because that's what you do when you interview a witness, is always two people in case one person has to, the defense team has to get up and testify as to what really happened. She is, in my opinion, the jury's not going to believe anything except that she saw Chief Berkowitz and Higgins.
On that phone call, threatened to charge you with perjury.
Yes,
You're a police officer, correct?
yes.
Who charges people with crimes?
If a crime is committed, there can be a report of it.
Who
So
charges people with crimes?
in the end, it's going to go through the court system. So the district attorney, the ADAs, that's who pursues it in a court
Right.
setting.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge anybody with a crime?
So you can seek out reporting someone for it.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge someone with a crime, ma'am?
Personally, no.
Right. Fact of the matter is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they did. Yes,
That's it.
because
That's
I
it.
contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
Oh,
Did
the
you get a report?
wait,
I
we
have
just
an
had the
email
FBI.
conversation where I
The
sent the
FBI,
two
she got it.
questions I had.
Boom.
She responded, "I will pass these along." I was contacted by their legal team. They reassured me perjury was not applicable because I made a statement in good faith. Upon further information, I retracted it, corrected it, and made it clear that I could no longer say it because I knew that it was not a clear reflection of the events that took place.
That's a mouthful.
Yes,
My question is, do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported that someone on the Karen Reed defense team threatened to charge you, your words, with perjury? You have
No.
a report to that effect?
no.
No. Your job as a police officer is to
I'm sure the prosecution's not happy
be
with her
objective,
now.
isn't it?
Yes,
You're not supposed to take an adversarial position against one side or the other, correct?
I don't.
Just right down the middle, just the facts as you know them, correct?
Yes,
You feel like you're being unbiased in your testimony here today in front of these jurors?
I'm telling the truth.
You think you're being fair to both sides?
All I have to do is tell the truth. If it's not perceived to be fair, that's someone else's opinion.
Let's talk about that truth for a second.
I think that
What you told those law enforcement agents
once she
on
accuses the FBI, once she
9th,
accuses the defense of perjury, he can treat
was-
hostile.
quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday. Dever thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenney Berkowitz were by themselves in the sally port of the police department, by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the sally port when they walked in.
Objection to the entire reading.
So beyond the scope, so you have to keep it.
There's more to the statement,
It's
Your Honor.
not beyond the scope.
Do you remember making that statement to the officers?
My recollection of the time was that, so yes.
Okay, great. Did you go on to say, speaking of being truthful, did you go on to say,
I'm objecting.
All right, so you have to ask differently, but I need to see you for a minute with this and bring that with you, please.
Okay, because the judge knows that she has opened this whole door to the FBI. I think that she could be treated. I think he should ask her, declare her a hostile witness because she said the defense is charging her with perjury. And Alan Jackson finally got her to admit that she's never seen a defense being able to charge. That's in the purview of the police. All right. This witness may have just sunk the whole prosecution case by her obnoxiousness. She told the Fed, she told the FBI, and she's brought it in, that she saw, it was a Saturday, and she saw Berkowitz and Higgins in the sally port alone with Karen Reed's car, and she thought it was unusual. Okay, so forget her shift ended. Forget this. She was working as the dispatcher then, not on her as her shift, and she saw them, and she told the federal government there. And obviously, at some point, she wanted to retract that, and now she's saying that, oh, I called the federal government. There's no report that ever says that. She's never seen that. All right. And now I'll tell you what, the judge should allow everything to come in. That statement just went in that she saw. That's a given. Okay. I don't care how many times she says she's now going to retract it. You don't talk to the federal government like that. All right. And all. There's clearly something going on with her. Clearly, either she has known that she has to be on the same team. But let me tell you, Alan Jackson got to her, and this is the only lawyer there. I'm going to tell you that could do this. Alan Jackson is the only one. All right. You need to have a certain experience. I know I have that experience. You've seen people in the YSL case have that experience. You saw Joe Tacopino have that experience. You need to have that experience to be able to take a witness that is going to go sideways and trying to be totally biased and even asking the questions, do you think you're being fair? All right, the jury knows that she's not being fair. The jury knows that she's being biased, okay? The jury is there to hear the truth. And all of this bullshit, let's talk about it, all this garbage that Judge Beverly could only try to keep out. The Department of Justice, the FBI, just went down the tubes by this woman thinking that she is going to, I have been told that I said something in good faith, okay? All right, if I'm the commissioner of the Boston Police Department, if I really told her to do the right thing and I really meant that, do the right thing, tell what you saw as opposed to do the right thing. Now, of course, she was brought into the commissioner's office alone without legal counsel. So, okay. All right. Yeah, you're absolutely right to making a count. The witness has said about 11 times FBI. I'm glad you've been counting them. I tried to count them, and I sort of went sideways because I couldn't write fast enough about all the stuff that she was saying. Trying to intimidate the defense. Intimidated her? Are you kidding me? Does anyone think that she's intimidated at all? No, because she is a proverbial. I'm good today. I'm not going to say it. Okay? Because I don't want
May I
to
inquire?
Yes.
Thank you.
attack
Officer Dever, did
somebody
you
who's
go
a
on to
female
say in that
professional.
interview, quote, you never
Much.
saw them leave, them being Brian Higgins and Chief Ken Berkowitz. You never saw them leave,
AJ1.
but you recalled thinking to yourself that they were in the Sallyport for a wildly long time together in there, end quote. Did you say that?
That was my recollection of the time.
Okay.
So yes.
Have you ever heard of by the way, you indicated under questioning by Mr. Brennan that you knew what they wanted from me, meaning the defense, what they wanted from me. You
Yes.
understand that?
Yes.
Do you remember on that phone call that we read directly from the exact same report that I just read from? Do you remember that?
And I told you the same thing then.
That's not
Yes.
the question.
Objection.
Sustained.
My question is, just answer my question, Officer Dever. Did we read to you, were you read the exact same thing that I just read to you on that phone call?
Like you can't remember my name. I don't remember.
I can
Oh!
remember your name, Miss Dever.
Okay, so the
All right,
answer is I
we
don't remember.
Okay,
No
can
comment.
we flip that, Dizzy? Can we clip that?
All right, so no comments, just questions, please.
You can't remember my name, so I
Do you
can't
recall
remember.
us telling you that we were looking for the truth about your
Objection.
comments?
I'm going to allow it.
That we were looking for the truth?
Which I gave you, yes.
Did you also say on that phone call something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one because I'm changing my testimony?
Changing, no. But you're trying to do that.
Did you say, I know you're going to tear me a new one?
It's what you're trying to do, so yes.
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole, didn't you?
I don't recall that, so that's putting words in my mouth.
I'm not asking you to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you if you remember saying that during that phone call. Oh,
I don't
I know
recall.
you're going to tear me a new asshole.
I don't recall.
Okay. But you do remember saying something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of something called the blue wall of silence?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's important for police officers to protect one another in the field and out?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't need
Have
to
you
have an
spoken
answer
with
for this.
anyone? Not Mr. Brennan. He's covered that. Have you spoken with anyone from the district attorney's office about your involvement in this case? Ever?
No,
Never?
unless you're going to provide a person. I've never talked to any of these people.
Have you talked to anyone at the DA's office at all, in any regard?
Not to my recollection,
How about indirectly?
not to my knowledge.
Are you friends with any people that you're aware of that are connected to this case? Are you personal friends, girlfriends, boyfriends, personal friends with anyone that's connected with this case?
Other people who's been on the witness stand, one person, yes.
Who's that?
Sarah Levinson.
Who is it? I missed it.
How long have you known Sarah?
We became friends in middle school.
Did you watch any of the trial, this trial?
Clips in passing, but no, it's 6 hours a day. So I
Wait,
work
she
during the
watched
day
clips
shift,
in
no.
passing?
So you've seen some of the footage of the goings-on in this case, correct?
Yes, nothing with her. I did not watch her testimony.
Were you aware there was a sequestration order?
I don't know what that means, so no.
You're a sworn police officer, you don't know what sequestration means
No,
in terms of witnesses?
No.
Not watching the proceedings in order to affect their testimony?
no, I wasn't aware.
But you did tune in to the case, correct?
In small clips, yes.
And you did, in fact, on August 9th, 2023, have a fulsome conversation with two sworn police officers about your memory of what you saw, your observations on January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know if they're police officers necessarily, but yes.
Law enforcement agents, how about that?
Yes,
And that conversation is reflected in this piece of paper that I just read to you, correct?
yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay. Boom. Lady, you didn't need Alan Jackson to prepare you, you asshole.
this case?
No,
You were subpoenaed by the defense.
yes.
Did they tell you that there was a sequestration order or that you shouldn't watch any of the footage? Did they fairly inform you about what the ground rules were?
No, and I wasn't part of the first trial, so I had no idea about anything to do with this trial.
When you spoke to those law enforcement officers back in 2023,
Which now
you
they know is
know
the FBI.
that they made a report where you had informed them that you knew Sarah Levinson, and that report had been provided to the defense a long time ago? Did you know that?
Yes, I informed them very clearly.
So the question about if you know Sarah Levinson, that's no secret in your world, is it?
In that form, I'll sustain it.
That isn't a secret, is it?
Not at all.
That's something you were open and candid about?
Yes,
You understand that regardless of what you say, it doesn't matter as long as it's the truth. Do you understand that?
yes,
Well, that's not
The
quite
Commonwealth in
true.
no way is asking you to accommodate it or please it in any way. Do you understand that?
yes,
If there was something that may be perceived by others as adverse to the Commonwealth, you understand we would want you to tell that if it was the truth, don't you?
Sustained.
You understand, well, the Commonwealth has never intimated, suggested, or advised you to say anything other than the truth, have they?
no,
Have you been given any consideration or reward because you remedied your memory?
no,
Remedied your
After being
memory?
shown the evidence that you left that day, January 29, 2022 at 3:45, and learning that the defendant's car did not get to the Sallyport at 5:30 or so p.m., is there any way you could have
Because you
seen
stayed
Mr.
around.
Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport with the defendant's car that night before you left for work?
there is no way.
understanding you made a mistake, was the defense receptive to your explanation that you made a mistake?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Did the defense pressure you when you told them you were going to come into this court and tell the truth about your mistake?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
That's wrong. She should not. Let me
Can you
clear myself.
rephrase it?
Yes.
Yeah.
When you told the defense you had made a mistake about your memory, did they pressure you?
Yes.
Did they pressure you to say something other than the truth?
Yes, they wanted me to repeat a lie at that point, given it would have been with malicious intent to repeat it.
Oh my God, this woman.
Understanding a lawyer has no power to charge with contempt, does that change the reality of whether or not you were threatened? Let me ask it a different way. You were asked questions about whether or not you knew who could take out charges for a crime. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Regardless of whether an attorney has that power, were you threatened that there would be a charge of perjury if you didn't comply with the defense wishes in this case?
Yes.
And knowing you were going to come into court, given this experience you had with the defense, is that why you felt like they were going to tear you? Is that the phrase we used?
Yes, because they did not want me to tell the truth. So I told them that knowing they were kind of trying to eat me alive into repeating something that is not the truth.
Rather than to come in here and be attacked, wouldn't it have been easier just to said what you had earlier thought was true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Wouldn't it be easier just to come in and accommodate them rather than be threatened?
Well, of course.
So why did you come in here?
My entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie,
That's
I
true.
lose my job. I lose
That's
everything.
true. Her job does
I'm here to
revolve
tell
around
the
what she
truth.
says.
I cannot lie while sitting on the stand.
Thank you.
One question.
Okay.
Your entire job revolves around what you say on the witness stand. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes.
And if you agree that what you said to those two law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, you would be implicating not one, but two police officers, law enforcement officers, correct? If you agreed with what you said in August of 2023 on this witness stand, you would be implicating two officers, fellow officers, correct?
So I'm confused as to what you're asking.
You would be implicating, if you agreed with me, you have not agreed that that was the truth. You've now indicated that what you told to law enforcement agents in August of 2023 was a lie.
No.
If you agreed with that statement here on the witness stand, you would be implicating two officers as having been in the Sally Port, weirdly, for a wildly long time with the SUV, implicating not one, but two fellow officers, correct? That's what you would be doing.
It's not possible I saw
If
that.
you agreed with me, would you be
She has
implicating
to answer
the
the question.
reputations of two officers?
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around what you say on that witness stand. That's what you said, correct?
I'm still,
That's what you just said, Officer Dever, correct?
I still don't really understand the question.
You just
said.
I want you to use what you just said. I wrote it down. You just said, my entire job revolves around what I say on the witness stand, correct?
Yes to that
Thank
question.
you. That's all I have.
Boom.
I'm confused.
She thought
When
she
you
was
spoke to those
helping.
agents, you didn't implicate Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins with doing anything criminal, did you?
No, they were friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
You didn't implicate them ever suggesting they had tampered with evidence, did you?
No.
You never implicated them saying that they had framed anybody, did you?
No.
So when you talked to those agents, did you ever suggest that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Berkowitz did anything to touch or tamper with the defendant's Lexus at all?
No,
Never.
no.
Is there anybody you're protecting?
I have no one to protect.
Do you need to protect anybody?
No.
Except yourself.
Officer Deborah, you are awesome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dizzy,
All right,
let's make a
jurors,
note to Michael
what do you
Bryant
say?
that we
Wait a
need to
minute.
do a whole
All right,
show
please.
with her testimony.
Close your
Whether we
notebooks and follow
tape it
me.
and all, but we need to do a whole show with her testimony. We may have to tape it and run it as an add-on because this was unbelievable, everyone. This was unbelievable. And I normally don't like to denigrate anybody, especially women on the stand, but her testimony was unbelievable. I would say un-effing believable. All right. She is un-effing believable. And I'm not talking specifically about what she's saying. All right. I'm talking about specifically for her attitude and what she's saying, and the fact that after all of Judge Beverly Cannone is trying to keep the FBI out of it, to know that all the people that we were talking about were talking to the FBI. What did she say? How many times? And then when Alan Jackson says and talk to police officers trying to because he's still under the order not to mention the FBI, she says, well, they weren't police officers. I'm not sure they were police officers, I'm sure. And then Alan Jackson would say law enforcement agents. What she just said was the FBI. She is ridiculous. She hadn't been interviewed. She gets interviewed because, remember, she's called to be on the not to do her shift. She's called to add. She's called to be on the dispatch on that night, and she sees after the car comes in, because remember, everybody else is out. There's nobody on the dispatch but her. And I'm sure if you go back, you're going to find that there's no one on the dispatch but her. And she sees Higgins and she sees Chief Berkowitz, who were in the Sally Port for a very long, weird time that she uses, a weird long time when the car was there. Okay. And that's what she tells the FBI. Now, somewheres along the line, before this trial starts, she decides that that's not, after she has counsel, that she didn't tell the truth. And so then she's going to inquire, well, if I didn't say the truth, but I didn't have an intent to lie because I was mistaken, I can't be charged with anything, right? That's why she's coming with counsel and all of this type of stuff, right? And yet, when she was with the commissioner, she was told to do the right thing. She does the right thing before she's interviewed by the FBI, but then she's going to change it, right? Because she's working with these cops every day. And I don't think there's anybody in there who, having watched this, who doesn't believe now in the blue wall of silence. Now, while that question was objected to, Alan Jackson got it in. He didn't need to have an answer to that question. That was not to have an answer. Then she watches the trial. She says she didn't know about the sequestration order. Hank Brennan tries to make the point, well, the defense didn't tell you, so how are you going to know? But my recollection, and we're going to have to look at it. I wasn't sure. I think she was on everybody's list, but we're going to look back and look at the witness list for the prosecution. But Alan Jackson then got to read, because she was so recalcitrant and recross, he got to read the exact statements, which he couldn't do because of her, shall we say, she says non-intentional prevarication. I will say, I think that is up for a dispute. I know what I feel. I believe her statements to the FBI were absolutely the truth. All right. But then, now on the recross, she says, my entire job revolves around what I say here. She opens that door for the jury to understand that her entire job revolves around that. She tries to accuse the defense of perjury. What? To say, look, this is what you said, and a defense can't charge perjury or contempt. Only the prosecution can. And she finally agrees that that's the case. And she looks like she's going to have a bowel movement every time she has to answer a question, right? I mean, it was simply unbelievable, wrong, terrific. All right, let's see. I'm just going to pick some random questions here, okay, to making it count as we go along. And it's just crazy how many violated sequestration orders there there are and have been, and Hank has the audacity to ask for the defense's communications. Laughable. Yes, absolutely laughable. But now we know why. Oh, and that was the other thing she said. She makes a point when Alan Jackson asks her about the statement. She says, well, because he uses the word diva, which we all had been using. By the way, Hank Brennan in his motion called her Denver, all right, but she doesn't seem to know anything about that, right? You can't remember my name, so I can't remember what was said. I mean, you can't make it up. You can't remember my name, so I can't remember what was said. And then Alan Jackson says, isn't it true you said, I know you're going to tear me a new asshole, okay? Isn't it true? You're the one who said that, okay, because you're changing your testimony here after you've given a sworn statement after you've given a statement to the FBI. You know, everybody, that the FBI, no matter what the situation here, is still watching this case, all right? And the kind of witchiness, the kind of assholeness, let me use her words, assholeness you have to be to say, you can't remember my name because Alan Jackson said diva, so I can't remember what I said. I mean, give me a break. This is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. If I'm the commissioner of the Boston Police Department right now, you want to talk about somebody who didn't make you look good? We started with the text this morning being read, and we know that Michael Proctor was fired in part because the Massachusetts State Police believed that those were not indicative of a good police officer for Massachusetts. Also, because they showed BIAS, bias, in the investigation, and then you allow, Commissioner, for this witness to get on the stand with different counsels and all, that she had to go seek out to see whether she could be charged with perjury if she changed her statements. Well, and they all told her, well, if there was no intent to lie, then you can't be charged with perjury. She was looking, in my opinion, for a way out. So you're the jury. The jury's going to have to decide, was her statement to the FBI, which she says was true, or is her statement that she's withdrawing her statement true? Okay, I know how I feel about it. And I think this was a very good move by the defense to put this up there right with the text right off the bat. Because, look, you see how you can't get the truth from these people. So how are you going to believe anything they tell you is the truth, especially when they change? But Commissioner of Boston PD, I don't know your name. We could probably look it up. But if you think that this woman made your officers look good by trying to toe the blue line and cover up for cops, my opinion, okay, because I believe what she first said to the FBI was truthful, and that's my choice. I can believe it just like the jury can believe it. I don't believe her withdrawal of those statements is truthful. That's my choice, and all. It is outrageous, all right? It is outrageous. She should not have a career in law enforcement. Of course, the other cops are going to love her, right? They're going to be, look at what you did. Look at what you did. And that's the problem we have with our system. If you can't tell the truth, that's ridiculous. It's the same thing applies when you have people that file suits for discrimination and sexual harassment, right? All their coworkers can't come in and tell the truth because their job depends upon it. So the person who makes the complaint gets treated worse after they tell the truth about what happened to them. Here, it all came down to everyone being confronted by the FBI. They know, oh boy, I can't lie to the FBI agents. I know that's a serious issue. So you tell the truth, but then you're going to try to find a way out of it. You're going to try to find a way out of it. That's what we heard Roberts do. That's what we heard Jen McCabe do. Let me try to find a way out of what I told these federal agents, okay? And why do they think they can do that? They think they can do that because they've heard snippets that the FBI investigation was closed. But we don't know what actual FBI investigation was closed. And despite the fact, even if something was closed, things can be reopened. Things can be reopened. Hello, everybody who is now wants to say they were mistaken when they spoke to the FBI. This is witness number 3. I was mistaken. But I had to research it with counsel. I had to go get general counsel. I had to go get another attorney. I had to, if I misspoke and that I didn't tell the truth, in which way could I not be charged with perjury? Well, if I made a mistake, they're all sought the way out of their statements. They all sought the way out of their statements. Do you really think that she told the FBI a lie? No, she told the FBI exactly what Alan Jackson had said, that Higgins and that she had stayed late, okay, beyond her shift, that she had stayed late because she was on dispatcher duty. And that she had stayed late and she saw Karen Reed's car parked in the Sallyport. Remember, she wouldn't even admit initially on whether there were cameras in the Sallyport. She wouldn't even admit that. She said, well, it makes sense because that's where we bring prisoners. She wouldn't, the stupidest things that are so clear, she wouldn't admit that with that, let me think about it and put my frown. I can't even do it because the frown was the other way. Okay. I mean, something like a Batman character. Who was a Batman character with the perennial frown? Okay. Was it the Joker who could do the frown upside down and inside out? All right. And then, and she thought it was weird because they had been in the Sallyport so long with the car. All right. And Alan Jackson got to read that because of her recalcitrance and because Hank Brennan kind of went there on his cross-examination and opened the door up, that Alan Jackson got to read the actual statement she made to that jury. And he's going to be able to do that in closing statements also, or Mr. Yannetti or whoever gives the closing statements here to the jury. Okay. I mean, again, I say to you, Alan Jackson and I spent 6 months in the courtroom in the Phil Spector 1 trial where I got the hung jury. I know how he operates. He was the only one of those lawyers, and I will say that with respect to all the lawyers who, based on his experience, especially with difficult witnesses and witnesses who want to recant, and witnesses who don't give him what he wants, who probably could do what was just done there. And Judge Beverly Cannone, she couldn't have, is she now working on a jury charge that says, oh, by the way, is she now working on a jury charge that says, oh, by the way, you heard the word FBI, you're not to think anything of it. I don't know. All right. Curious Law Tuber gifted one Justice Served TV membership. Thank you. And then right after gifted another Justice Served TV membership. Thank you. That's along with the 007 in Texas who did one, and Lacey Ann who did one, and Joanne Jetaplatopoulos who did one. And now we know why the Jetaplatopoulos is her handle. Because the males have a poisonous, venomous leg that they can release. I never knew that. I thought platypuses were these cute little animals. All right. But you see, sometimes a cute little animal looks cute when they get on the stand, right? But they ain't so cute. They can be poisonous. They can be treacherous. They can be liars, okay? Yes, LCB, she had a lawyer because on Friday when she was here, there was a reminder to respond to the did you need a new subpoena out? And the defense said no, her lawyer's here and they've been cooperative producing her when we needed her produced. Okay, all right. So Nana asked, however, I'm starting to be at the beginning. Did the jury get to see the text messages? They didn't see them, but they were read them. But they weren't read. I don't think they were read the one again where Proctor said that the Boston cop was free. And I don't think they've heard the one about pinning it on the girl again. They heard other ones today. You have to hear, I think, all of them together. And hopefully tonight at 6 p.m. when Nan Gallagher is on the show, we can have our own audition for a Broadway show called How You Lie on the Stand for the Prosecution in the case of Karen Reed. Now, I started this case. I had no opinion on this. I said, look, our view on Justice Served TV is you have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. If you can prove it, fine. If you can't prove it, so be it. But now I'm seeing why there is such fervor, rancor, anger in the community up there, because they feel that no one can be trusted of the police officers. And remember, This is us, Justice Serve TV, with Michael Bryant, my co-host, who had to go to court to allow him to get into the buffer zone to be able to report on this case, along with Tom DeRozier, his co-plaintiff, and Jason Grant, whose case was decided last week, and some other people too. Erica Walsh, who was wearing the Criminals Control in Norfolk County sweatshirt, had to go to court to be able to exercise First Amendment rights. And when you start seeing people like Erica Walsh threatened, when you start seeing journalists arrested, like Aidan Carney, who we've had this show, then all of a sudden you start looking at this stuff and you're maybe seeing it in a different light. Now, I don't know how the jury's seeing it. Remember, the jury is from that small town. A lot of them, excuse me, may have cop friends in that small town, right? It's ridiculous. Legal-minded friends, Karen Cole. We had a lady in England charged with 34 years later for lying to police. She too withdrew her original statement. Yep, it can happen. Okay, it can happen. But I'll tell you what: if she's investigating my case, I mean, I think, that I'd ask for a new cop investigating my case. All right. I mean, I just can't believe what I was seeing. I'm just picking randomly. I'm picking some comments here. JC fan only. If her job is on the line, depending on her answers, tell the truth. You will be protected. I'm not sure about that. Okay. I have to tell you, I'm not sure about that. I think you have the protection of the legal system after you, if you tell the truth, but you don't have the protection of the legal system if you lie, okay, on something. Especially, how do you live with yourself if you're lying to get a conviction? If you're lying to get a conviction for somebody on a murder charge, we know that there's cases where in the Innocence Project, I've been involved with someone helping them, where cops have lied on the stand to get a conviction, and then 34, 40, 45 years, it gets changed, okay? And recently, some of those prosecutors and cops have been held to task. Mike Cameron says, I hope the FBI is watching. I hope those agents that are on the case are still with the FBI, because I know there's been some eliminations since the new administration took offer. But I hope that they're on this case, because this case also has an interplay, as we all know, with the Sandra Birchmore case, the young woman who had 34,000 or so texts, maybe that was 38,000. It's in the 30s too, with Matthew Farwell, who's been charged with her murder federally for murdering a witness because they were investigating sex with underage minors. Oh, by the way, it's been brought up in this case that John O'Keefe had worked for the sex crimes unit there at Boston Police, that he was given that job to make it a more desk-like job so he could take care of his niece and nephew with it. And one has to start wondering, when you start seeing all this, and she mentions it, conspiracy theory, whether or not there was a conspiracy going on that didn't involve that involved Karen Reed at this point now, because she's the one who brought it up. And I think Hank was actually ineffectual asking those questions. Would you lie? No. Did you lie? Who threatened you? Wasn't it the defense? Blah, 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 blah. Okay. And remember, she's friends with somebody in this case, Sarah Levinson, who also knows the Alberts. All right. So, I mean, she's not coming into this case with some kind of like level. I'm going to here to tell the truth because I'm out of Canton right now. She is actually, think about this. I mean, this is the simplest thing I ever, and I almost missed it. Brian Albert's a Boston police officer, right? Boston police officer. She's now a Boston cop. She gets moved to Boston. Why do you think she gets moved to Boston? Okay. All right. Why do you think that happens? Madeira Beach caregiver. Hello. Welcome back. Oh my gosh. You are always so generous to us. Until one of these liars, let me just star this so I can make sure I see it. Oops, I just hit it. Okay. I apologize for that. All right. Hold on a second. Madeira Beach. Until one of these liars finally gets punished, they honestly believe they can get away with changing their statements and testimonies. Yeah, that's the third one. Okay. A person doesn't hallucinate an entire scenario, then say they could have never fitted into the timeline of all, because she doesn't have to necessarily have their shift. Her shift she got called in to do more. It wasn't that she was just on her shift that would normally end at a certain time. And then she says she gets shown a document that shows her shift ends, and therefore her statement had to be a lie. Not whether her shift continued, but she gets shown a document that showed her shift technically ended. All right. And that also doesn't mean she wasn't hanging around. You know what? It's not like there's every day a Boston police officer is found dead on the front lawn of another Boston police officer in Canton. It is a very small town. So you want to tell me that she wasn't hanging around, that she wasn't there, that she wasn't at the police office? You want after she denied that, or you had to be pulled like you're pulling the tooth. You know, you're pulling everything out. That there was cameras in the Sally Port. I mean, that when that started, okay, in and of itself, that is so absolutely just terrible. I can't believe it. All right, I just couldn't believe what I was listening to and what I was hearing from her. But her whole attitude, boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, you know, she was just. Let's see, what else do you have? Because I know you're all acting. I actually said the word, and I don't usually like to use that word, especially when it becomes females, because I think we should respect women. But I don't care whether she was a man or she could be one of my friends. I mean, she was just acting like that. She was cocky, and she used the word asshole. So I'm going to adopt her word, asshole. She said, you're going to tear me or make me look I have an asshole. Okay. And then she talks about false memories being implanted. Come on, lady. This is the death of a police officer on another police officer's lawn, and somebody implanted in you, a cop, a false memory of what you saw because it was so weird and unusual that you had to tell the feds about it when they finally interviewed you. All right. And you know, the feds don't come in not having all their backup. And this is on top of Jen McCabe lying to the feds, all right, and then going back after she's told she lied to the feds, she can get in trouble and trying to change her testimony. This is on top of Kerry Roberts going to the grand jury and making a statement up saying that she heard it when she didn't, and then saying, oh, I misunderstood the question. This is on top of now her saying, I have a false memory. Yeah, what did you have, a false memory of the cameras in the Sally Port too? You have a false memory of knowing you. She almost wouldn't even say she knew Brian Higgins. She almost wouldn't say that. She said, well, he had an office in there. Would you see him in the hallway if you knew him? Well, if you know him, of course you know him if you saw him in the hallway. All right? You know, what are we talking about? Oops, now you hear my, I have to turn this off, obviously. Hold on one second. I'm going to turn my sound, but you know my phone is poker face because you know that I play poker on the side, although I do have FOMO because I'm with you on this trial and I am missing the World Series of Poker because I think some things are more important, and this trial is extremely important, right? It's extremely important, okay, for us. But boy, and Anika, she was the best witness for the defense so far. Her recalcitrance on top of those texts from that the jury heard, even though they didn't hear some of the ones about I'm going to pin it on the girl, you know, again, on top of those texts, and then hearing, having Hank Brennan read them. He reread them so fast you couldn't. Let me just read them so fast I can't even tell. Let me read it. Did you say that? Yeah. Well, I think the defense is going to slow them down. And tonight, we are going to slow them down, those texts that you heard. The witness didn't want to read the C word. He didn't want to, and I understand that because he was uncomfortable with it. He said, those are not my words. Let me go back to his exact. He didn't want to read the word whack job. He said, I'm uncomfortable with them because those are my words. So they went to sidebar. And then I guess Hank Brennan quickly volunteered, I'll read them, Your Honor. And then he read them, okay? So remember how this started. It started reading these texts that Karen Reed was called a whack job by Michael Proctor. Peekaboo Proctor was the name of our show today. Yeah, Peekaboo Proctor. So he called him a whack job. Then he used a C word, and then a weird Fall River accent. Proctor says that she has no ass, right? And then she's fucked, he says. And then somebody else says, well, she's a no ass bitch. And then Proctor laughs at that. Okay, and then Proctor says she has and this is the most disgusting thing, right? A leaky balloon knot, because Karen Reed has issues with her colon, and she's had apparently a number of surgeries on it. Of course, how does he know that? Remember, this is some of the texts that we heard the other day were right on the 30th, right? When he's already got the case wrapped up before even he's talked to the medical examiner and all. He already knows what happens. He knows what happens. He goes to the hospital and thinks he's first involved in a fight, but then once he sees him at the hospital, it has to be a car accident. Remember, with no bruising on the front of his body. So he immediately knows what happens. Where did he get that from? Jed McCabe, maybe? Some of those other friends, cops, maybe? So we hear that, and we hear that whole violation of Karen Reed really is violative of her whole rights. And he's talking to his high school buddies who he has 38,000 texts with for a long time. He feels fine because there's no accountability. No one's ever accounted. This is the first time. And you know how hard it is to get a Massachusetts state police officer fired? He got fired. And one of the reasons firing was because he showed bias in the investigation. However, Hank Brennan wanted to downplay it. Okay. And Yannetti was able to make that point in a redirect because Hank Brennan saying, well, he just got fired for saying these texts, right? That's not the case. So we started with that. And a morning that we knew was going to have a bombshell. And we told you when we touted this show last night that this was going to have, that Kelly Dever is going to have bombshell testimony. Dever by the defense, Denver by the prosecution, but she won't answer a question because she can't remember how to answer a question because you can't remember how to say my name right. What attitude, what garbage, what disgusting attitude, what not a way to testify if you're a police officer on the stand, what not a way to testify if you're a female police officer on the stand and you want to be an idol to some to look up to, right? All right. Can't they talk about the FBI now? Apparently not, because you know that you saw that she's still not letting the attorney say it, all because you saw that Alan Jackson had to use law enforcement agents. But she said FBI so many times. She said it so many times. What? 11, 12, 13 times that we now get. I thought initially maybe the jury would think because she talked about Higgins so much and being an ATF agent that's what the jurors would think it was ATF. But they clearly now know that these people were talking to the FBI, unless the jury is as stupid as this witness is, or unless this witness thinks the jury is stupid. I don't think they are. All right, I'm saying the jury is very smart now, especially since they've seen this. And even though we got off on that whole, the trigger event, the text stream event the other day, which the defense hasn't yet countered. All right, we're going to go back into court, and we know that Lucky apparently was supposed to be next after that, and we know that Dr. Marie Russell is in the building. Let us see what happens. I can't wait. Michael Bryant's going to be so jealous he missed today. So jealous he missed today. Okay. So let's see what's going to happen here. We're unmuted, but I'm only still seeing the fan here. Okay. I'm unmuted, but I'm only still seeing the fan here. Okay.
Put us back in session, committee.
There we go. Let's go back into court. Yeah, her whole testimony depended on what she said.
Let's see, you're at the podium. Who is your witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Dr. Marie Russell.
Okay. So Marie Russell's going to testify. I guess maybe Lucky couldn't go on. That was the game plan for Friday. and Mr. Lussey is at the lectern. Judge, it's not a podium. A podium is what you stand on. A lectern is what you stand at. If you know Latin, and you should, because a lot of legal words are in Latin, let's not talk about a podium and a lectern falsely. Okay, so we're going to hear about the dog bite. By the way, I want to talk to you while she's being sworn in. There's a couple motions that were filed today to file the defense instructions, under seal, and defense jury proposed jury charges have been filed. So we'll talk about it later on. All right, Dr. Russell. Don't worry about being badgered by Hank. You've been badgered by him 4 separate days.
All right,
I know you
Mr.
can do
Alessi,
it.
whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
I'll be behind the TV avatar,
Could
but
you
I'm
please
here.
state your full name and spell your last name and introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. Marie Russell, Russell.
Can you summarize your professional background?
Yes, I am an emergency physician and a forensic pathologist.
How long have you been an emergency medicine physician?
For over 30 years.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
For over 30 years.
Do you have a medical license?
I do, several.
When were you first licensed to practice medicine?
In 1988.
What medical licenses do you currently hold?
Well, I have a physician and surgeon license in California. I have a medical license in Massachusetts, New York, and Idaho.
Where did you attend college?
I attended both MIT and Northeastern University here in Massachusetts.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I said
Pardon
in
my
Massachusetts.
Right. When did you attend pre-med, and what was your major for MIT?
Yes, when I was at MIT, that was in 1972 to early 1974, I took pre-med courses. My major was biology, but I took pre-med courses.
Did you obtain a degree from MIT?
No.
Why not?
Unfortunately, my mother became sick with cancer, and I ended up going back to New York.
Where did you ultimately obtain your bachelor's degree, and which degree was it?
Well, after my mother passed away, I came back to Massachusetts, and ultimately I obtained my degree at Northeastern University. And what was the other part of the question?
Did you have any distinction with regard to your degree that you achieved from Northeastern?
Yes, I obtained a bachelor's degree with highest honors.
After college, did you go on to receive a Doctor of Medicine?
Yes.
Where did you attend medical school, and when did you obtain your medical degree?
I attended the University of Massachusetts in Worcester medical school, and I obtained the medical degree in 1987.
Did you complete any residencies, and if you also could just explain to the jury very briefly what a residency is?
Yes. I completed an internship and residency in emergency medicine initially. And what that is internship is and residency both are very intense years of study and training and getting experience in a particular area. So I obtained the internship, I completed the internship and residency in emergency medicine.
Where did you obtain those internships and residencies?
Well, I was interested in emergency medicine, so I went to Los Angeles because they had a very, very busy emergency medicine program.
And it may be obvious, but let's just make it perfectly clear. Why is Los Angeles very busy for an emergency medicine practice?
Well, it's a big city, and in this particular hospital that I was at, it was right in the heart of the city. It was in the well, near the downtown, but it was in a very, very busy and underserved area, so it was very busy.
Did you complete any fellowships, and could you please explain to the jury the significance and prestige of a fellowship?
Yes, so after my residency in emergency medicine, I then decided to do a second residency, and that was in pathology, in anatomic pathology. Pathology, of course, is the study of disease, and so I did the 2 years of anatomic pathology, also at the same busy medical center, and after that, I did a fellowship, 2-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
What did your forensic pathology fellowship involve?
Well, forensic pathology training involves the investigation of deaths, usually sudden and unexpected deaths. And so, I investigated many death cases. I performed over 500 autopsies at the medical examiner's office for sudden and unexplained, sometimes unexplained, sometimes very obvious deaths, but sudden deaths. And then in addition to that, there were classroom hours, there was on-scene time, there was time in the crime lab. We spent a week at the crime lab. I spent some time at the FBI. So it was a very, very comprehensive training program.
Approximately how many autopsies were you performing a day?
Oh, usually 1 to 2, unless there was another assignment.
In addition to performing the 1 or 2 autopsies a day, did you attend any conferences or participate in any forensic case discussions as part of the fellowship?
Yes, so it was very organized, and we had conferences on some, mostly Thursdays, but also sometimes on Tuesdays. Interesting case conferences or very structured lectures.
You spoke of cases. Can you briefly tell the jury, so they have an understanding of the type of cases that you would typically work on as part of your forensic pathology fellowship?
Well, there were many unexplained deaths, so some of them would be natural deaths in somebody who might be a little younger than usual old age. And then there were cases where there might be a drug overdose. Many cases were accident victims, including car accident victims and other kinds of accidents. There were quite a few homicides, in fact, many homicides, and quite a few suicides.
Did any of those cases deal with wounds and wound patterns and wound identification?
Many of them, in fact, I would say almost most of them, because part of the examination, and a very important part of the examination, is the external examination of the body. So before I was allowed to even start an autopsy, I had to do a complete external examination of the decedent's body, looking for any kinds of wounds or abnormalities.
We'll come back to wound pattern recognition a little later. But again, I think it's probably clear to most people, but just to be ultimately clear, when you talk about external, can you just elaborate a little what you mean by that?
So the external examination is of the exterior of the body, the skin, the hair, the eyes, looking for, amongst things looking for also would be rashes and scars and those sorts of things. So that's the external examination.
In external, Dr. Russell, is to be contrasted with what?
Oh, with an internal examination. So after all that is done, and there were some other things that had to be done too, like looking at examining the clothing, or looking at x-rays if there were x-rays available from the medical examiner's office, and of course reading the medical record that was available. After all that was done, then I would proceed with the examination of the internal structures of the body, including the organs, the soft tissues and muscles underneath the skin, the bones, etc.
Do you have any certifications?
Quite a few.
Can you name them, please?
Well, I'm
Including board certification. I'm sorry to interrupt you, doctor.
Okay, so I'm board certified in emergency medicine, and that was after the residency training, had to take a qualifying examination. Then I've had to be recertified. I think it's 3 times now. I just recertified again, so I'm certified for another 5 years.
What do you have to do to get board certified and maintain that significant certification?
Well, presently, to get board certified, one has to complete a residency in emergency medicine. And so that is, depending on the program, either 3 or 4 years long. I went to a 4-year program. And then I had to take examination, both a written examination, very long written examination, and then an oral examination where I was questioned by many established emergency physicians on the various kinds of cases that might present to the emergency department. They would give you an unknown, and you would have to talk about how you would care for that person.
Do you have any affiliations with any professional organizations?
Yes. I'm a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians. I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm a fellow of the the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then I have some memberships in some other organizations.
What does it take to achieve fellow status that you just mentioned?
So in order to be a fellow, it depends on the organization, but in order to be a fellow, you usually have to be a member for a certain number of years, member in good standing. And then for some of the organizations, you have to have attended some of their national meetings. For some of the other organizations, and possibly have presented a study or a paper or something at the national meeting. Other of those organizations, it's a little bit variable, membership for a certain number of years.
In addition to all of that education, background, experience, do you have any specialized training and experience with regard to investigations of death?
Well, yes. So, again, the focus of the forensic pathology was investigations of death, but also in my job as an emergency physician at the hospital I was at for 29 years, I had both clinical responsibilities, meaning in the ER, taking care of patients, and administrative responsibilities, meaning committees and, office type work. And so one of my responsibilities during that time was to be director of the Quality Improvement Committee. And as director of the Quality Improvement Committee, of course, I had to do death reviews. So analyzing, studying the people who came to the emergency department and was subsequently either pronounced dead or died in the emergency department.
So now let's move to a slightly different topic. Let's discuss your work experience. What do you currently do for work?
I work for the Medical Board of California, and I do some private consultation work.
Describe your work briefly for the Medical Board of California, including what is the board, what's its responsibilities, and what do you do in your role in working for the Medical Board of California?
So the medical board is a part of government, I think, that is established to basically police the doctors and some other health professionals. So what the role of the medical board is to protect the public health, to protect them from misdeeds by healthcare professionals, particularly doctors. So, would you like me to go on?
So in terms of the medical board, just a last question with regard to that. What type of knowledge do you have to have with regard to the practice of medicine to be able to assist the board in evaluating whether certain doctors have met the standard of care in a whole host of areas of the practice of medicine? What type of knowledge do you have to have?
Well, you certainly have to be up to date. You have to be quite knowledgeable on current treatment standards, what is considered the actual standard practice of medicine, and be up to date on literature and what, things that are currently accepted as the good practice of medicine.
Prior to your current role, where did you work and when?
Well, before becoming a doctor,
just so we can do it for maybe a little more for the jury, if you could go just before the medical board where you work, or do you want to do it from the beginning? Whatever way is best for you, doctor.
Doesn't really matter. Most recently, I worked for the state of California, the prison system. I was the medical director of the, or what they call the chief medical executive of one of the high security prisons in California. I did that for 5 years after retiring from my Los Angeles County job, which I held for 29 years.
And briefly describe generally your duties in that role.
So as chief medical executive, it was my duty basically to run the medical department. So I hired physicians, I supervised the physicians, made sure that they were providing the standard of care to the inmates that they were assigned to take care of. I reviewed many of their charts. I reviewed transfers and requests for services outside, such as specialty services, orthopedic services, and other kinds of services. And I reviewed every single death that occurred during my years there.
So you just said you investigated every single death that occurred at the prison during your time in that role?
Yes.
Approximately how many death investigations were there that you performed?
I think approximately 60.
Now, did you have any involvement there in examining or identifying wounds of deceased individuals?
I did. My office was in the medical building, and it was very close to what was the equivalent of the urgent care center on site. And so when the patients would come in with an extreme injury, a very serious injury, or near death, I would frequently go over right to the urgent care because that was my specialty. That was, my interest. And even though there was a doctor or another practitioner assigned to care for the patient, I would oversee that. And I would also, examine the patients, look for wounds, look for, signs of injuries. There were some, in some of these cases, there were some deaths, and I would examine those bodies very carefully for any kinds of wounds, just like I had done in the coroner's office for those years.
To move this along, before you became the chief medical executive at Corcoran, where did you work and what did you do?
So I worked for 29 years, I worked at what's called the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center. Now, I know that's a lot to say. It was a county hospital that was affiliated with a medical school. It used to be called, prior to that, prior to when I got there, it was called General Hospital. It was a 19-story building, General Hospital, well known. And now it's actually called LA General or something of that nature. So anyways, that's where I worked for 29 years. And as I said, I had a variety of different roles there.
Can you just briefly name off the roles that you had while at the General Hospital?
So, as I mentioned earlier, there was always a clinical component to what I did. I always had shifts in the emergency department where I had to see patients and supervise interns, residents, physician assistants, nurse practitioners. So in addition to seeing my own patients, I would also supervise them as they were seeing their patients. So that was the clinical role. Then there was an administrative role, and my administrative roles ranged from director of what they called life support training, which provided training to the trauma surgeons and the neurosurgeons regarding things such as advanced trauma life support, and also to ER doctors. So director of life support training, director of QA. For many years I was director of the jail unit, which was a very unique unit at this hospital. For a hospital, it was a very unique unit in that it had three components: a dedicated ER, for jail patients or patients in custody, a dedicated clinic for in custody patients, and a dedicated inpatient. So it's three sections dedicated to in custody services. I was medical director of that for a while.
In addition to all that, were you also a professor?
I was an assistant professor.
Assistant professor. And what did you teach? Just a brief summary of what you taught.
Well, most of my teaching was clinical, bedside teaching, rather than in lecture halls. I would occasionally give lectures to the residents, the residency group, which was about 50 doctors.
And those residents are medical doctors, correct?
Yes, they are. Yes,
Yep.
they are medical doctors. So I would occasionally give lectures to them, but a lot of the teaching was actual bedside teaching.
Switching gears just a little bit and segueing, over your course of your career as an emergency department physician and otherwise, did you treat individuals with animal-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And did any of those animal-inflicted injuries involve dogs?
Yes.
And generally, is it correct to say that in terms of dogs, there's sort of the canine police dogs, and then there's the civilian dogs with which most people have experience?
Yes.
Are those two categories that you're familiar with, you're comfortable, as we discuss dogs, to have canine versus civilian?
Yes, because the injury patterns are a little different.
Okay. So what is the difference between a canine dog on the one hand and a civilian dog on the other?
Well, generally, civilian dog bites are rather minor, generally. Puncture wounds, maybe, some slight avulsions, skin defects, slight skin defects, usually not major. Whereas in the canine or trained police dog bites, the wounds I saw, were extensive wounds where there was extensive ripping, tearing, crushing of tissue, and many times even injuries to the muscles and blood vessels underneath.
From your experience, do you know why the injuries from a canine dog are as you describe them, as opposed to injuries from a civilian dog?
Well, in the LA area at that time, the dogs were taught to bite and hold. So they would, the canine dogs would get a grip on the individual that they were pursuing, and then hold on, even if the individual was trying to pull away. And so there were oftentimes tearing injuries to those, because that's how the dogs were trained at that time.
Even with canine dogs, did you ever see injuries from canine dogs on humans that were not a complete bite, that were an incomplete bite?
Yes, so if the dog missed on the first attempt at a grab, the teeth might only scratch the surface of the, usually extremity, by the way. And so you get what I consider an incomplete dog bite because it was just scratch marks from the teeth. But the dog would then, try a second time and third time.
Now let's go to civilian dogs, a term used for more dogs of household pets that people have. Can you describe from your experience the type of wounds from those civilian dogs that you would see and contrast it with what you just described for a canine dog?
Generally, they were minor. So a scratch, a puncture wound, maybe a little tearing of the skin, a little skin flap, but generally much, much different.
In your 30, did you say about over 30 years experience in the emergency medicine department?
Mm-hmm.
What did you see more of? Civilian dog wounds on humans or canine wounds?
Actually, it depended on where I was assigned at the time. So in the very beginning, because the jail unit was one of my first assignments, I saw these terrific, horrific wounds, many of them. I learned that what was in the textbooks about how to treat them was so wrong because these patients many of them needed hospital admission, intravenous antibiotics, and many of them needed surgery. And what I was reading in the textbook was, that you could patch them up and clean up the wound and send them home with, sometimes with antibiotics, sometimes without. But anyway, so initially what I was seeing a lot of in the very beginning was the law enforcement dog bites because I was assigned to jail ward. And also I was very interested in this because I used to be a police officer. And before going to medical school, I was a full-time police officer here in Massachusetts for 7 years. And so I had this interest in law enforcement type injuries sustained during the arrest process, et cetera, et cetera.
So you had an early interest in with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans and a police officer. Where were you a police officer in Massachusetts and when?
In the city of Malden. I was appointed as the first woman police officer in 1977 to 1984, full-time.
And while you were a police officer, were you doing that full-time and anything else while you were a police officer? Were you pursuing school while you were a police officer, your college education, or was it separate?
No, I was a full-time police officer working the night shift. And I was attending Northeastern University part-time during the daytime to pursue my degree.
Were you a sworn duty police officer?
Yes.
Full member of the police force?
Yes.
Did you attend academy?
Yes, I attended the Boston Police Academy.
And how many years were you a Boston police officer?
No, I wasn't.
I'm not Boston, the Malden.
I was a Malden police officer for 7 years, full-time.
Now let's go back to your emergency department and other experience. Can you approximate how many dog bite injuries you provided treatment for while an emergency department physician?
Overall?
Overall.
Well, I don't know the exact answer, but I estimated it at a very conservative number of 500 dog bites because, would you like my methodology?
Oh, please.
Oh, okay. So I considered that even though I worked there for 29 years, I would take 25 years and 40 weeks out of the year because the other weeks I might be assigned something special, a special rotation or a special assignment or vacation or some kind of course. So 25 years, 40 weeks per year, that's 1,000 weeks. So even if I only saw one dog bite at this busy trauma center, that would be 1,000 dog bites in my career. But I just took it in half. I cut it in half and said I think at least 500.
In addition to the 500, did you oversee other physicians or healthcare professionals like physicians' assistants, nurse practitioners, who themselves were treating and observing dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Yes.
And approximately, just the number, approximately how many of those, in addition to the 500 you just calculated?
Well, I generally supervised about 3 to 4 people per shift. You know, med students and interns, residents, whatever, all those people. And so I would say very conservatively another 500.
In terms of other work, I want to shift just a little bit in the emergency department. Did you encounter injuries from persons involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Many.
And you mentioned you were in Los Angeles, and in terms of those, can you approximate how many humans you saw and treated and diagnosed in the emergency medicine department from motor vehicle accidents?
Well, it was a very busy level 1 trauma center.
What is a level 1 trauma center?
So level 1 trauma center is the highest designation that a trauma center can have. And there are many requirements in place in order for a medical center to be a level 1, including 24-hour in-house neurosurgery, 24-hour in-house orthopedics, and an active research program, and many, many, many more requirements. And a certain level of training for all of the ER docs and all of the trauma surgeons. So we were level 1 trauma center, one of the busiest in the west of the Mississippi. And the hospital was located near some major freeways. So we saw lots of patients from motor vehicle accidents. But if I were I would say, if I took the 1,000-week number again, if I saw, at least 3, motor vehicle accidents per week, that's 3,000 at least. And that's just me. That's not the interns, residents that I'm working with.
So, shifting again a little bit, as medical director of jail medical services at General Hospital, can you just describe a little bit about the work there, similar to what you just described, or is it a little different?
So in the jail medical services, we dealt with people who were in custody. Some of them were also drunk drivers and under arrest. Some were they're arrested for a variety of reasons. Anyways, and if they were in custody, rather than have them in the main emergency department, we had a special emergency department for them. And so we would see interesting cases there.
In terms of being a professor, is that your time as an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles? Is that where you were an adjunct professor?
Yes, so while I was doing all this, I also had a part-time job teaching a course called Legal Medicine to graduate students, master's level students in the criminalistics master's program at Cal State University.
And in terms of topics, just briefly, some of the topics you would have taught them, and particularly any that may be apropos to why you're here today.
So knowing that many of these students were going to go on to work in crime labs or be crime lab directors someday, what I needed to do was to teach them about the aspects of a crime scene that dealt with a body or someone who was injured or killed. And so we dealt with things such as time of death, postmortem changes, wound wound analysis on the body, looking for different patterns of wounds or types of wounds that could direct them into, to steer them in their investigation. Let's see, so many other things, yeah.
There was a little bit of a noise here when you were talking about wounds and patterns. Could you just repeat that aspect of it?
Sure. So when a criminalist or a crime scene investigator goes to the scene, they have certain duties to attend to, and they need to be aware, that certain kinds of wounds, might indicate certain types of deaths. For instance, gunshot wounds in certain locations, or lacerations or stab wounds in certain locations might mean that this could be a suicide, this could be a homicide. They need to know, if there's something that might look like resemble a bite mark, that maybe that area needs to be swabbed or photographed, especially, and etc. So that's basically. It was very basic, but that's what.
Let's now shift again to your work at the County of Los Angeles Department of the Medical Examiner's Office, or is sometimes called the Coroner's Office. When did you have that work, and what did that position involve?
So that was from 1993 to 1995. And as I mentioned, there was death investigations. I was assigned a certain number of cases myself, but we also reviewed cases that other doctors had. And I, given my curious mind, when I would do my autopsy, I'd also look at whatever other cases were going on. And there were typically 10 to 15 cases going on any given day. And so I learned a lot, not only from my cases, but from other cases.
Did you ever conduct an autopsy of any individual that sustained dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
Please describe that autopsy.
That was a case I'll never forget. It was a young boy who had been attacked by 3 dogs, large dogs, but not specifically canine, law enforcement trained dogs, but 3 large dogs. And the wounds there were extensive wounds all over the body, or as best I can remember, including a wide variety: puncture wounds, some scratches, abrasions, contusions. There were a number of different types of wounds.
So let's now go, we talked about dogs and motor vehicles. I want to go back, please, to motor vehicles. Did you, as a forensic pathologist, did you ever conduct autopsies of decedents that were involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Hard to say. I'm not sure, really, but probably at least, motor vehicle accidents, probably at least 20 or 30.
Did you conduct autopsies of victims of motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
Now, prior to working at the coroner's office, you worked at the jail emergency department at General Hospital that you described, right?
Yes.
And in that position, did you provide treatments to persons that suffered dog-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And just approximately how many? And then we'll move on to the next topic.
Approximately, personally myself, about 40, but I was involved I worked as part of a team, and so I think we saw probably about 60 of these severe dog bites.
We're going to shift again to keep it moving. Have you authored or edited any publications on dog-inflicted injuries on humans?
Yes.
And what publications, please?
So I was a co-author on 2 peer review articles, in major emergency medicine journals. One of them was describing the law enforcement dog bites, injury patterns, and another one was more focused on the management of the law enforcement dog bites.
And did you, those are ones you co-authored, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever edit the work of others, articles or books, as part of a peer-reviewed process?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
Yes. I was asked to be a co-editor of a 2-volume series on forensic emergency medicine in a peer review article series. And one of the chapters in one of those issues was on was on bite wounds. It was written by Dr. Gerald Vale, V-A-L-E, and who was a renowned board-certified forensic odontologist.
In terms of moving now from peer-reviewed articles you co-authored, peer-reviewed books and articles you edited, have you attended any seminars or talks or lectures on wound identification and or bite wounds?
Yes.
Just briefly describe a couple to give the jury a flavor of what those were.
Well, there have been many lectures on wounds of all sorts. And in the emergency medicine program, of course, there were lectures on wounds from various types of animals and how to treat them. In the forensic arena and at some of the professional organizations, there were lectures or talks on wounds, and also there was a yearly talk on bite wounds given by Dr. Vale at the coroner's office.
State perhaps the obvious. Have you had a lifelong interest in dogs and dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
And is that a professional and a personal interest?
It's professional.
Right, mostly professional, as you've described it. Let's now keep moving and go to another topic. Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
Is that in state and federal court?
Yes.
What topics have you testified to in state and federal court?
Causes of death, wounds, child abuse, domestic violence, mostly causes of death.
Have you testified as an expert regarding emergency medicine?
Yes.
Have you testified as an expert regarding forensic pathology?
Yes.
Have you been found to be qualified as an expert in each of those categories in the courts in the United States?
Yes.
Have you ever not been qualified to testify in any court in the United States?
No.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding identifying dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
No.
And why not?
Because prior to this case, because it's not a topic that comes up very often.
So although it comes up often in your practice, in terms of whether it's an issue in court, is it, my understanding from your answer, it just doesn't come up that frequently?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other physician practitioner that would be testifying in court a lot on this topic, given what you just said about the infrequency of it coming up?
No, I'm not.
Now let's go on to what were in the last question on this line, give a general idea of the types of wounds that were at issue and whether there were any pattern wound issues in those cases that you've testified in court about.
Well, many of them were stab wounds. Some were blunt force wounds from from a variety of mechanisms, including assaults or motor vehicle accidents. Again, a lot of wounds from accidents. and then, of course, gunshot wounds.
Were those, that the topics both living persons as well as deceased?
Yes.
Let's now move to, you've mentioned wound pattern, right? And are you familiar with the topic in the area of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
Can you please describe for the jury what you mean by wound pattern recognition in your practice and from your experience? What is it generally, and we'll get to some more specifics as we go through.
Well, generally, pattern recognition is very important in medicine. It's important in a lot of different fields of medicine, including radiology. They look for patterns on x-rays. Pathologists under a microscope looks for certain patterns to identify cancerous cells, for instance. So pattern recognition is very important. And then as a subset, wound pattern recognition is of course very important to physicians that deal with patients that, come in from, from the street, so to speak, from, who may have been assaulted, may have been child abuse victims, may have been domestic violence, elder abuse, those kinds of victims, because sometimes it's important to, or you learn that what actually happened is not what the patient or the relative or the presenter said happened. And so you have to discern or figure out what happened in a case. And so you have to be able to identify certain patterns and regions of the body, for instance, where wounds are, in order to make that happen. And so it's very important. It's emphasized in emergency medicine.
When you were in residency, were you taught wound pattern recognition methodologies?
Yes.
And is wound pattern recognition an area that you continue to learn and then gain experience from your over 30 years as emergency medicine physician?
Yes, it was emphasized in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology, in both fields. Very important.
Is wound pattern recognition a generally accepted methodology that is applied in the practice of medicine?
Yes.
And you've given a few examples of that pattern recognition methodology. Is that pattern recognition methodology generally accepted and discussed in the peer-reviewed medical literature?
It is in certain articles, right. Yes.
And we'll be getting to some of those. In terms of wound pattern recognition, just roughly how frequently in your experience as an emergency medicine physician did you have to exercise your skills in wound pattern recognition?
I would say probably weekly, because I always questioned, what the patient was telling me, and did it fit? Did the story make sense? So I did it quite often.
And was that particularly important in child abuse cases where you may not be getting the story and you'd have to look at wounds and make your own determination?
Yes.
Now let's go and slightly move on to a very similar topic as to whether you ever had to determine the source of the wound without any input from a patient.
Oh, yes, many times. Many patients arrive to the emergency department unconscious.
And that's one
Yeah.
example of others. And with regard to language barriers, did you ever encounter that as an obstacle to you understanding what may have happened and you therefore had to exercise your pattern recognition skills?
Yes.
So now in terms of dog bites specifically, how often, if at all, did you have to look at a patient without input from anyone to determine whether it was from a dog?
Occasionally.
And Can you recall any specific instance, or is it just you're recalling that you generally had to do it, but you can't recall a specific instance?
The second of that, that I generally had to do it. Sometimes, you know, there was a language barrier and people couldn't describe what it was that bit them. And it was important to know because treatment for different types of bite wounds is very, very different.
And to be fair to the situation, you can't give any one specific. You remember this person was this age, etc., but you know that you did that on more than one. I'll withdraw that and go to the next area. Let's now talk about wound pattern recognition in the area of forensic pathology. What role does pattern recognition play in forensic injury analysis? And could you please just let the jury know what you mean by forensic injury analysis as regards pattern recognition?
Okay, so forensic analysis or forensic injury analysis is the analysis of injuries from a medical legal perspective. In some areas of medicine, the doctors are taught to just treat the injuries, and you know, no figuring out about how it happened or you know what caused the injuries so much as they treat. But in my case, both the emergency department and the forensic pathology training, I was interested in how the injury happened. That was a very important factor to me.
Why is pattern recognition important in the field of forensic pathology?
Well, you could look at a wound all by itself, an abrasion, for instance. Abrasion is a scratch. And in and of itself, it might not tell you how the wound occurred, all by itself. But if there are a series of scratches or a series of lacerations or, you know, cuts, they can tell you more about how it happened.
And have you applied wound pattern recognition skills in your practice as a forensic pathologist?
Many times.
Could you just give the jury a flavor by just a few examples? Maybe two.
Okay. Self-defense wounds, for instance. An issue comes up often in court. If certain wounds were you know, inflicted on purpose versus were they inflicted self-defense, and things like appearance and location can help you determine that. What was the question again?
It's just a few examples of applying pattern recognition skills in forensic pathology.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, doctor.
Oh, more?
No, more, yes.
Oh, yeah. Motor vehicle accidents, people who are struck by cars. There are certain patterns that one expects to see when a individual is struck by a car. And we're taught, you know, to look for certain patterns, and that can help you determine if they were struck by a car.
In terms of motor vehicle accidents and patterns, can you give an example of some of the patterns you would expect to see in someone, and that you have seen in someone that is struck by a motor vehicle?
Oftentimes lower extremity fractures, for instance. Lower extremity bruises and fractures are commonplace for someone who is struck by a car.
And in your practice as an emergency medicine physician, a rough approximation of how many lower extremity injuries you have examined and evaluated with regard to motor vehicle accidents, including in the Los Angeles area?
Oh, I think probably hundreds.
Alrighty, so now let's continue with the topic that you were talking about. You called it defense injuries and wounds. I want to cover that topic. Are you familiar with the term posterior surface?
Yes, in terms of anatomy?
In terms of human anatomy, and with Your Honor's permission, could Dr. Russell point to her arm to show what she's referring to with regard to posterior surface for a defense injury?
Sure, go right ahead.
Let me explain just in general. Anterior is the front of the body. And
Excuse me, Dr. Russell, I'm sorry, if you want to stand up so the
Yeah,
jury, with Your
yeah.
Honor's permission?
Yes, are you
Okay.
comfortable standing up and doing this?
Yes.
Okay.
So many years ago, anatomists decided on a nomenclature for describing parts of the body, and so the way the body, the descriptions go is that you take a person in what they call the standard anatomic position, which is upright with their arms, their palms facing forward. Palms facing forward. So that is the standard anatomic position. So anything in the front is anterior, anything in the back is posterior.
Could you point to the arm when you talk about anterior and posterior, please?
Yes. So with regard to the arm, if the palm is facing forward, that's the anterior. So the posterior part of the arm would be the back part that I'm touching right now. This back part of the arm and the back part of the forearm would be right here. So that's the posterior of the arm.
And what relation does the posterior of the arm have in determining whether or not a wound is a defensive wound?
Well, oftentimes, when someone is being attacked, they will put their arm up to defend or protect their face, their neck, their chest, their vital organs, their vital parts of their body. So they put their arms up. And in doing so, the posterior part of the arm becomes presented to whoever is attacking them or whatever is attacking them. So this is the part of the arm that oftentimes gets injured when someone is defending themselves.
Thank you, Doctor. How often have you observed and concluded regarding defensive wounds to the forearm?
Many times. I don't know. I don't have a number. 20, 30, I don't know. In terms of decedents, and then in terms of live people, many, many more.
And if we just start with the posterior part of the forearm that you've described and you encounter wounds there, are those wounds indicative or highly indicative of anything?
Well, they're indicative of defensive wounds being caused during a defensive action.
In your experience as a resident, a fellow, emergency room physician, and a forensic pathologist, and your time at Cochrane, have you experienced and taught the topic of defensive wounds?
Yes.
Now let's move on to another topic. Do you have knowledge of the dental features of dogs?
Yes.
Where did you gain your knowledge about the dental features of dogs?
Generally from reading articles.
And in terms of examining patients with dog-inflicted wounds, did that inform you anything about dog dentition or not?
Not specifically.
In terms of dog dentition, Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have this depiction marked as an exhibit for identification?
Okay. So, for ID?
For ID only, yes.
Is it 000 for identification?
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. Your Honor, may I hand it to the witness? I'm handing you Dr. Russell what has been marked for identification as 000 as in orange. Dr. Russell, do you recognize that depiction?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a diagram of canine dental anatomy.
And could you please, just for the jury, briefly describe dog dentition and what we mean by the term dentition? I think most know, but just for the record.
So I believe dentition just means the teeth and the shape of the teeth and of the mouth of the animal or a person. And what this diagram shows is that in general, dogs tend to have a triangular mouth, meaning it comes to a narrowing towards the front of the mouth. It shows how many teeth a normal dog will have, and what they look like. There are different kinds of teeth, just like humans have different kinds of teeth.
In Your Honor, to assist the jury in the understanding of what Dr. Russell was speaking about, with Your Honor's permission, could we publish this as a chalk for the jury?
Is there any objection?
None, thank you.
Okay. Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And will enlarge Mr. Woke the Dr. Russell, where would you like to start with regard to this, just to give the jury a brief discussion of dog dentition? Which part of this should we zoom in on?
I think the lower half around the triangular upper and lower jaws, right there.
Right there? Very
Yeah.
good. And Mr. Woke, if you could just, to start with, pull it down just so we can see the headings, and more importantly, the jury can see the headings of those two diagrams that Dr. Russell has pointed out. Yes, and just enlarge that. Can you read what's on the left and what's on the right? It's slightly blurry.
It's slightly blurry.
Mandible, lower jaw, maxilla, upper jaw?
Yes, I can read it.
Right. Alrighty. So if we could then just reduce it back down so it's a little bit, so that it's not distorted. And then Dr. Russell, if you could just talk about it. And before we do that, I think it would be helpful, Dr. Russell, we can go to the depiction up above just to get the overall picture up above there of the dog. All right. Is that that's an overall picture, correct? Do you want to point out anything generally on that picture?
I don't have a pointer, but generally it's a side view, and it shows and it's a skeletal view, so there's no skin.
Wasn't
And it
particularly
shows
pleased
that
by
there
being
are
a
some
chalk.
prominent teeth. They're called the canine
He's never
teeth,
unhappy.
and then there are some smaller teeth in front of that. Or
Excuse me if I couldn't interrupt, pardon my interruption. Yes. I'm just going to try to locate in the courtroom a pointer, Your Honor, if there's...
There's nothing on that. Stand off to our side.
I've got one where I may approach. If there's one on this.
No.
Yeah, I didn't see it. May I approach, Your Honor?
I just thought I'd have my own exhibit.
Dr. Russell, hopefully that will...
Although he was, he was like, "What are you? Right? What are you doing, Mom? Here with my teeth." But Tubi is never.
Okay, so this is a side view, and it shows many teeth, and and this is a skeletal view, obviously, and it shows these prominent teeth, which are called the canine teeth. Humans also have canine teeth, and ours are not quite as prominent. And then there are some teeth in front of that, which are called incisors. So that's the overview.
Right. And just to put this in context, we are looking at this and talking about dogs. Have you had the opportunity to review any photos of the right arm of the decedent in this case?
Yes.
Is one of the topics you're going to address whether those wounds are from a dog?
Yes.
And so this background in terms of dog dentition part of what you're going to cover for the jury later on?
Yes, and I want to make one more comment, if I may.
Please.
Just when a dog bites, they usually don't bite with all of their teeth. They usually don't get all the teeth impacted on the individual. So that's important to know. Oftentimes it's the anterior or the front teeth.
Why, doctor, is it the case that a dog doesn't always have a complete bite, get all of the teeth? Why is that the case?
Well, there's oftentimes movement. Oftentimes the dogs aren't really trained on biting techniques. And so, there's oftentimes the person who's being bitten is pulling away and trying to avoid the bite. So oftentimes there's only impact with a few of the teeth in the front.
Great. Please continue, doctor, with your...
Dr. Russell, could I ask you to use this screen?
Oh, yes.
The other one, please. I think it's easier for counsel.
Oh, okay. So overview, these large canine teeth, these are the anterior teeth. And as I said, it's very rare for all the teeth to be involved in the bite. It's usually just the front teeth and canine teeth.
Are there certain teeth that are on this depiction that cause certain types of injuries, abrasions, tears, punctures? Is there any relation to the teeth in any of those categories, or can it be just general?
Well, oftentimes, because the canine teeth are so long compared to the others, they are the ones that seem to cause the the puncture wounds, and those are the ones that appear to get the grip on the person's skin.
Is there a medical term for a puncture wound from a canine? Or is it just it's a punctate wound from canines?
I'm not sure there's a medical term.
Okay, please continue.
Okay. And that's about it on this side view.
And is there any other view on the exhibit that you would like to discuss with the jury?
Well, I was going to show that it's triangular. Again, the upper and lower jaws. Yeah, they tend to be somewhat triangular.
Is that also sometimes the shape referred to as an hourglass, or is it triangular, or you prefer triangular?
I've heard it referred to as hourglass. I don't see an hourglass, but maybe in some dog breeds, because the different dog breeds have different shapes of their mouths. But this is just a generalization.
Okay, please continue.
I don't know that there's anything else.
All right. And so you
think...
actually,
yes. So here you can see, go back, please. So here you can see, again, the canines, and it's oftentimes this is the upper jaw, the maxilla jaw. It's oftentimes these teeth that do the impacting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say it's often these teeth that what?
That do the impact. The upper jaw is oftentimes the part that actually makes contact with the skin. That's all.
Thank you. We can take that down, Mr. Woke. Thank you, Your Honor. Now let's go to dog-inflicted injuries on humans generally. What type of injuries to humans can be caused by dog-inflicted bites?
Well, there are lots of different types of injuries. So they could be extremely minor, from a minor scratch to puncture wounds by individual teeth, to actual puncture and punctures by several teeth. There could be several abrasions because there are multiple teeth involved, and if they don't puncture, they at least scratch. They can scratch the skin. That's what I call abrasion, is a scratch. So they scratch the skin, but in parallel, because the teeth are lined up. So they oftentimes have parallel lines. And then, of course, there are bruises that could occur because of the crushing injury, and there can be what we call avulsions, which are where an actual flap of the skin is removed, and I can go further, but there's a wide extent of injuries.
So there's a wide extent, a wide range, and can you just give one or two factors that are going to determine whether you're on the more minor side of the range to the more major part as regard to the type of bite that the dog is able to get?
Well, I think that when there is penetration of the skin and pulling away of some of the tissue, I would consider that a more significant bite because of what's needed for treatment.
Just bear a moment, please. Thank you. So, in terms of the nails and claws of a dog, what type of injury, if any, can those cause?
So the nails they're also somewhat pointy or triangular in configuration or shape, and so they can cause scratches, and actually they can cause even deeper wounds if the nail catches the victim's skin a certain way. But most of the time, just scratches.
From your experience, what type of medical experience, peer-reviewed article experience, your whole professional experience with dog-inflicted wounds on humans, do you have experience with just a part of the range or the whole range of injuries that a dog can inflict?
Well, I think I have a very wide range of experiences because those very serious ones we talked about in the very beginning, where there were crushing and ripping injuries, or those were the trained canine dog bites. Most emergency physicians don't even get to see those. They're so so uncommon. But because I was assigned to jail ward, that's how I got to see them. But in the majority, in the main ER, most ERs in our main ER, we saw the more minor type of injuries.
So, in terms of if someone is bitten by a dog, where are they? Again, I think most people understand this, but just to be clear for the record, when someone gets a dog-inflicted wound, where do they usually go?
Well,
Sustained. Ask it.
Doctor, are you aware of the medical facility, from your experience, where people go who have dog-inflicted wounds?
Well, if they feel like they need medical care, they will either go to a family doctor or most likely the emergency department, because the emergency department is where the resources are, the people with the experience. They go to the emergency department in general.
From your experience, for people in your literature review and authoring of documents, do people with dog-inflicted wounds go to a veterinarian for treatment?
I'll let you answer it.
Not from my experience.
All right, now let's move to another category and to keep this moving along. How did you initially become involved in this case?
Well, very interesting. I live in Los Angeles, and I saw something in the Boston Globe about this case, but I really didn't pay much attention to it. And then eventually I saw or heard something, because I'm not from this part of Massachusetts. I'm from a different part of Massachusetts. So anyways, eventually I heard or saw something about there being an issue with some possible dog-inflicted injuries versus maybe car-inflicted injuries. So that got my attention. I thought, that's interesting. And so that's how I initially became aware of the case.
Let's talk about the Boston Globe. How is a person from Los Angeles reading the Boston Globe, and why? Is it like a one-time thing, or why is it you're reading the Boston Globe?
I had a subscription. I would, not always read it. I lived in Massachusetts. I went to school in Massachusetts. I worked in Massachusetts as a police officer. So I have some interest in Massachusetts, but None of that was in this geographic area. It was all north of Boston. So that was the area I mostly paid attention to.
Did you reach out to anyone after reading that article? And what do you recall from the article in the Boston Globe, if anything?
I'm going to sustain that.
Did you reach out to anyone after having read something in the Boston Globe?
Yes. Again, I thought the question was interesting.
Objection.
I'll let that stand, but just answer Mr. Alessi's question,
Yes,
please.
yes, I did.
Go ahead. Answer.
Okay. Yes, I reached out to one of the DAs in Los Angeles County.
And at that point, what, if anything, did you know about this case?
I didn't know much. I just knew what I mentioned, and I knew that the decedent was a police officer, had been a police officer, and that interested me also because I was a police officer.
Please keep your voice up, Dr. Russell.
I said that interested me also because I had been a police officer at the time.
Go ahead.
So that's about all I knew, really.
Right. So, did you know anything about what the prosecution was claiming or the defense was claiming at all? Did you know anything?
Objection.
Sustain.
What did you know, if anything, about the case?
I'm going to see its eyebrow really quickly on this.
All right. And I'm going to answer some of your questions as soon as I finish to say they're going to see it sidebar. He's trying to go into what he knows and cut off at the past, the bias attack that Hank Brennan is going to inflict upon Dr. Russell for herself volunteering herself into the case, or as he said it, I think in one of the pre-trial hearings, injecting herself into the case. I think it's perfectly appropriate to know what she knew and why she reached out. But there's an objection and it's subsane. So, you know what that means. That means whatever the answers are is good for the defense. And so we'll see when they come back if Attorney Alessi is allowed to go through it. So I was just about to go to your questions that we have started, but I see they are back. So we will get to those questions, by the way, at lunchtime if we don't get to them before, because lunch is in 15, 16, 17 minutes, depending on when there's a natural break. I'm behind the Tubi avatar, my chalk, but I'm still here watching with you. By the way, hit the like button while you're thinking about it out now and subscribe. Sounds like Alessi's moving forward a few pages, so maybe he's moving on.
Dr. Hev, in terms of, Mr. Wolk, if we could please, and Your Honor, may we publish what is already in evidence, which is Exhibit 167?
Okay.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 167?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that? Well, first let's start, what is it, and then how do you recognize it?
It is a picture of the decedent's right arm and forearm.
Now, without stating what it is, have you been able to form an opinion as to the source and nature of the wounds that are depicted in that exhibit?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the next area, can you describe for the jury what method you used in forming your opinion without yet stating what your opinion is?
Well, I used pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
So let's start with wound pattern recognition. Is that the wound pattern recognition you've been discussing up to this point in your testimony?
Yes.
And did I hear you use the phrase differential diagnosis.
Yes.
Please tell the jury what you mean by the term differential diagnosis as a physician, emergency medicine physician and forensic pathologist.
So when a patient, when a physician sees a patient and, or, an Imogen's case, and is attempting to make a diagnosis, it's very important that not only do they consider what they believe is the obvious, but also in their mind go through other possible diagnoses and determine if they can rule them out, so to speak. If they can rule them in, rule them out, so that they are not just focused on one thing, but they've actually given consideration to other conditions that may be causing whatever it is that they see.
So, Mr. Wolk, if you could take that, we're going to come back to this back and forth, but I'd like to have it taken down until we do have the need to, and if we could have the lights go back on, Your Honor. Thank you. So, does applying a differential diagnosis, well, let me start out. Do you understand what confirmation bias is?
I believe so.
Yes. And does differential diagnosis assist or not assist in avoiding confirmation bias?
I believe it assists in avoiding confirmation bias.
So, in terms of differential diagnosis, did you apply that concept in the beginning of your analysis of this case?
Yes.
How did you apply differential diagnosis to, among other things, avoid confirmation bias in this case?
Well, in my mind, I went through other possible things or causes of wounds on an arm, and what they would look like, and the configuration, the patterns, etc. And then I figured out why these other potential causes of wounds in the arm, did not fit this case.
So is a phraseology a synonym for differential diagnosis, what doctors call ruling out something? Is that another way to say it as well?
Yes.
So we're going to come back to the differential diagnosis. I just wanted to have that question first. Now let's switch to the materials that you considered in forming your opinion about the nature and source of the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe. Describe what you looked at in terms of coming to your opinion, conducting a differential diagnosis, and avoiding confirmation bias. What did you look at?
Well, I looked at pictures similar to this. So there were pictures taken at the hospital. There were pictures taken at the medical examiner's office. I looked at the medical records. I looked at the autopsy report. And I looked at other reports from the Massachusetts State Police. And then, those are some of the things I looked at.
Did you look at any photographs, including of clothing?
Of what?
Clothing?
Oh, yeah, clothing. Clothing, of course.
What clothing did you look at?
So there was a shirt, like a hoodie shirt, that I looked at that had many defects in it.
And when you say defects, what do you mean by defects? Is there a more layperson's term?
Holes?
Thank you. Did you look at any history of any dogs with regard to any municipalities and dog incidents?
I'm going to sustain that, Mr. Leslie.
Did you look at any municipal records with regard to your review in this case?
So that's sustained.
With regard to other documents, if any, could you describe any other documents that you looked at?
Well, I also,
I'm going to see you at Cyber.
This befuddles me. Every expert on the stand is asked what other documents or anything that you looked at. Now, obviously, I assume that maybe she saw the shirt since she's been an expert. She may have seen photographs of the shirt before she was actually retained by the defense. That to me is unclear. When she's talking shirt, she's talking hoodie. But to ask what documents she saw or looked at, and we get an objection, and I'm going to see you at sidebar. Okay, in all the years I'm practicing law, I am now befuddled, and I cannot help you answer that question. So I bet you, by the way, they're going to take a break unless she lets Alessi ask maybe one or two more questions, so we don't take a break in the middle of objection to have our standard 40-minute lunch, which then goes to 45, which then goes to an hour. Okay, Sam Poop, let me say, for your information, she also raised her niece and nephew per LA Times Science and Medicine, Dr. Marie Russell. I didn't know that. That's really interesting. That could be another reason that she took an interest in this case. That's very possible that therefore she took an interest in the case. And by the way, I want to thank legal-minded friends, Karen Cole, at Karen Cole, UK lawyer. I know we answered one of your questions for portaling your viewers into us. We greatly appreciate that. We hope that everybody who is here right now, though, will hit the like and subscribe button from Justice Served TV. Even if you are coming from X Twitter, please do that so it puts us into the algorithm of YouTube. We're a small network, but we're growing mighty strong. And as you see, we bring you the best guests. Tonight we'll have Dan Gallagher on, known as @Lawferio on X Twitter. And we should have some lively conversation and some discussion about today. Okay, so let me just, Donnie Not Wahlberg gifted one Justice Served TV membership. Thank you very much, Donnie Not Wahlberg. Okay, let me go to the next. Bill Mitchell Jr., LKB. Why, when I was watching The First Witness, all I could keep thinking was YSL Viverito. Okay, you know Viverito was the undercover investigator who didn't want to be identified. I think because they both had long, dark hair, because they both kind of had a little bit of an attitude. But I have to tell you, Viverito stands like a star to me, even holding that Richard Mille watch that went missing, compared to this witness, which may have been one of the worst witnesses I've seen. And it's kind of hard in this trial when we had Shannon Burgess, but I think that her bias, Dever, let me make sure I pronounce her name like Endeavor, right? Because remember, when I think we put it on X and we're going to play it for you tonight, that she wouldn't answer a question. She said, "You don't remember how to pronounce my name. I don't remember the answer to your question." I have never seen anything quite like that. And no dressing down from the court, all right? No dressing down from the judge, okay? Because the judge perceived her as helping the prosecution, I guess. I don't think she helped the prosecution at all. I think she just tanked their case this morning with that attitude and all. And also, she obviously didn't get the memo about don't say FBI, 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 13 times. Okay, as I counted them.
1 o'clock, and then today
Okay.
we'll give you an hour for lunch, okay?
There we go. Let's see if there's discussion on the record after the juries leave. So they're left in the middle of question. What did you review? Objection. All right. What did you review? Objection. Okay. Let's see. I think we may have some argument here. Maybe, maybe not. Although, there we go. Unless he's going to the lectern.
Continue, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Dr. Russell.
Oh, no, we're going to have Dr. Russell and then lunch. Okay. All right.
We
They're
broke
going to get
up
a
where
full
you
hour.
had described the materials that you had reviewed. Based on your, and Mr. Woke, if we could please put the exhibit that we just had, and with
By the
Your Honor's
way,
permission,
she
republish
couldn't
it?
list all
Thank
the
you.
exhibits and all the material she reviewed. Now she's going
Based
to the
on your
next one.
review of all the materials that you had described and your experience that you had described, without stating it, were you able to come to any conclusions or opinions about the source and nature of the injuries that you see depicted on that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is your opinion and conclusion concerning those injuries?
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you speak a little louder?
They were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
And how did you form that opinion? Just describe your thought process to the jury.
Well, there are multiple groupings of wounds.
Do you have the pointer?
I
there?
do.
And if you could use the screen that Her Honor has requested.
So there are multiple groupings of wounds right here. Here's one on the what I'll consider the upper arm, which is above the elbow. Here's another grouping. Here's an interesting, complex grouping at the elbow. These are all at the posterior surface of the arm. And there's another grouping down here on the forearm. These multiple groupings are patterns. And they are, in my opinion, were inflicted by the teeth and claws of a dog.
We've discussed previously pattern recognition skills and methodology, and you just mentioned the word pattern here. Can you elaborate on what you mean by pattern with regard to this exhibit?
So there are groupings, and one can see that these wounds are going essentially in the same direction. They are oriented in the same way on the almost from the inner, close to the inner surface of the arm or the anterior surface towards the posterior surface.
What is the
arm.
significance, if any, of that orientation you just described?
So what that gives me direction, and that tells me that the dog's teeth were over here. The dog is over on this side of the arm, and the teeth started their punctures or their injuries over here, and through either the action of the dog or a combination of the action of the dog and the action of the decedent pulling away, or the victim pulling away, the teeth made these abrasions in this direction, from here down to here. And then here it's very complex because of the bending of the elbow. We don't know the exact configuration of what this elbow was in the arm. Was it fully extended, meaning it's fully stretched out, or was it partially bent? Was it fully bent? We don't know. But in addition to the pulling away movement, there's also the bending movement. So that one is even a little bit more complex. And of course, there are some additional marks down here and some possible bruising down here, punctate marks down here, which may represent the lower teeth.
If we could just stop at that area, have you observed in your experience what you call that complex area pattern? Have you seen that before?
Not that exact pattern, no.
But have you seen any that is similar to it?
I've seen some characteristics of these patterns before,
Right.
yes.
And it is the appropriate methodology to just zero in on one section, or is the appropriate pattern methodology to look at all the wounds and then reach a conclusion?
The second, to look at all the wounds.
And
Okay,
could
so-
you please describe?
Why don't we take our recess?
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, please.
I mean, right in the middle of a question. Why don't we take our recess? Right in the middle of a question.
Goodbye.
Is the appropriate methodology. Why don't we take our recess? I have never seen anything like that. I'm going to write that down. In middle of question, why don't we take our recess? Okay. So, but the jury gets to hear, right now that the wounds are going in the same direction, that they're oriented in the same direction, that they're anterior to posterior, that the dog's teeth, she pointed out where the dog's teeth on the side of the arm was, that the teeth started here, and she could show you the puncture wounds. She said that's very complex, and she says it's indicative, basically, let me shorthand it to you, of movement, that the dog is moving, the decedent, she called them the decedent and the victim at the same time is moving, and that's where you're seeing that pulling away, that the bending of the elbow, you don't know the configuration because of basically the movement, but it does show pulling away and bending, and that the punctate marks are very, very important, and that you just can't take what the prosecution is doing, one little top portion at the top of the on the top of the, they didn't call it the forearm, he called it the arm. Remember, the doctor said forearm is here and arm is here. That you just can't do what the prosecution did and Welcher did, is take those three things up here and say, oh, that's therefore the car imprint up there. That it's a complex pattern, and that you have to look at all wounds. And so then when Leslie then says to her, oh my goodness, what is the method? Why don't you just take one area? What's the methodology? Let's go to have lunch. It boggles the mind what's happening here. Okay, it boggles the mind what's happening here. Now I see all of you have a lot of questions. What I'd like to do is answer a bunch of your questions. Because all of you have been watching, take a restroom, nature, go grab your cupcake, or in my, because we had this the other day, remember we had the poll on what's better, Red Vines or Twizzlers, or have your Twizzlers, okay? And then we'll come back. But let me do the questions that are starred first, and then we'll take a quick recess, because I know you all want to talk, all of you, you've got a lot of you. And by the way, if you've come in from Twitter, please hit that like, subscribe, share button. I have to tell you, Michael Bryant is so interested in this testimony. You know that he is on the way back from being on assignment in Portugal, and they had to stop, poor baby, in the Azores, okay? But when he stopped, he's listening to what's going on. He didn't miss, Boston PD officer Dever, or Dever, if you want her to object to the way you pronounce her name and then not remember to answer your question. All right, let me just say, Joan, this is not my sister Joan, because Joan is my sister and she has her name there, I hope. Could the commissioner be called Ray Dever, who showed her the evidence that it was a false memory? Good point, okay? I mean, somebody told her about false memories. Come on. Do you know that a police officer with a false memory, right? She's relying on a false memory that of her testimony that she told the FBI for, again, let me repeat it, FBI, 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 FBI. Remember when the judge said you couldn't mention FBI? Well, she tanked the prosecution there. Okay. Good idea. Of course, if the commissioner really has any sneakers, he'd file charges against her for that testimony that was there. But that's just my thought. I don't have any control, and I don't want to ruin her career if she's a great police officer. But I think we know the answer to that. Let me go to Anthony. Anthony's question. Anthony, Beney. Hang on, just thought, wouldn't saying false memory get loads of people off perjury? Yes, that's exactly what she did. She consulted with counsel. She called the general counsel. She called the FBI. And she says the FBI told her that if it was just a mistake or a false memory, I doubt the FBI told her if it's a false memory and you're to us, that you can claim that you don't get indicted for perjury. Okay, you're absolutely right. Kathy Bennis. Can defense call two officers and that talk to that girl mean Dever? Again, we're going to play that clip. We may already have loaded it on next, where she told Alan Jackson, because Alan Jackson said, Officer Dever, and she says, you can't pronounce my name right. I can't remember the answer to your question. I have never seen anything like that. For that, I think, if I were her boss and she worked for me at a law firm, she'd be gone tomorrow. All right. But I know she has a union and she has certain things she has to go to. But that was simply outrageous. You're embarrassing yourself, Massachusetts, just the way Proctor embarrassed you. Officer Dever embarrassed her by continuing to maintain that blue line of silence. Anthony, again, Kathy, she named extra people she saw at the Sally Port too, right? So can't they be questioned and asked where they were exactly? I think she was probably the only one that told the FBI, was when she was confronted with them last August. She told the FBI, or was it August 23? She told the FBI, and the defense, remember, got that document dropped and all before this trial. That's how they had all Proctor's texts. Actually, it was before last trial, but not all of the 2E requests. And let me repeat exactly what she said, because Alan Jackson got to say it. Definitely, she said she saw Higgins with the chief, and they were at the Sally Port with Karen Reed's car, and it was very weird. They were there for a very long time. Something she hadn't mentioned to anything, and now she says the defense somehow implanted a false memory because somehow she saw by the media some timeline, and now it's a false memory. Oh, give me a break. No one except the certain anti-Karen Reed people believe that, and really, she may have just helped the defense's case by being so ridiculous that she helped it more than she thought, that if she had just told in my opinion, the real truth. Okay. PTSD healer question: isn't Dever now a liability to Boston Police Department? How can she ever testify again if she just admitted under oath she created false memories? I agree with you. I mean, she said that. What did she say at the very end? Alan Jackson got her to say this at the very end on direct, because he had to actually cross her, although he wasn't crossing direct. My entire job relies on revolves around what I say on the witness stand. Oh, yes, it does. And we all understood that, didn't we? As I said, Alan Jackson's the best lawyer in that courtroom. No one could do what Alan Jackson did with this witness. As I said, having spent 6 months in the courtroom with him, it takes a certain skill, it takes a certain trial skill to have that. Now, I think we're going to show that clip, that real quick. You want to show that real clip, Dizzy or Missy? I see it's loaded up, where I went, woof. Oh, I'm seeing it, but I'm not hearing it. I'm seeing it, but I'm not hearing it. I'm seeing it, but I'm not hearing it. Okay, so we don't have any sound on that right now as it's loaded in. We have a Michael Bryant problem. We try it again. Can we try to load it again? There must be some setting on what's coming in, because I know it plays, because I can actually play the sound here for you. If I put my microphone up to it, and if you just show that, hold on 1 second, I can actually play the sound for you. I don't know if you could hear that. Did you hear that? If you can't pronounce my name, right? So I don't remember. I mean, unbelievable what she did. So let me just see, where was I on the answering of your questions? Hold on 1 second. Linda, we did have sound. How come I didn't have sound? You had sound, I didn't have sound. All right, so now we have sound all over the place. But that was ridiculous. Yes, she's a liability. I think she is. Whether or not they're going to do something, or they're going to say, "Oh, good officer, you protected the BPD," especially since Brian Albert is still an active member, right, of the Boston Police Department. Good officer. All right, we'll see. Jersey Girl gifted 1 Justice Served TV membership. Yay, Jersey Girl. Yay, Jersey Girl. And then you gifted another Justice Served TV membership. Okay, so we have Dr. Marie Russell on the stand. The jury's heard before lunch that she believes these are pattern injuries inflicted by a dog bite. I bought Tubi, the poodle. He didn't really want to be my chalk, but as you saw, we looked at his teeth. As I'm on here, right? We looked at his teeth and we saw canine dentition, as far as he would let you see canine dentition. But I think he wants to have a lawyer negotiate his contract, because he says, if I'm going to be chalk here, I think I need a payment. But anyhow, you all got to see, because all of you have been asking about Tubi the poodle, and you got to see him as my truck. So what I'd like to do right now, it's 1:08. Why don't we take a 22-minute break? We're going to play maybe something for you here, some other, I'm not sure what Dizzy or Missy have in mind. We'll come back at 1:30. We'll go over everything that happened this morning in anticipation of what's happening this afternoon. But I think today has been a home run. Remember, we opened the day with the judge unbelievably ruling that Proctor's friend could read the chats, could read the text between his friends, his high school friends. And then the friend became uncomfortable because he didn't want to say that Proctor called Karen Reed a whack job or the C word. He didn't want to say that Proctor said she had a weird Fall River accent, that she had no ass, that she's, quote, fucked, that she's a no ass. Then somebody else said that she's a no ass bitch, and Proctor laughed. He didn't want to say that, and that she had a leaky balloon knot. He was uncomfortable saying the words of his friend, who he is still friends with. So it tells me that maybe he's not so uncomfortable saying those words. But someone told him he doesn't want to be on TV being repeated saying those words that Michael Proctor, now disgraced. And by the way, he knew Proctor was terminated, he said, because of the text, but it turns out it left a hole for Alan Jackson to say, no, you realize he was terminated because of bias. And also Alan Jackson got it in because Hank Brennan actually opened the door with his cross-examination of this friend, because Hank had to read these texts, and he read them so fast you can't even understand what they said. Okay, but we're going to read them slowly tonight on our show at 6 p.m. But anyhow, go take 20 minutes. Get your red vines or your Twizzlers. Let's get ready for this afternoon. And I will see you at 1:30. I'm going to be behind the Tubi avatar. We're going to play some stuff. So don't go away. Hit the like, subscribe, share, and notify button. And then we'll talk about, again, what happened, maybe more about the case, what we expect, because there were motions filed this morning in the case. I haven't even gotten to go over with you yet. All right. And I will see you in 20 minutes. Okay. Bye.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, Diamandis.
Sir, do you know former Trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
We've been friends since middle school, approximately 30 years.
And in what town?
Canton, Massachusetts.
Did you graduate high school with Michael Proctor?
I did.
When was that?
2000.
How close did you remain in contact with Michael Proctor after high school?
Very close.
Do you have his cell number?
I do.
How often have you texted him over the years?
Frequently.
And when you text him, is that direct one-to-one or part of a group chat or both?
Both.
And I want to direct your attention to one particular group chat that had 9 people on it. Do you know the one I'm referring to?
I do.
And what one is that?
It's one that's been in existence for many years. We've been texting on that text chain for 10 plus years, I would suggest.
Okay. And over those 10 years, the members of that group chat, I'm not asking you for names, but if you could tell me, where are these people from? How do you know them?
We all grew up together and went to school together at some point.
All from Canton?
All from Canton.
And with regard to the 9 people on that group chat, you're one of them?
Correct.
And whether or not Michael Proctor is on that group chat with the rest of your high school friends as well?
He is, yes.
May I have the exhibit that was marked for identification, please? I apologize, I don't recall the triple letter. Would have been the last one from Friday.
Chris Fabricant is the person who knows more about bite mark evidence, also called forensic odontology, probably in the world. All right, he's written a great book called Junk Science. You can get it on all sorts of any place, Amazon, wherever you look it up. I think we put it on our website. on our little YouTube streaming site. And also, he does know that the setup to this was that the prosecution wanted to do dental molds on a German Shepherd who has aged several years to show that even if these marks on the decedents in the hands, in this case, arms and hands, in this case, were from a German Shepherd, that they can tell through dog forensic odontology that this German Shepherd is specifically excluded by measurement. So I just want to have Chris Fabricant give him a big welcome. He's going to be professorial, and he's going to talk to you about forensic odontology generally and why it's junk science. Now, you can differentiate a dog bite from a something else, from a whack or whatever, but that's not what we're talking here. Welcome, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's all hogwash, and I'm not convinced that you could differentiate between a dog bite and some other bites. So even at that threshold level.
That's really interesting on it. But tell us about forensic odontology. You have, in your work with the Innocence Project, you have obviously are responsible for getting a lot of people out of prison who have actually gotten the death penalty for bite mark evidence. You and also my friend who's now a judge, Chris Ford in San Diego, was one of the forefront leaders in this. But you really have been the leader in taking it to the courts. Where does it stand? And why would a prosecutor, knowing all this, try to use dog forensic odontology in these days?
Prosecutors will, introduce whatever the judges and the courts will allow, and sadly, forensic odontology is still allowed by many, many courts around the country. With that said, though, last summer, Justice Sotomayor said in a published opinion and a concurring opinion in one of my cases, Charles McCory out of Alabama, that this evidence has been entirely discredited, and I have 3 clients on death row right now, all put there through bite mark evidence, and there have been nearly 40 wrongful convictions and indictments attributable to the use of so-called bite mark evidence. And really what you think about is that trying to interpret an injury on skin, particularly in a homicide case, is that what the forensic dentist or the forensic pathologist or whomever it is that's going to come in and take a look at this evidence is going to do it long after these injuries were inflicted. So skin is an ever-changing medium, right? If somebody who's matches one day, might not match the next day, hour to hour, day to day, week to week, they're just capturing a moment in time that's going to be constantly changing. And you don't know the way that the arm was held when it was actually inflicted. So you think about it, the dog bit, or a person bit when the injury was like this, and then you take the photograph when the arm is extended, it's going to look completely different. So this is always just kind of gross speculation. And having competing experts in this type of case is just 2 people arguing about how flat the earth is.
Wow. It seems to be that they must have had absolutely no DNA from a bite, because that would be so much easier and better.
I mean, even the forensic dentists will tell you, even the last of the Mohicans that are still holding on to this last shreds of this totally discredited technique will tell you, all of them will tell you, number one, swab it for DNA evidence, right? Because DNA evidence is a real science, unlike the voodoo of forensic odontology. So I have been getting a lot of emails about the Karen Reed trial because they're like, hey, Fabricant, do you know that they're trying to bring this in this trial and it's a dog bite evidence? And then I looked at it and I was like, that they literally took a dentition of a dog where there's no database, what the evidence shows, right? The forensic dentists who actually look at this stuff and day after day, week after week, they cannot reliably diagnose an injury as a bite mark, period, right? To say nothing of associating with anybody. So the idea that some expert could say that, oh, this was made by these teeth or that teeth is crazy, because you can't even say that what instrument was actually used to create the injury.
Interesting, because the judge did say to the prosecution, you do have an uphill road to get the fact that these teeth are specific to Chloe, the German Shepherd, in this case. Can you talk to us about the fact about the specificity where anyone's trying to get specific to a specific, where you may be able to say it's dog bite, but specific through measurements of forensic odontology?
Again, I don't think that you could even say definitively that it's a dog bite. What you had, they did a Daubert hearing in this case, right? And if you think about what's required for a Daubert hearing, right? One is testability, right? Somebody claims that that's a dog bite. How are we supposed to falsify that? We have no idea. We're just gonna have to take your word for it. Okay, well, let's take your word for it. You're supposed to have an error rate, right? So how often do you get it right? And how often do you get it wrong when you claim something is a dog bite as compared to something else? No idea, right? So it's not a testable hypothesis. We don't know what error rates are. There is no peer-reviewed literature, not any real literature. There are some people that have written a little bit about this. It's totally rejected by the scientific community, and it's not maintained by any standards whatsoever, right? So it flunks every single one of the Daubert tests. So I was shocked that it was going to be let in at all.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And we're not even factoring in dogs who have an Invisalign and they correct their bite over time. So what about, I'm sure in all of your experience studying, reporting on, analyzing dog bites, the victim always stands perfectly still so that the dog can make the best impression on the wound, right?
Right. This is the point that I was making earlier, is that, bites of any kind from be it dog or human is inflicted almost always during a violent struggle where, I think a lot of your viewers, you'd be thinking that they have an idea of what a bite mark looks like in their mind because they have toddlers that come home from daycare and say, Johnny bit me, right? And it looks like a bite, right? But that's never the way they look in casework. It looks like in this Karen Reed case. You could say like one person saying it's from a car, another saying from a dog. Who's to say who's right? Without DNA evidence, it's all speculation. There's no expert witness testimony that is going to advance this idea, right? Because the search for the truth is never advanced through junk science.
Right. As a matter of fact, as one of our mods points out, though, there was no Daubert hearing for Dr. Crosby, that's the Collins expert, who took the dog bite impressions, and he's not even a forensic dentist. I mean, let's even get to that level. He's like somebody who trains dogs, a former police officer trains dogs,
What is it about somebody that's a dentist, though, really, or a dog trainer, that would have any expertise on interpreting an injury on skin? None. Zero. What is the proximity to teeth? The proximity to dogs? It's crazy. You're just claiming this expertise because it's like, I'm near dogs. I know what dogs look like. I've seen a lot of dog bites. That's nonsense. It's the same kind of expertise that dentists were claiming. It's just like, what is it about doing root canals that makes you an expert at examining a bite mark? Nothing, right? You're being hoodwinked.
Interesting. The whole other thing is interesting. So the clients that you have now on death row, where do their cases stand with bite mark evidence?
Well, we have Jimmy Chris Duncan is on death row in Angola, one of the most notorious, outrageous prisons in the United States in Louisiana. It's literally a former slave plantation. And right now, today, there are white men on horseback with shotguns overseeing black men in chains picking cotton, right now, in Louisiana. So he's there on bite mark evidence that was created by the notorious Dr. West and a forensic pathologist who's also equally notorious named Stephen Hain, who put him on death row, and he's been there for over 30 years. We have a client in Ohio, Danny Lee Hills, put there by bite mark evidence. And we have Jimmy Rogers in Georgia, all of whom were, whose cases relied on bite mark evidence. And I've been personally involved in 10 exonerations involving people that were put there through bite mark evidence. And Charles McCory, the innocent man in Alabama who's serving life without parole, was the case that Justice Sotomayor wrote about, last summer. So we're still fighting for, his freedom in federal court right now. So, you can see the legacy of junk science. What I worry about in a case like Karen Reed's or any of these cases that are very high profile, if you look at it, a case that you're familiar with, Linda, is the Casey Anthony case, right?
Right.
Is like in this very high profile case, they were managed to get in despite a very well litigated case by you, is that the smell of death, right? And that was allowed into evidence as scientific evidence, which is total nonsense.
Right,
Still today, total nonsense, but now it's part of case law. So courts will still use it,
right?
Even though there's no scientific backing.
Yeah.
So you get a case like this, and there is like Mr. Shifazari, is in Massachusetts, spent 37 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit in Massachusetts that was done entirely by bite mark evidence by Dick Souveron, right? The same guy who testified in the Ted Bundy case. So
And,
what I worry
is he
about,
out? Is he out? The man in Massachusetts?
yeah,
He's
Michael
out, right? That's
Proctor.
recently. He's one of your clients, recently exonerated, I guess, in the past 2 years, I think, if I recall.
Yeah, it was the New England Innocence Project that did that. I was not
Yeah.
involved in that case, but he was an innocent man, wrongfully convicted through bite mark evidence. And, you know, what I worry about in a case like this, you know, I mean, is that, you know, where they're going to allow in some sort of dog bite evidence, and we're going to create legal precedent that where people aren't watching the same way that they're watching the Karen Reed case, you know, and it's going to sneak into court because it's been introduced before now, and it'll wrongfully convict somebody.
This, I think, is a different twist on things, Chris. Give me your take on this. Here we have the defense proponent that is going to be arguing that it is bite mark, and in fact has forced the prosecution to come up with their own expert that got it by doing a couple of seminars on YouTube, I think.
Right.
But differently, and then it's not a prosecutor trying to pin a bite on a defendant. It's a defendant using it to come up with a different cause of the injuries to the victim.
Well, the ethics are a lot different because a defense attorney is ethically required to defend their client as zealously as the law will allow. And the law is allowing this, you know, so I'm not faulting the defense for doing their constitutionally obligated duty. What I'm faulting is the courts for allowing subjective speculation masquerading as scientific evidence in front of a jury, you know, so I, you know,
even to entertain the issue of whether or not a mold was going to be allowed, a mold of a denture of a dog. I mean, that to me, that was like out of control.
It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, what the prosecution was trying to do is totally bananas. You know, I mean, you can imagine, you know, as a, you know, there's no expertise that is being used in this case that will advance the search for the truth. There just isn't, because there's no evidence that these experts can do what they claim to be able to do.
That's interesting. That's the real ethical issue. Of course, you really shine the light on this. I'm going to have everyone look up the New England case. Could you say the name again? So our mods
Shifazari is Chifarizi, something like that. I'm probably not getting it perfect, but it's in the book.
Gotta be close. Yeah.
It's in your book. And your book's name again?
Junk Science in the American Criminal Justice System.
Thank you.
Such interesting stuff, man. It's no matter how it's used, it is fascinating. And I guess it's only time before we see if somebody's going to take a stand against this and maybe hopefully put you out of business.
That's what I'm here for, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's fascinating the way that a car accident is fascinating.
A call for justice echoes against these tarnished walls to cleanse the Norfolk Superior District Courthouse where dignity falls. For every sidebar whispered, a hope remains alive that justice can be restored and truth will once again thrive. From the depths of every soul, a cry resounds with might. Free Karen Reed they chant, from dawn till the night. Across oceans and lands, their voices rise in demand for justice to prevail, for her freedom they stand. In a world where silence often seals our fate, where the scales of justice sometimes resonate with weight. But remember, in this struggle, the defense need not sway, for innocence stands firm, no proof to convey. The burden lies elsewhere, a sacred legal creed beyond a reasonable doubt. Yet through these noble halls, shadows often creep, in corridors where secrets are quietly buried deep. Corruption fills the spaces where integrity should stand. A whispered affliction overtaking the land. The burden lies elsewhere, a sacred legal creed beyond a reasonable doubt is on Commonwealth. Yes, indeed. Garbage in, garbage out is what the Commonwealth witnesses' testimony is all about.
Well, that was great music by Oasis Cat. I see most of you are still here with us at Justice Served TV. As I said, Dr. Marie Russell is on the stand. Now, you just heard a really interesting interview that we did with my friend Chris Fabricant. Chris Fabricant is, hold on a second, I just have to reach for something. I apologize, because it's chalk. Chris Fabricant is the director of dealing with all this stuff over at the Innocence Project for years, and he was hired actually to undo the whole idea of human bite marks, specificity convicting somebody. He has a little bit different view about dog bites than the forensic pathologist has about dog bites. Now, let me just tell you that the forensic pathologist should know if it's a blunt force injury or a dog bite. There was a famous case in Canada about 25 years ago, and if I have some time, I will look it back up. I did have it, one of the shows we did, where a bunch of women were accused, especially one woman brought to the forefront of killing her daughter with blunt force injury, and it turned out that it was dog bites, and she was later exonerated, and a bunch of other people were looked into it, and it was by this one medical examiner up there in Canada who did not know. I think I'm tilted here. I'm sorry, guys. I'm tilted a little bit today. Who did not know the difference between a blunt force impact and a dog bite. Okay, so you have to know that. And I thought Marie Russell was doing a very nice job with regard to that when she was so rudely interrupted by the judge, who decided in the middle of a question. I've never seen that with the prosecution in the middle of the question, to interrupt Alessi and say, okay, lunchtime now, let's go to lunch. Before that, it was in the middle of a question interrupting Alessi. Oh, I'd like to see you at sidebar now. Okay. Just ridiculous when she's talking about the complex patterns of wounds and all. And you know, when she's talking about different dog bites have maybe different dentition, but not in the, you think about your bullies, right? As they call them in Canada and England, or your pit bulls, they call them here. The front still have those the canines, etc. Okay. If teeth that she's talking about, those front impacts, and it's very clear that those injuries up there that Welcher was trying to then say applied to the whole wound of John O'Keefe, clear to me anyhow that it's not. Now, what's the Commonwealth going to say? Mark my words, and if you want to be able to clip, I can tell you what they're going to try to say. We did DNA on the shirt of John O'Keefe, and we didn't find any dog bite DNA. Well, that is irrelevant in this case. I'm going to give you a number of reasons why. One, the outer shirt, the hoodie, was lying in the snow, as were the clothes. So a lot of DNA wouldn't necessarily show up. And when you think about it, they didn't find Kerry Roberts or Karen Reed's DNA, right, on the areas of the wounds, even though they were draped over him doing a CPR, right? They didn't find that. Number two, when you take a cutting, you're just a little cutting. You're not swabbing every single area. You're just not, especially when you're looking for something that could be deminimized by the weather. You're not. You should be doing the whole shirt. You should be doing the clothes. You should be doing everything with regard to that. All right. And let me give you number 3, okay? And I had to borrow Tubi the poodle. I hope he doesn't mind. Maybe he's going to charge me rent, an exhibit. And this is actually a smaller exhibit, but they did find some pig DNA. Now, any one of you in the chat here have pigs? No, okay. Some of you have little pigs, but there's none in the house. Anyone of you in the chat have dogs? Okay. I bet a lot of you have your canine companions. What do I have in my hand? I have by my favorite, and I don't get any money for this, by the way, just so you know. Whenever I show you what I use, I'm not getting any recompense. It's just what I use, and so so it's easy for me to grab it. Lily Bear Treats, who is in Sullivan County, where I have a cabin, has their own single ingredient dog treats, where 15%. I did want to say, oh boy, 15% of the animal proceeds goes to animal rescue. Wow. No preservatives, no fillers, or artificial anything. No wonder Tubi likes it. Okay. This is pork liver. All right. Now, here's a piece of pork liver that Tubi may chew on. Okay. That's a smaller piece. You all also have dogs. You have some big chewies. This is a bigger piece. Now, if I'm touching this pork liver, just by me touching it right now, right? What are you going to find on my hands? You're going to find pork DNA. Okay. If you have, I see Nicola Cox just puts right there, dried pig ears. Dogs love them, right? Yeah, exactly. And some of them are big. If dogs are chewing on things, pig ears and all, what do you find them? You're going to find, if they found even a little bit, with the electrophoresis, they found through they found through the fluorescence, which is how you weigh the DNA, even just a little teeny weeny bit. Okay, that easily could be left over from chewing. I tell you what, I do a lot of things for Justice Serve TV, but I'm not going to chew Tubi's pork liver treats. Okay, just not. But what could the pig DNA be from? There you go. All right. So three reasons. One, I think the forensic pathologist, my husband, as you know, should be able to recognize a dog bite from a blunt impact injury. That's the first thing. Should be able to have that differential diagnosis. That is definitely. Secondly, it's irrelevant whether you have DNA of the dog on there, because you could have easily transfer of a little bit left over, but maybe at the exact point that they swab, which is not where the pulling occurred, or there's the saliva and all sorts of stuff, you're not going to necessarily find dog DNA. So the absence of the dog DNA is not the absence of evidence. Okay, it really is not. The evidence is left behind is on the arm. Okay, and even if you swab the arm, so what? You've got medical treatments that occurred. You've got all sorts of people touching. If it was if the human DNA overcomes the dog DNA, it doesn't show up. There's all sorts of different reasons. Okay, all sorts of different reasons. So I don't care about some of you may. Some people on the jury may, about the absence of dog DNA. Those wounds, anyone who's ever been bitten by a dog, now I know you say you can't tell, but you've got puncture marks, you've got the pattern marks, all right? You've got, anyone ever have a puppy? When they do this, right? And they do this, and there's your puppy marks there. And true, you don't stay there if you're getting bitten. You're going to have movement. You're going to have movement of your elbow. You're going to have movement. Get away from me. You're going to have movement. And that's why you get those, all of you are having a great discussion on the different dog products that you use. But you get actually, I can even smell my hands right now. My friend Donnie Moss, who I've been tweeting about or Instagramming about this weekend, because I've seen him. He's vegan, and he runs something called Their Turn, and he just got the Adidas, after years of work, to stop using kangaroo skins in their soccer shoes and their soccer cleats, and then some other big company followed suit. He'd be horrified that I'm touching. Well, not that I'm not touching these, but that that other animals are going to feed other animals. But I digress, as you know I do, into the real world, because jurors digress into the real world. They're sitting there, they're digressing into the real world. Okay, so we have all of that going on, and I want to put that right out there. And by the way, you can Google this case in Canada. They had actually what they call a commission in Canada on it. Some of you will probably be able to find it for me, where the medical examiner couldn't tell what a dog bite was, and it turns out that the dog had killed the child, and the woman got blamed for a blunt force impact, okay, on it. So you can, and then he ended up being like doing a lot of things wrong as a medical examiner, forensic pathologist up in Canada, and he was goodbye, so long, farewell. So I throw all that out to you, that, when Dr. Russell, who's got some pretty incredible qualifications here, talks about it, she's got the qualifications to talk about it a lot more than Hank Brennan does. And certainly a lot more than gamma ray surgeon Dr. Wolf does, all right? And certainly that, okay? So, by the way, in addition tonight, I've got some surprise announcements for you that are staying here during your lunch hour, eating your Twizzlers, right? That not only do we have Nan Gallagher, whose Twitter handle is @LawFario for tonight on the show, we also are going to have Olivia Lambo on. So while Michael Bryant is away, the girls are going to play in our show tonight. We are going to have woman power, which I think is very appropriate, because I want to counteract the investigative viverito of today's trial. And that was, investigator, police officer, Boston police officer, who actually got moved over and probably promoted and more money, amazingly enough, right after she was called to be the 911 operator, or it wasn't really 911, it was the dispatcher for the Canton Police Department on that night, right? On that night, okay? And that was investigator, Boston police officer, Dever. And I'm going to pronounce her name right again, because I'm going to keep rerunning that clip, if we can. And I don't know if we can, because this is a surprise to Diz and Missy, where she says, I couldn't hear it before, that she refuses to she can't answer the question of Alan Jackson because he didn't pronounce her name right. Do we have that? If we have that, when I see it pulled in, I will stop talking, because I think this sums up the nature of the prosecution's case today, getting Mack trucks and holes thrown right through it by their own self-inflicted wounds that are ridiculous, Now, let's see. We have a couple of questions before we go. Donnie, not Wahlberg, gifted one Just to Serve TV membership. It's just been gifting all morning and now all afternoon. Thank you so very much for that. And again, if you are here and you are in our chat, well, you can't be in our chat unless you're subscribed, but a lot of you are watching. So please, whoops, here we go.
Just answer my question, Officer Dever. Did we read to you, were you read the exact same thing that I just read to you on that phone call?
Like, you can't remember my name. I don't remember.
Okay, so
like you can't. Didn't I just read to you the exact same thing? And I stop and I play that because it is so absolutely outrageous what she said. And that was that Higgins and the late chief were in the Sally Port after she couldn't remember either if there were cameras in the Sally Port. The night that Karen Reed's car was parked inside, and they were there for a weirdly long time, and it was very weird, or some words to that effect. I don't have that pulled up. But Karen Reed's car pulled in. Weirdly, it was weird, okay? And she told the FBI that. And now she says somehow the defense has created a false memory in her. And somehow she just like that. Just like you can't remember my name, I can't remember. Oh my goodness. Oh my gracious. Oh my gosh. I really want to know what the jury did, because the reaction you saw from me, that was from like a portion of my brain that like just took over. Like, what, are you kidding me? Are you effing kidding me? You are a witness in a murder trial. You supposedly represent the Boston Police Department. You supposedly are testifying in this case honestly, to the best of your recollection. You're supposed to be representative of all police officers all over the United States. Now, if you're saying to us, Boston police officer Dever, because I'm remembering your name, let me say it again so no one else forgets it, Boston police officer Dever, that this is how you're going to testify, all you're doing is representing the thick blue line. It's not even a thin blue line. You're not representing truth. You're not representing justice. You're not representing fairness. And you're not representing anybody who believes in the Constitution of the United States of America. You may think you look good. You look terrible. You look worse than you can imagine. You look awful. You look like a prevaricator. You look like a liar. You look like somebody who made up false memories being implanted. If a defendant said that, you'd be hammering them on the floor. All right. It is ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. If this is how fine you are, you may have just cast the final nail in any case that the Commonwealth had against Karen Read by your ridiculous, ill-advised, ill-performed, frowning, not likable testimony. And if you thought, as we all thought, that Shannon Burgess was the most ridiculous witness the Commonwealth had, well, even though called by the defense, make no doubt about it, she thought she was a Commonwealth witness. She may be the most ridiculous witness I have ever seen in my whole career of trying cases. And I've seen a lot of cases, and I've seen a lot of good cops, and I have a lot of good cops that are friends. Okay. But you, ma'am, deserve what I called you, and it's not genetic. I'm sorry, it's not based on your gender. You are a cocky ass bitch. Okay, that's from me. All right, and I'm not going to apologize for it because that's what you came across as. All right, that's a mini rant. It's over. Joanne Jetaplatopoulos gifted one Justice Served TV membership. All right, thank you very much for that, Joanne Jetaplatopoulos. Brooklyn has been a member for 5 months. Thank you so much. We are trying to do the best we can with memberships. We still have to get to our Supreme Court members who will have a one-on-one with us. I think everyone's been so tied up watching Karen Read, and none of us have a moment to spare with regard to that. Curious Law Tuber gifted of Justice Served TV membership. Hopefully my mouth didn't undo that because I'm a little incensed at the way she testified. And you gifted another one. Thank you so much. We can't thank you enough for that. Okay, so this is as you know, this is actually how I am when I'm running a trial team. Now, what you see with me in the courtroom, I'm nice and sweet and I'm wonderful. And everyone who knows me thinks I'm nice and sweet and wonderful. But when I get really pissed off is when the profession that I'm in, that I devoted my life to, gets hijacked by a witness like that. All right. And I think that is ridiculous. And I don't want it to see it happen. I don't want to see bad doctors acting like that. You know, even if we disagreed with the testimony of Dr. Wolf, or we didn't like him, or some of you thought he was pompous, he didn't do what she just did. Okay. He didn't do what she just did, which was denigrate the whole system. And by denigrating the whole system, she denigrated herself. She may not know it. She may keep her job. She may be able to go to the bars with the other Boston Police Department people and be like the hero of the day, but she is not. She thinks she is. She is not. You're not even good enough to be called investigative Viverito. I'm now taking Viverito off the list. I'm beginning to say, you're not so bad, investigative Viverito. This is the worst witness I have ever seen in my life for her attitude and for her, in my opinion, making up and utilizing false memories being implanted. All right. It's your right. It's your right. But it's wrong. Your right is doing wrong. Okay. Lisa Dunlap has a question. If Karen Read is found not guilty, will the Commonwealth pursue the case to find justice for John? I doubt it. I doubt it. We see this in wrongful conviction cases all the time, where the DNA shows that somebody else did it, right? Absolutely. and they don't go pursue that person. Now, it's changing a little bit along the way. But many times they don't. It depends on the ethics of the DA or the specific prosecutor involved. Okay, they convince sometimes the families that the DNA is wrong and the Innocence Project has done something bad, and all things like that, and that's really what they do. But this was really bad. They're never going. If indeed there's any possible implication that, in my opinion, that there is another cop involved, they're never going to pursue, ever going to pursue what we just see here at all. So let me just tell you that there were other motions filed today. Okay. Now, let me tell you, there was one motion that proposed jury instructions. I thought it may be for all the jury instructions, but it may have just been for that jury instruction relating to how you take the text early on when the friend of Michael Proctor testified to, because remember, there was instruction read by the judge with regard to that. And then there was defendant's motion to impound defendant's motion to present a missing witness argument and request for subsequent instruction. And in support of the motion to impound, there was an affidavit filed by Elizabeth Little. And then there was another motion, defendant's motion to present a missing witness argument, and request for subsequent instruction, unredacted but impounded. And then there was defendant's motion to present a missing witness argument and request for subsequent instruction, redacted. So it may be that there was several redacted briefs filed. There's a motion to impound filed. That has to do probably with, we're getting an indication from these that the defense does not plan to call Higgins or Albert. That's what I'm seeing from here, that they're not planning to call Higgins or Albert. And I want to read to you something with regard to that. But before that, I want to give you the last motion that they filed, and that is defendant's motion for reconsideration of the court's March 31st, 2025 order excluding the testimony of defendant expert Michael Easter. Really, quite frankly, Your Honor, Judge Cannone, you should grant that because of all the improper procedures that we have now seen here and all. She's not going to re-grant it because that's going to lengthen the trial, and she's not going to admit she's wrong. All right. She's not going to admit she's wrong. So I don't see her granting that, but I think it's perfectly appropriate for them to file. Give her a chance to say no, and give her a chance if Karen Reed gets convicted to possibly be another appealable issue. Now, here's one of the wordings that was in the motion to file a redaction that occurred. A defendant has a wide latitude in every case to argue that the Commonwealth has failed to present sufficient evidence, and in this case, and in this sense, that there is an absence of proof or the evidence is missing. That is distinctly different from a missing witness argument. However, in the former being the absence of proof, the defendant argues that the evidence that has been produced is inadequate. The defendant may even legitimately point out that a specific witness or specific evidence has not been produced, but the defendant does not argue or ask the jury to draw any conclusions as to the substance of the evidence that has not been produced. In other words, when you file your motion for the directed verdict after the end of the state's case, you have a right to say that the absence of evidence and all is, including the absence of witnesses, shows that the prosecution has not met their burden of proof. However, in the latter, and this is where you're arguing, you're asking for a jury charge to have the jury draw an inference for the failure of the prosecution to produce a witness. They say in the latter, the defendant points an accusatory finger at the Commonwealth for not producing the missing witness and urges the jury to conclude affirmatively that the missing evidence would have been unfavorable to the Commonwealth. That is the essence of the adverse inference. And what that says, basically, you ask for a jury instruction, and that says, hey, you Commonwealth, you didn't produce X, Y, and Z. And therefore, Your Honor, we are asking for the jury to draw an adverse inference in favor of innocence, actually, in favor of the Commonwealth not producing their case, proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt, because they didn't call these witnesses, right? It's a very hard charge to get. I'll tell you why. because here's what courts say. All right. And you'll come back to this when Judge Cannone makes her ruling. Here's what courts say. Courts say here, they say, hey, you have subpoena power, just like the prosecution. The witnesses are subject to subpoena, and you, defense, you could have subpoenaed them to come. And therefore, they deny that adverse inference. They still let you argue that the Commonwealth didn't call them, but the jury doesn't get charged with an adverse inference. Okay, if you have questions on that, I'll continue to answer questions on that. I just wanted to point to you the motions that were filed. We haven't seen the Easter motion. It's listed on the docket, but we haven't seen it, so it hasn't been uploaded yet. Oh, Scott C is here. Thank you for the donation. Love the diva rant. On point. Thank you. You're probably all good. I'm going to have to probably go to Mark Randazzo afterwards because I really wanted to say more. Because I really wanted to say, look at yourself in the mirror, and all of those of you who helped her and aided and abetted her for doing this, because somebody had to give her the argument about false memories. Somebody had to give her the argument. She says she called all these legal counsels and she told them that the defense made her say it. The defense didn't make you say that, jerk. Okay? And I'm calling her a jerk. You told the FBI. You know who they are? You know what the FBI stands for? Fucking FBI, okay? The FBI. I'm probably going to get a strike on YouTube right now, okay? You knew who it was, and all Judge Cannone's machinations. You can't mention this, and by the way, the attorneys still can't say FBI. They have to say other law enforcement agency, right? She let it out. The jury now knows it. I think that this was a great day. You're absolutely. Thank you, Scott C. Again, thank you so much for that donation. That's going to help. Michael Bryant's actually going to go to Canton instead of Wednesday and Thursday. He's going up there tomorrow. He's going to get off the plane tonight. He's going straight up to Canton, and we'll be in Canton tomorrow and Wednesday instead of Wednesday and Thursday, because so much is happening. So thank you very much. That'll help him do that. Thank you very much. Please, if you haven't listened to the rant, I believe it is on our YouTube at Justice Served TV. Madeira Beach caregiver. Hi, Madeira Beach. It's so great to have you on. Best day ever for Karen Reed's defense. Yeah, I think it's a good day for Karen Reed's defense, but they got to start bringing this home now as to why this is important, because they still don't have the whole picture in their mind. Like they did in the first trial, was already pictured that the dog bite was an alternative theory. Here, we don't have that picture, and we got hung up the other day, and we're going to have Olivia talk about it on the 1162-2, which in my opinion didn't occur at the house. That it occurred once the car was in the Canton Police Department custody and control, all right, or Massachusetts State Police, wherever you want, the government's control, all right. And we're going to hear Olivia. She's going to talk about what she gleaned. She knows this inside out. You don't want to miss her. She's going to be on tonight with, Nan's going to, and I'll start at 6 with all of you recapping testimony. 6:15, Nan's going to be on. Then Olivia is going to join us right after that. And woman power are going to counteract what we saw. Women power who tell you the truth honestly, forwardly, and tell you where things are at, rather than try to lie to you by hiding behind false memories. Okay. But I think it is a great day for the Karen Reed defense. You're absolutely right. By the way, Michael says Jess Machado is back in the courtroom replacing Aiden this afternoon. We did a whole rant about Jess Machado not getting a seat the other night. We're going to try to have her on when Michael Bryant's here. I have a viewpoint that women should be reflected in that courtroom in terms of their opinion, because women jurors may see things differently than male jurors see them based on our gender makeup. Not any biases, not because I'm into DEI, not because I'm not into DEI, just because I want to hear a female point of view, especially a female point of view of maybe this witness who's on the stand. So that'll be nice. I'm glad she's back in the courtroom. That was terrible, is that she couldn't win the randomizer, which didn't seem to be very random, did it? Okay. Jersey Girl, do you agree that Officer Devers' statement being so detailed is the dead giveaway that it isn't a false memory? Positively, absolutely. And who she gave it to, okay? And who she gave it to. Somebody had to work really hard to come up with this. Well, maybe your shift ended. That doesn't mean she wasn't there. If her shift ended, then she didn't see what she saw. Absolutely positively. When you're going to go speak to the FBI and you're told, by the way, if you lie to us or any misrepresentations you make, you can go to prison for a period of time. For instance, if they came to speak to me, and this is my pen, by the way, I bought this from Quill. Okay. We bought this from Quill on our account, right? This is my pen. But if I was at work and I worked for me, and one of my employees went home with this pen, and I reported pens that are missing, and they went to my employee and said, "Did you get this pen from the office of Linda Kenney Baden?" And they said, "No." There's a U.S. Supreme Court case on that. That's lying to the FBI. Okay, that's lying to the FBI. They take it pretty seriously. Okay, it's a serious thing, and she's a cop, and she knows that. So yes, I do believe that that's a giveaway. A false memory implant by the defense? Are you kidding me? Defense implant? Just like the media was implanting false memory. She was reading the media. She was watching the trial. She was watching snippets of the trial. Okay. Oh, come on. All right. Madeira Beach caregiver, it's so good again to have you back. I'm just dumbfounded that someone who could literally have an entire detailed scenario that turns out to what? It's a hallucination? What was she on drugs? You're right. What's her reason behind her change in story? No one asked that. Well, she said that that there was a timeline presented to her when the defense interviewed her, and that timeline was false, and therefore then when she went to the FBI somehow, and this is where it got all skewy, a little bit skewy, that was a false memory that had been implanted. But who used the term false memory? Okay, it probably came from her lawyers, but you can't inquire about, because remember the defense did ask you, when you went with the commissioner of the Boston PD, you weren't with a lawyer then, were you? No, and he told you what? You tell it like it is. You just tell it like it is. You tell the truth, okay, and all. But then afterwards, every time she had a meeting, there was a lawyer. So then the question becomes, if her lawyer was there, did her lawyer tell her this is the way around it? She says she calls the FBI and she talks to their general counsel or their legal counsel, and they told her, yeah, here we go, Madeira Beach caregiver, not to worry about it, because if it was just a mistake or a false memory, she wouldn't be subject to perjury. Are you kidding me? There is no way. She called the FBI, and an FBI agent said that to her. There is simply no way. And quite frankly, if you're the commissioner of the Boston PD, I'm going to repeat this again. If you're the commissioner of the Boston PD, you should be calling her into the office. And yes, I know she has a union, and yes, I know that, and yes, I know this. Okay, but come on. If you're going to wait till this trial ends, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't proctorize her. You should deverize her right now. Okay, right now. Okay. I don't see any new texts. No, I don't see any new texts that were released. What happened with Yuri Buchanan, because when he came in, if you recall, he read some text that he had gotten as a result of being in the chain of command. He read the chain of, there's two separate text lines here. One was the chain of command text that were with Yuri Buchanan on them, and I believe Tully on them, and that's the one that said they're going to pin it on the girl, and the medical examiner is a whack job and all that. So there was that line of text. So Yuri Buchanan, because he could authenticate that and he was in the chain of command, didn't take action against him, read those texts. So I wanted to see tonight, we're going to try to read both sets of texts. Those texts, and then there was a separate text area, and that was the text chain that Proctor was having with his high school buddies. Okay, with high school buddies. Okay, yes, Dizzy, there absolutely was. Let me just tell you, I can tell you exactly where it was. Right, there was this is when Hank Brennan asked the buddy to read the text. Okay, and he started reading some of them, and then he said, "And what's next?" And the friend froze up and said, "By the way, we now know that the Proctor's alive and well. The jury can't fall back on that." And he said, I'm not comfortable using this language. This is not my language. And why? Because you wouldn't want to be comfortable using the language whack job and the C word. And that's what started. That's why he said. And so then it rolled without the C word being used. It said they just use C word. Okay. And just by the fact that they use it as the C word tells me what? Tells me that it's so bad, right? That no one wants to say it, because that's one of those really bad words and ones that we don't allow here. Even though I have, I'll defend your right, First Amendment traditionalists, to say it. On my show, I don't like you to say it. But that was the first thing he said. That Proctor said, Karen Reed was a whack job, and then uses the C word. And the answer was yes. And then here's where it went. And she has a weird Fall River accent. Yes. And then she has no ass. Right. And then she's fucked. Okay. And then somebody on the text chain, not the guy on the stand this morning, called Karen Reed a no ass bitch. And then Proctor put a laugh sign on it. And then there was something. There was another small one that didn't. It's something about the chick. And then the N one was that, and she has a leaky balloon knot. So yes, the C word was used, although it didn't roll off Hank's. He just said C word. The word itself did not roll off his word. Linda, you're the best. Thank you. This is all about the shade. $5 donation. Thank you. Thank you for not sugarcoating your opinions. Can't wait for Nan and Olivia to join you. Yeah, my opinions are going to be my opinions. And this is the way I have to talk to trial teams or my teams when I'm working with them. They have to be my opinions. We're not mincing words here. We have people's lives on the line, okay? And we can't mince words, and we can't be nicey. If you want to come to the straight scoop, you come to someone like Michael Bryant and I. I've tried a lot of cases. You know that, all right? Run a lot of teams, okay? Been in high-profile cases. Probably the only commentator, and I'll say it again, who's ever tried a case who's commenting against Alan Jackson, especially in a high-profile case. So I know exactly what Alan's doing, all right, having spent time with him. And you heard the beginning of our show when Michael Bryant first introduced himself to Alan Jackson, one of the early times we went up there. He said, my pod partner, Linda Kenney Baden, Linda. And Alan said, I love Linda, even though we fought tooth and nail on opposite sides for 6 months. So we put that in our opening here, as you know. So thank you very much for coming here. Hit the like, subscribe, share, tell all your friends. So this young channel can get into the algorithm. Because of you, we've been growing leaps and bounds. But thank you so very, very, very much with regard to that. Okay, so let's see what else we have here. Oh, thank you for calling me the GOAT. I really appreciate that. I'm just only going to, I see it right here. So just to put it up, because, when somebody attacked me, who was it? Some weird person attacked me and Michael. Well, look at, they brought out the geezers. I don't know if she's calling a geezer, but I told her, here's what I basically told her. I said, hide behind your anonymity, okay? If your brain can only rely on insults, that's your problem. But if you want to talk about the case, come on the show. Come into this chat today. Subscribe to our channel. And then we're going to invite you. We'll put you on the show tonight. Guess what? The coward would not do that. I don't think I've heard from the coward since, okay? What we find is that these trolls generally don't like it when you go back after them, that they think they can go after you. And when you go back after them, they're shocked that for some reason, look, whoever your troll was, she said she was female, but I don't know because I didn't see her. And I told her to bring her, her younger, vivacious self into our chat, but they really don't like it. I sit next to people who are accused of killing people with a gun by pointing it at their head and shooting the brains out. All right. If you think I am a shrinking violet, I am not. Okay. You may see me with Tubi. I love him. I adore him. He's terrific. You may see with my friends. We're all happy. We're wonderful. But when it comes to the law and when it comes to defending you, all right, when it comes to defending my clients and when it comes to telling you the truth and what I'm seeing in the courtroom, you're going to get my opinion. And I have told you that the one danger I think about this case is Karen Reed could still get convicted on that second count, because some jury could say, there were 7 or 8 particles there. She had the car, I want to go home. Let's compromise. We'll throw out count 1. We'll throw out count 3, and we'll sit on count 2. So that
Right,
could
Mr.
happen,
Alessi, whenever you're ready.
hate it or not. All right,
Thank
we're
you,
going
Your
back
Honor.
in the courtroom. I'm going to
Good
be behind the
afternoon and
TV app,
welcome
but I'm
back,
with
Dr.
you all.
Russell.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor, if we could please publish Exhibit 1 in evidence.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk. Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 1 from your review of the documents in this case?
Yes,
And what is it that Exhibit 1 represents?
it's a picture of the forearm of the decedent.
And we left off at lunch, and I'm not going to cover too much old ground, just to reorient ourselves back to where we were. You were discussing the basis of your opinion and conclusion that you said that these wounds were caused by, why don't you restate? Well, let's continue on in the basis of your opinion. Let's just continue on. Can you go through what is in Exhibit 1 and describe how it is that you came to your opinion?
Well, I observed multiple patterns of striations or linear abrasions.
I'm sorry to interrupt you so soon. Do you have the pointer in case you want to use that available?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's multiple groupings of linear abrasions, and linear means like a line, linear. So there's multiple of those, and here's one. Here's another one closer to the elbow. Here's another one closer to the wrist, and here's another array of linear abrasions near the elbow.
In terms of these wounds, in assessing their source, do you look at them individually, collectively, or both?
Both. I look at them individually, and then I put them in context of how they relate to one another.
And how they relate to one another, is there a name of that methodology that you use in terms of how they relate to each other?
Well, I think it's a pattern methodology, pattern recognition.
And what pattern is it that you see here with regard to all of these wounds on the right arm?
Well, I see multiple linear groupings together in a area from the mid arm to the mid forearm.
Is there any analysis of direction that is involved in your analysis?
Yes.
What is it?
I believe that these wounds were initiated closer to the anterior surface or the front of the forearm.
I'm sorry, Dr. Russell, to interrupt you, but there's a fan back here which I can hear, but if you could just keep your voice up, that would be great for me.
Yes, I believe they all started closer to the anterior or front portion of the arm. Like they started up here, up here, and the direction is towards the posterior portion of the arm.
Now, if we could just go back briefly, I want you to do a comparison. If we could go back, Your Honor, please, back to Exhibit 157 that we had up earlier.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 167. As between 167 and 1, which one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located?
The previous one.
All right, so let's go back to the previous one. So that one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located on January 29 of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And so January 29, 2022, if we can go back to Exhibit 157, or 67, excuse me, 167, Can you tell when this picture was taken from the depiction?
Well, it says January 31st.
Okay, so is that the basis for you saying that the Exhibit 1 was closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located?
Yes.
All right, so I want to do another comparison, have you do another comparison of the two. If you can look at what is depicted in Exhibit 167, and now go back to 1 and see if you see any differences at all as to what's depicted. Do you see any differences with regard to the wounds on the arm, or the arm just in general? Let's go back to see that now. Let's go back to 167.
Well, the coloration of the photograph is slightly different.
And what do you mean the coloration?
Well, the skin tones here are more yellow than they are in the previous photograph.
And I'm sorry, do you have a conclusion as to why there is a difference in skin tone in this exhibit compared to Exhibit 1?
Well, it could just be technique, lighting technique. I do see some lividity on the chest, postmortem lividity, and that's what that means is pooling of the blood, which happens after death.
Can you explain to the jury what lividity is?
Yes. So blood follows the laws of gravity, and the blood will settle to the dependent parts of the body. In this case, the body the body of Mr. O'Keefe is horizontal, and so the blood is going to settle from the top of the chest, which would probably be up here somewhere, down towards the back, which would be the inferior portion of the chest in that position. And likewise, it would happen on the extremities too.
So you just mentioned the extremities. Do you see any lividity on the extremity here, the right arm?
You know, actually, there is discoloration over here in the elbow area. I do see some lividity. Okay, so there's several areas of lividity on the arm. I'm sorry. There's some right here. This redness right here on the near the wrist. I believe that that's postmortem lividity. I believe that this redness in here near the elbow is also postmortem lividity. And yeah, that's what I believe.
Okay.
That's postmortem lividity.
And again, lividity is that you said something that sets in after time, after death?
Yes, it's the pooling of blood.
Is there, with regard to this depiction, do you see any bruising with regard to that elbow?
You know, I think that initially, earlier this morning, with the lighting, I may have said that this was bruising, but now as I think about it, and I see all this other lividity here, lividity over here, I believe that's postmortem lividity.
And if we could go back to Exhibit 1, and you said this is the one that's closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located, do you see any lividity or bruising with regard to that photo?
I don't see any definite bruising. I do see some discoloration up here near the shoulder. I'm not sure if that's postmortem lividity or not. It could be early postmortem lividity.
Okay. So if we could, thank you, Mr. Wool, can we take that depiction down for the moment? What I'd like to do is and we'll come back to that. If we could have the lights back on, please. Thank you. Have you had experience prior to this case in performing your pattern recognition methodology skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans? In other words, have you seen dog-inflicted wounds that have a pattern on humans?
I've seen dog wounds that have had a pattern. I didn't need to do it utilize that skill because I also had other information about the case. You know, for instance, police officer or the victim himself said, you know, I was attacked by a dog.
Right. And for those that can you give an example, like in the ER, just as to how you would come to have that knowledge, or how would you generally come to have the knowledge as to a potential source of the wound?
Oftentimes it's the victim that tells me, or in the case of the law enforcement dog bites, I had both victim and police officers tell me that the police dog, inflicted these wounds.
And so and how many times generally in your career, we discussed it this morning, how many times generally did someone present with dog-inflicted wounds and you were told that these wounds were from a dog? Roughly how many in your career?
Well, all of the law enforcement dog bites. So that would be 40 to 60 or so of those. Plus, most of the non-law enforcement dog bites, the patients or the mother have said this, a dog bit me, or a dog bit my son.
And for those where someone said something, the dog bit my son, were the wounds that you saw similar to or different from the wounds that are depicted in Exhibit 1 that we've had up on the screen?
On the civilian dog bites, there's some similarities, but not as many striations on the civilian dog bites.
And are the more striations on what's depicted in Exhibit 1, does that lead you to more easily conclude it's from a dog bite, or is it harder for you to conclude it's from a dog bite?
Neither.
Right. So is your prior experience as an emergency room physician, as a physician in Cochrane, does that experience allow you to exercise pattern recognition skills with regard to Exhibit 1 in Exhibit 157?
Sustained.
Do you use your pattern recognition? Did you use your pattern recognition skills in evaluating Exhibit 1 in Exhibit 157?
Yes.
In terms of characteristics of dog bites, if we can go back to Exhibit 1, please. Is Exhibit 1 highly characteristic of a dog bite or lowly characteristic of a dog bite?
Sustained.
How would you describe the characteristics of what appears on Exhibit 1?
What I see on Exhibit 1 is multiple strikes from a dog.
I'm going to allow it.
Can you please repeat your answer?
Yes.
What you see?
Multiple strikes from a dog.
And with regard to, do you see any characteristics in terms of a medical observation with regard to those strikes?
I don't understand the question.
Are you familiar with the medical term pathognomonic?
Oh, yes.
What is the definition of pathognomonic?
Pathognomonic in medicine means that the characteristics of a condition are so highly specific and unique that they basically say that it can only be from a certain condition and no other condition. So to the exclusion of all other conditions. That's what is meant by pathognomonic. At least that's my understanding.
Do you consider these wounds pathognomonic?
Sustained.
How do you evaluate these wounds in terms of what you call their characteristics?
I characterize them as highly specific for a dog attack.
I'm going to strike the last word, Mr. Wilson.
In terms of the characteristics that you have talked about,
Strike the word for highly
are there
characteristic
any
of a dog
other
attack.
aspects of
Oh,
dog
come on.
dentition that you can discern from Exhibit 1?
Never ends, does it, with her?
I don't understand the question.
You mentioned earlier when we had the dog dentition exhibit up, you mentioned an arch. Is there any aspect of Exhibit 1 that concerns an arch?
Yes, there is, in my opinion, an arch-like structure right here towards the lower part of the forearm, towards the wrist, suggesting that this here is made from the very front teeth of the dog. Now, when one looks at these injuries or wounds, one has to remember that, number one, this is not a mannequin. This is a person whose skin is somewhat elastic, whose skin will slide over the underlying bones. And so therefore, some of the wounds may have been created by the exact same teeth, for instance, but look differently, depending on the part of the anatomy, the elasticity of the skin, also depending on things like if there was clothing or something in between the teeth and the skin. So one has to consider and also there may be motion motion effects. The living victim could have been pulling away from the dog. The dog could have been, pulling or jumping and only catching a glimpse, a little slight bit of the skin with his teeth. So there's a lot of movement and things that one has to consider when an injury is inflicted on a body.
I'm going to strike that.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
What? She is explaining the basis of her opinions and why the arch is important. And now we're going to move to strike, and she's going to strike that. This is unbearable, unbelievable, ridiculous, because this is exactly why we had the Daubert hearing, to show what the basis of her opinions are and what the methodology is that she uses in terms of discussing the pattern evidence here. I know no one more qualified to discuss dog bites than what I've seen with Marie Russell here, who's got the forensic pathologist. She's been in the emergency room. She's investigated suspicious deaths. She's seen dog bites. Certainly, I'll guarantee you, she's seen more dog bites than let's see, Wolf, Mr. Wolf. They'll call me Dr. Wolf, brain surgeon. I have 7 brain surgeons yesterday, 3 tomorrow, and I got to rush back to Florida. I mean, much more qualified to discuss the pattern injury. And by the way, he never even discussed the arm, did he? Did he? Right? So, I mean, come on. And this is where the prosecution is trying to withhold documentary evidence and testimonial evidence from the jury that not only is helpful, that answers the question of what the patterns are from. And Welcher, accident reconstructionist, he's allowed to testify that because You have the one here that all these are from. Are you kidding me? From an exploding taillight that we've never even seen. Madeira Beach caregiver. I put this up before. Linda's my fellow rebel with the cause. Thank you very much. I know Michael Bryant again is going to appreciate that as he goes off to Dedham tomorrow morning with no rest for the weary, I should say. And then Layla Rose Rittenberg from Charlie, your sister. What I admire about you, thank you, is most is your integrity to call out the BS. Thank you for sticking up for women and others. It means so much to me. You know, and when I did the, I won't say the attack, but the commentary on Dever, she didn't stick up for women. She embarrassed women. And that's what kind of pissed me off so much, that she embarrassed cops. She embarrassed women. So I felt no reason that I should withhold back what I said, that I was trying to support women in this prosecution who were under attack. You know, the female medical examiner that Dr. Wexler said he wouldn't consult with a person like that. All right. But when somebody gets up there who is female, who embarrasses all of us by clearly, in my opinion, recanting testimony before the FBI, statements before the FBI, because it's not under oath, I guess, so it's not technically testimony. And we all can see what was happening. I think Tom DeRozier just pointed out her salary differential and her raises and what she gets. Yeah, when she says that her something about her career or her being a Boston police officer depends upon her testimony there, she is absolutely right. But that's then degrading everybody. And if you want, as a female who's risen to the point where you could be considered a police officer from a dispatcher and go to Boston PD, and you want to embarrass your gender like that, in my opinion, then you deserve every rancor of every woman who's out here working very hard to give you the honest truth and sticking up for the integrity of women to come into the legal profession and do it right. Okay? And do it right. All right. So thank you very much for saying that, because I know that somebody's going to say, well, you said to stand up for women, then you attacked the woman. No, I attacked the woman's testimony, and she attacked women by being somebody who embarrassed herself on the stand, in my opinion. Okay. So there we go. That's a big difference, and one that I'm going to stick to, and come at me. Okay. Because if you're going to come at me, you come at me in person on this show. All right. And don't hide behind your anonymous avatars here. Okay. So the only question I have, whether Dr. Russell saw the actual clothes, she may have looked at pictures. Of course, she didn't do the autopsy. But let me just tell you that you look at the reason why you document and photograph autopsies is so that you can have that independent review. I mean, medical examiners do it all the time. When somebody dies in their office, they look at the independent photographic evidence and the autopsy report and then come testify in court, because it's a documentation that gives you that independent review, the peer review, if you will. You know, you're not flying dead bodies all over the place. And by the time a defense gets into a case, usually they can't see an autopsy because there's not a suspect or there's not an issue, or the medical examiner will, shall we say, prevent you from coming into the autopsy room, as the medical examiner did in the Casey Anthony case, when the suspect had been identified, but it was her autopsy room. She wasn't going to have anyone in it. The good medical examiners will let people come into their autopsy room all the time. But here, Dr. Russell wasn't identified. The pictures weren't given. She wasn't, given over. The discovery didn't happen. And that's what medical examiners do. And that's what forensic pathologists do. It's done all the time across the nation when you have cancer patients and they send slides back and forth, or they look on the big screen. You're in the doctor's office. What the photographs of whatever they're seeing on the x-ray is being transmitted. They pull it up over, 4 blocks away or 10 blocks away, or they pull it up over in another country and look at it. They look at it from the documentary evidence. They don't actually have to see the actual wound. Now, in some cases, it may be very important, but not in this case, when you can tell that Dr. Wexler didn't go. Dr. Wexler wasn't at an autopsy. I don't even know how many autopsies he's ever been at. He's an accident reconstructionist who left medical school after either one semester or one course. I'm not sure at which. That sounded a little suspect. He said he didn't like it. It wasn't for him. But, it is what it is in this courtroom. And remember, in that well in that courtroom, that's reality. So what the jury is getting is their reality in that courtroom, not the reality that we have out here, because we can see everything. Let's go back into court. Let's listen to Mr. Alessi continue.
Mayor, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could put the Exhibit 1 back up on the screen, please, Mr. Wope. Dr. Russell, is what's depicted on the screen one dog bite or more than one dog bite?
Ask it differently, Mr. Wilson.
Dr. Russell, can you determine from this depiction, how do you evaluate this depiction with regard to dog bites?
Well, I see several groupings of wounds. Here's one grouping up near the shoulder. Here's another distinct grouping near the elbow, but above the elbow. Here is a third grouping around the back of the elbow and the upper forearm. Here's some additional marks. I think they're separate, but I don't know exactly if they are separate dog bites or scratches. And then there's another grouping around the posterior forearm near the wrist. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's at least 4 different types of either bites or combination bite and claw marks.
You mentioned claw marks. Is there any evidence of claw marks in this exhibit?
It's hard to say exactly what this, what these marks are. This one here, and even to a certain extent, this one here has some characteristics of both claw marks and bites. So
Even though you may not be able to determine whether it's a claw mark, can you determine, or the specific type of mark, can you determine that those are from a dog?
I believe they are, yes.
So now let's go. You mentioned, we'll switch. We can leave that up for just a moment because we're going to come right back to it. And Dr. Russell, earlier on, you used the phrase incomplete dental impression. Do you recall that?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. What phrase would you like to use? Because you were describing whether a dog or not had a complete bite. What phrase would you like to use?
That's okay. Incomplete bite, I
okay.
might
Do you
consider.
see any evidence of an incomplete bite on Exhibit 1?
I believe all of the bites here are incomplete.
Why do you come to that conclusion?
Because in my opinion, they don't penetrate the skin, which I would consider more of a bite or more of a complete bite. So they're just scratches on the surface of the skin.
When you say they don't penetrate the skin, we see the marks that are on there. What do you mean that they don't penetrate the skin?
They don't penetrate the full thickness of the skin and extend into the soft tissue underneath.
And what, in terms of incompleteness that you just described, have you observed incomplete dog bites in your career?
Many.
Roughly how many incomplete dog bites have you observed and treated in your career?
Over 100.
In our incomplete bites, the majority of bites from civilian dogs, or are they a minority of the bites from civilian dogs?
I believe they're the majority of the bites of civilian dogs.
Did you determine whether these wounds occurred at the same time?
I believe they did.
Why do you come to the conclusion that they occurred at the same time?
Because of the wound characteristics, the coloration of the wounds, the tissue reaction to the wounds. So they all timing are at the same time, around the same time.
Did you determine whether these wounds were sustained by Mr. O'Keefe before or after he died?
Before he died.
How do you reach the conclusion that these wounds were suffered by Mr. O'Keefe before he died?
Because they have what we call a vital reaction. So there is an ever so slight vital reaction or inflammation around the edges of the wounds. And so that determines that, that supports the fact that they were inflicted during life.
Dr. Russell, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe's right arm personally?
No.
Is it generally accepted in the practice of medicine, particularly emergency or pathology, to observe and determine the source of a wound from a photograph after death?
It is generally accepted.
And have you, in your career, used photographs to determine wounds and patterns of wounds?
Yes.
And is that an accepted practice?
Yes.
And it is a generally accepted practice?
Yes.
Now, in conducting we're going to switch a little bit now to what you call the differential diagnosis. In conducting your differential diagnosis with regard to motor vehicle accidents, describe for the jury how you performed that differential diagnosis with regard to the decedent. And we can leave that up for just a moment. Go ahead, Dr. Russell.
So I'm going to need to see you. Sorry, folks.
I'm sorry. I don't know. Now she needs to see what every time we get a flow into this, okay, she interrupts Alessi, who's being very patient, and Dr. Russell being very clear and very patient with regard to this. Absolutely. Let me answer a couple of your questions. Layla Rose Rittenberg from Charlie, your sister, with a $10 donation. It's all I can budget. I really appreciate your powerful words. Layla, we don't want you to not have food on your table, nothing, okay? If you can't do it, please take it back. We'll answer your question, but thank you for that donation, and thank you for complimenting us here at Justice Served TV for trying to bring you what we think is the truth of what we're seeing as experienced lawyers and broadcasters. And blessed in Texas, Linda, I concur with your lady BPD officer rant. She calmed down a bit after verbally getting her anger out. I believe Proctor Albert, the union, made her job uncomfortable or influenced her to walk back previous testimony. Well, something happened that she walked back. Very straightforward, very solid, very detailed statements to the FBI. And then somebody had to talk to her about false memories. Somebody had to say, well, the defense implanted, or the media made me do it. That was the best one. You know, that's like the dog ate my homework. The media ate me do it. Thank you, Blessed in Texas, for your continued support, obviously, also. Layla Rose, again, I just want to thank you again for coming to the network and joining us here on the network and chatting, and we'll try to answer your questions no matter what if we see them, okay? So don't worry about it. We're not here to bankrupt people. We're here to try to just make enough that Michael Bryant can go, making his 12th trip to Canton, to Dedham, to Staunton. Where, by the way, when the jury goes into deliberation, he does intend to also be there. You know, as I said, we're one of the groups. He is one of the named plaintiffs to get that buffer zone undone and to have what we have now. But it took weeks into the trial, right? You know, it took 4 weeks into the trial, basically, to have that happen. Just ridiculous. And it took someone getting arrested. That would be Erica Walsh. And it took somebody getting hurt, Tommy DeRosa, by being picked up by apparently State Police Officer Hardman and putting him down in a way that caused some injuries, Tommy's. DeRozier said. By the way, he was streaming, he was streaming there. Donna E., and I'm just kind of scrolling, and I know there's a lot more here. Linda, did not feel bad about what you said. We all agree, and it was the absolute truth. She deserved even worse names than that from her behavior and disgusting portrayal of the female cop. Yeah, I mean, you know, all these shows. I mean, we know so many great police officers, so many great women who work in law enforcement. Look at Cheryl McCollum, who's been on our show, who gives you truth, tells you that this should not be a conviction, and what a disrespect it is for everybody, including John O'Keefe, to examine something like that. They tell you the truth, okay? They would never, ever get on the stand and say something like that. I mean, isn't that what all these police shows have done over the years? Give women a voice to see how good they are in law enforcement. You know, Marissa Hargitay in Law and Order, right? The victims unit, right? Going back years, Cagney and Lacey. You know, to try to give us all some basis to actually love women going forward in the police officer duty, and then we get that, okay, and then we get that. Just I quite frankly, it doesn't surprise me, but I knew there was supposed to be, from reading Twitter, I don't have any inside information, but from reading Twitter, there was going to be some kind of bombshell. And the bombshell is what we heard, which we didn't hear last time. The bombshell was that she had spoken to the FBI and gave the two statements. Yes, you hear 2B. He's back. He's objecting. He has a say in this. And since he was used as my chalk, and since his treats were used as my chalk today, I'm going to let 2B say whatever he can say with regard to that. Yeah, let's not forget Lady Justice, right? Lady Justice is female. You know, she's supposed to represent the best of us, the best of what's going on, not the worst. Now, I don't know what's happening on social media. I've been with you, so I haven't been able to follow it to see how other people viewed her testimony. But I'll guarantee you, it's different. It's even worse than Viverito, who, by the way, Viverito was named Burrito because the closed captioning somehow couldn't get her name right and kept calling it Burrito. That was kind of cute, funny, you know. But you know, that's what she did. Maybe she wasn't as good at her job, but this, you know, what has the prosecution given us? They've given us Burgess. Who'd go to him phoning, beefing up, trying to be more than he is with his credentials? I certainly wouldn't. He's never going to become my expert. If you're have a case in Boston and you see detective or investigator or police officer, whatever her title is now, Dever, you'd say, oh, please, no, please not here. All right. Quite frankly, even Judge Beverly Cannone, who was a defense attorney and should be an icon here, I mean, she's done a lot to harm what we believe how women judges should act on the bench. And not that there should be a difference. Everyone should be equal, but...
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, boy. Okay, let's go
with
back
Your
in the
Honor's
court.
permission
Listen,
to
I'll be
republish,
behind Tubi's avatar, but I'm here, as you know.
Thank you for your patience, Dr. Russell. Is what the wounds you see on Exhibit 1 consistent or inconsistent with what you have seen from your experience with regard to motor vehicle accident victims?
Inconsistent.
If I could have published Exhibit 206, which is in evidence, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you recognize Exhibit 206?
Yes.
Did you review that as part of any report in this case?
Yes.
And can you describe how you reviewed this document as part of your evaluation of this case?
Well, I reviewed the injuries, which are so this is a decedent, a picture of a decedent, a different case, not the decedent in this case, totally separate case.
And
So
is this from Dr. Welcher's report that you reviewed?
Yes.
All right, so continue, please.
And so this is a person deceased, looks like in the street, and he's got multiple injuries. And this is allegedly from an auto versus pedestrian accident.
So if we could, are you able to discern any injuries to any limbs from this? If you could zoom in on the limbs, Mr. Wolk, thank you.
So there is a very extensive degloving, partially degloving, avulsion injury to the forearm of this individual, the extensive skin loss, damage to the subcutaneous tissue, possibly damage to other tissues beneath that.
And Mr. Wolk, if you could zoom back out and go to the list that is highlighted in the original of this. And Dr. Russell, can you tell me whether you evaluated the list, and if so, how did you evaluate that list in connection with the photo?
Well, the photo is limited only really to the upper chest and the right arm. And so I can't comment on any of the CAT scan findings here on this list, but this is a list of numerous traumatic injuries to this person. And regarding the arm, it says right upper extremity wound with vascular injury, clinical.
What does that mean, if anything, to you?
Well, that suggests it's a soft tissue wound. However, what they're saying is clinical, so they're not commenting on if there were any X-ray findings, for instance, on an X-ray, but I mean would be a post-mortem X-ray, and this is just a clinical diagnosis or a visual hands-on diagnosis.
Do you know whether that line that you just read relates to any part of the photograph? Any part of the photograph?
Well, I believe it relates to that injury that we pointed out in the previous photograph.
Can you switch back to that, please, Mr. Wolf? If you could just zoom in and just what does...
So this is the wound that they are talking about. It's a large gaping wound, soft tissue wound.
If we could go back to the list, please. Zoom in, thank you.
But,
please continue.
No. What I was going to say is that there are multiple other injuries in this person. Multiple serious, significant injuries, subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, intraventricular hemorrhage, liver laceration, pneumothorax. That's blood and air in the chest cavity outside of the lungs. So it's in an area where it shouldn't be. This person had numerous injuries.
Are you able to compare these injuries in that photo in this Exhibit 206? And did you compare them to your review of the autopsy report and other medical records of Mr. O'Keefe?
Answer the question? Oh. Okay.
You can take that down. From your review, did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any liver laceration?
No.
Did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any gaping, as you called it, lacerations to the right forearm?
No.
Did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any pneumothorax injuries that you were describing with regard to 206?
No pneumothorax.
Let's switch to another topic. Let's talk about clothing of the decedent. In forming your opinion, did you consider Mr. O'Keefe's clothing in relation to his wounds?
Yes.
If we could, Your Honor, have Exhibit 150 in evidence published.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 150?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a picture of part of the hoodie, sweatshirt or shirt that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing at the time.
And wearing when?
At the time of his death.
And did you evaluate this photo as part of your review of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to this. If we could please switch to, Your Honor, 147C in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. And what is 147C?
So this is a close-up of the sleeve of that shirt that we just saw on the previous image. And there's a hole or defect here in the sleeve, which I'm circling with the pointer. And there's a label that labels it number 1. And so I see this hole that is rather round and appears to have some fabric coming out of the hole towards the exterior of the jacket or the shirt.
Did you attribute any significance to the shape of the wound? And if so, what significance?
The shape of the hole, yes. So it's rounded. I actually attributed a lot of significance to that.
Describe a lot of significance that you attributed to this hole.
Well, I believe that this hole was made by a canine tooth, and with the tooth going into the shirt, reaching the skin, and then coming out of the shirt, pulling out some fabric with it.
And we'll come back to this. If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to 147D as in David that's in evidence. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What is it?
A round hole in the shirt, again with some fabric fibers pointing towards the outside of the shirt.
Is this the same hole that we just saw on 147C or a different hole?
Could we go back? I don't know.
Okay, so let's now go back to Exhibit 150. What significance, if any, do you give to the various triangles that are on the hoodie? Could you describe to the jury what those are and what's their purpose?
So the triangles are labels that were placed by either the police or the crime lab or someone, and the point of the triangle generally is pointing towards a hole in the shirt. As you can see, there are multiple ones here, and I want to make sure that you don't confuse it with this rather large defect, which is caused by something else.
So let's start with each one, and we'll go through these quickly. Let's start and zoom in on number 1. What did you conclude about the source of that hole in the hoodie?
Sustained.
Did you evaluate what is depicted as number 1 in that slide as part of your review?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation?
Sustained.
Let's go back and zoom out.
What? She considered it as part of her
Have
determination.
you in your
and she can't
career
talk about it? This is
examined
ridiculous.
clothing either as part of your forensic pathology practice or your emergency medicine practice to determine the source of defects in clothing?
Yes.
How many times have you done that approximately in your career?
Several hundred.
And have you, in that those several hundred times, have you ever had to reach a conclusion as to whether there was any connection between defects in clothing and wounds to humans?
Many times.
Can you give some examples of the many times you've had to look at clothing and defects in clothing to assist you in determining wound recognition in a human?
Yes. So let me clarify. It's mostly used in forensic pathology, not so much in emergency medicine. The clothing and the cause of the wound is as important as in emergency medicine as the treatment of the wound. But in forensic pathology, it's a key component to any examination where you think that it was an unnatural death.
She's absolutely right. My
So,
husband has talked about this in lectures
so I've done it in
times,
gunshot wounds,
that
in stab
the
wounds,
clothes are like the
multiple
skin.
times.
The skin is important.
Looking at the defects, looking at the direction of the, of what I think the bullet, bullet track was, determining entry and exit wounds. In stab wounds, I've utilized them to help determine offensive and defensive wounds or injuries. So yes, many times.
Have you ever performed that analysis? You mentioned, testified earlier, 500 to 1,000 evaluations of dog-inflicted wounds on humans. Have you ever performed the analysis of defects in clothing and compared them to wounds on humans in the context of dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
I don't think so. Perhaps.
Well, yes. So in terms of, have there been any instances of doing that in your career? Have you done that at all in your career?
Maybe that one child.
All right. So let's go now to you were discussing the defects in the arm, as well as the wounds in the arm, and then the defects in the clothing. In terms of back to Exhibit 1. In terms of that pattern that is in the arm, and in terms, let's go back to the hoodie. I'll strike that. Have you, in your career, in the terms of evaluating motor vehicle accidents, have you evaluated the clothing of victims of motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
How many times roughly have you evaluated what clothing looks like in terms of motor vehicle accidents?
Well, in many cases, I had to cut off the clothing in the emergency department, so I observed the clothing then, and then in the post-mortem cases, I evaluated the clothing, but oftentimes sometimes it wasn't helpful.
Have you ever evaluated clothing in determining whether or not the defects in the clothing are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident? Have you ever evaluated that as a forensic pathologist?
Not specifically.
Right. And in terms of your observations in either emergency medicine or forensic pathology, have you ever observed defects from motor vehicle accidents in clothing?
Yes.
Is what is depicted in this exhibit consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident?
Consistent.
She just said she's evaluated it in the past, and now we get an objection and we get it sustained.
In determining, let's go back to Exhibit 1, please. In determining and reaching your opinion with regard to the source of these wounds, is it necessary for you to reach that opinion to see a specific dog to determine whether the wounds are from a dog in general?
No.
And in your experience that you talked about earlier today, the 500 to 1,000, was it ever necessary in that experience to go locate the dog, to see the dog, to treat or evaluate the patient?
No.
Why is it, well, in terms of, we're going to move to another category, studies. Did you review any studies informing your opinions in this case?
Can we put the lights on and take this?
Yeah,
down,
yes,
Mr.
thank you,
Leslie?
Your Honor. Yes.
Yes, many.
And did those studies that you review support or not support your conclusions in this case?
Sustain.
Which studies did you rely upon?
Well, I reviewed quite a few, 10 to 20 in depth, and I relied a lot on 2 of the articles.
Do you recall the names of the lead authors in the studies that you said, that you just referenced?
Yes, one of them was Demunic.
Could you spell that, please?
I wish. DEMUNNYCK, I believe.
And was there?
And then there was another one, Pollack, POLLACK.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, my recollection is correct. We've already pre-marked as exhibits for identification these studies, 2 studies. I may be incorrect in that. If so, I have studies. I'm going to show them to Mr. Yes, thank you. So we can just make sure I have all the pages. Do you have these handed out?
Oh, I have none.
Okay.
If I can just have them, Your Honor.
Okay, I've got them. These are them. If I could have marked for identification as one document, please.
Exhibit PPP for ID.
One more, Madam Court Reporter, thank you.
And exhibit QQQ for ID. Mr. Leslie, and the court reporters down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Which is what?
Exhibit PPP is the Demunic, and exhibit QQQ is Pollack, and those are the lead author names. You're welcome. Yeah, I leave them with the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Russell, I have provided you with those 2 exhibits. I would ask you to just briefly take a look at them and let me know whether you recognize those as the articles that you were referencing before.
Yes.
Now let's start out with the Demunic study. Is that exhibit
PP.
Right. So is this the study that you referenced earlier in your testimony?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe for the jury how that study related to the opinions in this case?
Sustained.
Are these the studies that you cite to as a basis for support for your opinions in this case?
Yes.
And is QQQ a study that also supports your opinion in this case?
Yes.
Now, in terms of your conclusions with regard to, if we can go back once more to exhibit number 1. With regard to your opinion on the cause of these injuries, can you once again state your opinion as to the cause of these injuries?
I believe these injuries were caused by a dog attack.
So I'm going to strike that word.
Yeah, so Dr. Russell, if you could, with regard to bite parlance, can you state what your opinion is with regard to bite? So do you have an opinion as to what caused these injuries?
Yes. I believe that these injuries are the result of dog bites and or claw marks.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
That is all the questions I have for this witness at this.
Boom, she was allowed to finally give her opinion. Dog bites and their claw marks, reasonable degree of medical certainty. Now we're going to listen to you know who. In the meantime, real quickly, let me just see. I think we have a comment here. Blessed in Texas. Oh, I thought I answered this, Blessed. I concur with your lady BPD office ran. She calmed down a bit after verbally getting her anger out. I believe Proctor Albert or the union people made her job a comfortable influence to her to walk back previous testimony. I thought I answered that, and I said somebody did, because she didn't come up with the idea of false memories implant. I can't say who,
Dr. Russell.
because that would be
Afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
defamatory, and I have no basis.
Dr. Russell, we've met
But
before.
somebody
Yes.
got to her.
I've
I
asked you
agree with you,
questions
Blessed.
before.
Thank you for the
Yes.
donation.
And
More
you've
after
testified
Hank
before where I've
finishes.
had a chance to ask you about some of your statements and opinions, haven't I?
Yes.
Before this case, had you ever testified as an expert in dog bites in any federal court in the United States?
No.
Federal court?
Before this case, had you ever testified in any state court in anywhere in the country as an expert in dog bites?
No.
That was
Other
the
than
first
this
time.
case,
She's so
have you
qualified.
ever
Why? Because no one
testified
disputes
in
it.
a courtroom as an expert about dog bites?
No.
But this court has allowed her to testify in the previous trial, Hank, and she's
Last
now
year,
an expert.
you
Nice try,
learned
buddy.
that there was litigation regarding this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You learned a little bit of information about it, and it piqued your interest, didn't it?
Yes.
Did you know that the case was receiving a lot of attention?
No.
Did you know that it was on television?
I had no idea until I got here.
You spoke to a colleague in Los Angeles, correct?
I'm sorry, I spoke to who?
A colleague?
I spoke to a district attorney in Los Angeles.
And did you just bring up the subject, or did that person bring it up to you?
I brought it up.
When you brought that up, is it because you knew of the relationship between that district attorney and somebody on the defense team?
Yes.
You wanted to get involved in this high-profile case, didn't you?
No.
Well, you weren't called by anybody on the defense and retained as an expert in the traditional sense, were you?
That's correct.
It was after you reached out yourself and interjected yourself into this case. True?
I did so for a reason. And the reason being that I knew I was one of the only people in the United States board certified and residency trained in emergency medicine and also residency trained in forensic pathology. And therefore I had a unique skill or knowledge set. And I was one of the very few people that had the knowledge of dog bites, as well as those other trainings.
And because of the fact that you held this opinion about yourself, you wanted to get involved in this very high-profile case, didn't you?
I thought I could help clarify the issues as to whether or not this could be a dog bite, and maybe they could move on to something else if it wasn't.
Did you want to get involved?
No, not really.
Inevitably, you got hired by the defense, didn't you?
Yes, I reluctantly agreed.
And they paid for your time?
They are paying for.
Did you know that there was a relationship between the district attorney you spoke to in California and somebody on this defense table?
I know, yes.
So when you spoke to the district attorney, did you have the hope that they would reach out on your behalf to get you involved in this case?
As I said, I hoped that they could reach out to the team and I could help clarify issues so that they could move on. If it wasn't, if these weren't dog bites, then no sense spending a whole bunch of time on it.
After you testified in this case last year, you then began to advertise yourself as a dog bite expert, didn't you?
I had advertised myself many years ago as a dog bite expert, I think. I'm not sure, but yes, I did advertise myself as a emergency medicine and forensic pathology expert.
Did you take
with other, sub interests?
Sure. Did you take a photograph of you testifying at trial and put it on a website to promote your accomplishments?
It's a listing service for physicians, and yes, there is a photograph.
So you took a photograph from your participation in this event?
Yes, that's there.
And you used that photograph in your participation at this event to try to procure future work, didn't you?
I wouldn't say that that was the reason, no.
When you listed a number of things that you have experience in after this case, you then added that you were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
I believe I am an expert in dog bites, yes.
But after this case and after you took the photograph from this case and after you created this advertising, you then added the fact that you were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
It was all at the same time, and it was submitted at the same time.
Right. After this case, after you participated or volunteered to involve yourself in this case, you then used it as a marketing opportunity, didn't you?
Well, I also I had retired from my full-time job, and I had time, and I wanted to get more involved in some forensic legal cases, and not specifically dog bite cases. I have much more experience with other cases.
Undoubtedly, I respect that. But simply, after you testified in this case, you did use your participation as a way to try to garner future interest in cases and income, didn't you?
I did, but I did not mention this case.
Have you testified in any other court since this case as a dog bite expert?
No.
You had written a few articles that were peer reviewed on dog bites back in, is it the 1990s?
Yes.
And they involved law enforcement canines?
Yes.
And you describe in those articles how a law enforcement canine grabs and holds. Is that the technique they call it?
Yes.
Where they lock their jaw and then they pull and hold on to the subject that they're attacking or holding?
Yes, that's what they were trained to do back then.
And you would agree that there's a difference between generally the way a domestic dog bites and a law enforcement dog bites?
Generally, yes.
Since those two articles in 1990, have you authored anything else regarding dog bites?
No.
You had mentioned that you had gone to seminars regarding identification. Now, I had a chance to ask you a number of months ago about some details about training and education you have on pattern recognition analysis as it specifically relates to dog bites. Remember, I asked you those questions a number of months ago?
I believe you did.
And I'd asked you if you could give us any specific listed trainings that you had regarding pattern recognition analysis of dog bites. And at that time, you did not have any names of any classes or seminars or certificates that you have. You mentioned again today that you have attended seminars regarding dog identification analysis. Do you now know some of those trainings and seminars? And are any of those listed on your CV?
The trainings that I went to on bite marks in general, they were bite marks in general, and included things like how to determine what was a human bite, how to differentiate a human bite from a dog bite. But no, I did not specifically attend seminars limited to dog bites only. However, actually, there was one this past February that I did attend at the American Academy of Forensic Science.
Over your many, many decades, you did not attend any seminars on pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
By the way, I'm a member of the American
specifically
Academy
dog bites?
of
No.
Forensic Sciences.
I only want to talk about
I'm
dog
a
bites. I know
diplomat
you're well
in the legal
trained and
section.
educated. I respect
Meetings
that, but I want to
are
talk about
every
dog bites.
February.
You didn't attain any certificates in pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
I don't think there are any that exist, any training programs like that.
In fact, forensically, have you ever been presented with a wound and been asked to determine whether or not the source of it was a dog bite, other than right here in this very case? Have you ever been asked to do that in your entire history?
In my clinical career, perhaps once or twice, but not, not that I can give you a specific name.
Well, the couple times, tell us what stands out. When were you asked ever over your entire career to do a forensic evaluation of a wound and identify whether it was a dog bite? When did that happen?
A forensic evaluation? No, never.
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 Okay.
It just doesn't come up.
Okay. And so this is the first shot, the first crack you've had at looking at a photograph and trying to make a determination based just on a photograph whether or not the wound is generated from a particular mechanism, and in this case, your opinion, a dog bite.
No, actually, I disagree. I've been taking photographs of dog bites since the 1990s.
And when you took the photographs, you knew they were dog bites.
I did know that there were dog bites,
Have you-
yes. I have a collection.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
That was it.
Okay. So not when you knew it was a dog bite and you took a photo. I know you have an interest. I'm asking, other than this case, there was never, ever a time in your career where you were presented with a photo and asked to give an opinion whether the mechanism of injury was a dog bite, other than this case.
That's correct.
So this is not a pattern recognition analysis engagement that you have any experience in before this effort.
I've recognized that pattern many times.
I appreciate your opinion, but I want to ask my question. You do not have experience over your long, accomplished career in the effort of pattern recognition analysis of dog bite wounds. Isn't that fair to say?
Okay.
You mentioned before, and you just mentioned again, so I want to ask you some more questions. You believe that you are uniquely qualified to look at a photograph and give an opinion about the source of the injury.
I'm not uniquely qualified. That's done all the time in forensic pathology. Many forensic pathologists do that.
Did you just say you're one of the very few physicians in the United States who has both the forensic and the clinical experience to look at a photograph and make a determination the mechanism of injury?
No, I said, if I said that, then that was incorrect. I meant dog bites. But your question just now was not specific to dog bites. Postmortem photographs are used all the time in forensic pathology for second opinions.
You're right. My apologies. Did you say today and before, have you said that you believe you're one of only few physicians in the United States who could authoritatively distinguish between causes of wounds when it relates to dog bites?
I did say that, and that's because of my unique training. I don't know of another doctor in the whole United States that did 2 residencies, one in emergency medicine and one in forensic pathology, and has a lifelong interest in dog bites.
So, Dr. Russell, from your perspective, as far as you know, you were the only person in the entire United States of America who is qualified to look at a photograph and make a determination whether the wound was derived from a dog bite.
No, I am one of I'm the only physician that I know of that can do that. There may be, a few others out there. There may be, but I don't know of any other physicians that can do that.
Do you recognize anybody other than yourself who has this very particular expertise to be able to do this kind of work?
I'm not aware of anyone.
You were a medical examiner, a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And you know there's about, or would you agree there's probably about 900 to 1,000 medical examiners around the country at the same time over a period of time?
I believe that there might be, there's probably, I think there's around 500 or 600 practicing forensic pathologists.
And do you think because they are forensic pathologists, those 500 or 600 people have the unique qualifications as you do to be able to give an opinion about the genesis of a wound?
Wounds in general, perhaps. Dog bite wounds, I doubt that very many of them have a specific interest in dog bite wounds.
And so you think that of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites?
Well, if a forensic pathologist has autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not so sure that that person would be a very good expert in that kind of a case.
Have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. La Posada?
I've heard of Dr. La Posada.
Have you ever read any reports by Dr. La Posada?
No.
Has anybody ever shared with you any information or opinions of Dr. La Posada?
I believe she has a very good reputation.
Have you ever? Well, how do you believe that? Who told you
Because
that?
I've heard of her name at national organizations. I believe she's given presentations nationally. I've seen her name, over a dozen years or so.
Do you know whether or not she has any participation in this case?
I believe she does.
Well, so you know when you're providing accolades that she has maybe some involvement in this case. You know that?
I would provide those same accolades if she didn't have involvement in this case.
Do you know that she has involvement in this case?
I believe she does. The attorneys have not shared everything with me in terms of who the witnesses are.
Somebody must have shared her name. Who shared her name with you?
I'm very familiar with her name outside this case.
Who shared her name that she may be a participant in this case?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Well, somebody might.
I think I got a file or something, but yeah.
So when you were reviewing this case, did you get materials from any of the attorneys authored by Dr. La Posada?
I don't think I read a report. I was very interested in reading a report by Dr. La Posada. I was very interested, but I didn't see one.
So when you received materials in this case, you didn't read all the materials the defense gave you?
I don't believe they gave me the report.
What report?
Any report that Dr. La Posada might have written.
Do you know whether or not you've received the report or not?
I received something that had her name on it. I don't remember what it was, but I was looking for a medical examiner's or a report, or an actual report, and I did not see one.
Dr. Russell, you are meticulous when you look and examine things.
Right.
So you would know what you've received and what you've read and what you haven't. So the fact that you're telling us that you saw something with her name on it, can you give us a little more information and share with us what it is you actually received about this Dr. Laposada? What did you get from the defense?
I saw something. I think it was the name of a file folder, but I looked for a report and there was no report in it.
Did you ever ask for it?
I didn't ask because I didn't ask. I wanted to. I really wanted to read it, but I didn't. It wasn't given to me, so I didn't ask.
Were you ever told what other people's opinions might be regarding those photographs?
I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in a previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites.
Did you ever receive any reports from the defense about what other persons' opinions would be in this trial about dog bites?
Oh, yes, I received a report authored by a non-physician. Yes.
So when you say non-physician, you're trying to make the point because you think that person might be your opponent in this case?
I don't have any opponents.
Okay, so why did you qualify him as a non-physician?
Because I believe that in order to really understand wounds on a human being, one needs to have treated wounds, seen lots of wounds, and I think that the person that is best qualified for that is a physician.
So a medical examiner wouldn't cut it, in your opinion?
Medical examiner is a physician.
So you think a medical examiner has enough experience to come in and give an opinion on dog bites?
Some, but in their case, I would hope that they have had actual clinical experience with autopsying some cases where there were dog bite wounds, because I don't think they worked in the emergency room or any other clinical setting where they treated people. So I'd want to see if they had experience with dog bites.
I'm doctor as a disqualification. How about a dog trainer? Would a dog trainer who's not a doctor have the experience in your mind to come in and give an opinion about photographs and the genesis of the wounds?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
How about a non-doctor, as you said, you made a distinction. They're simply a dog trainer, maybe even an uncertified dog trainer. But that person.
Oh, come on, that she allowed this.
You know, to look at photographs.
Yeah, I really want my, let's see, if I had cancer, I'd want to be treated by somebody who, let's see, who's read
there
a
may
cancer
be a
article.
certain small subset of people who have, very much experience with dog bites that could qualify as suggesting that these are consistent with dog bites, but I don't think that they could definitively. I think that someone could, who dealt with many dog bites in the past on humans, could possibly say that they were consistent with.
Even if they didn't have the clinical experience?
Well, I prefer that to hear that information from a physician, but I wouldn't rule out that only doctors, only a physician, MD, could say that something was a dog bite.
It seems like the standard is now kind of changing a little bit. Because
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
You
Yeah.
mentioned the other person.
Yes.
you
Excuse me,
disqualified the
asshole
person because they weren't
comment.
a doctor. It seems now in some instances, you're willing to accept a non-doctor into your very select group of experts.
If someone, well, I can explain. If someone had looked at perhaps hundreds and hundreds of wounds inflicted by a dog that they know was inflicted by a dog, and they saw the resulting photographs on a person, I think that particular person may be able to make some comment as to whether or not some wounds are consistent. However, if in terms of a medical examiner, if they've autopsied one case or two cases of dog bites and they're trying to testify based on some pictures, I would be a little concerned about that.
Does qualification for this type of business, in your mind, depend on who hires you?
Absolutely not.
Suffice to say, you've never taken a class in the forensic analysis of dog bites.
I don't think any class exists.
But I'm asking about your experience.
Well, that's correct.
You haven't, have you?
That's correct. I can't take a course that doesn't exist.
You've never engaged in any type of opinion, looking at photographs, and then had that opinion peer reviewed by other dog bite experts, have you?
No.
I refer you to the case I just
do you have
posted
any
on Twitter
experience in
from Canada.
veterinary
There's a
medicine?
675-page report dealing with
I'm
a case
aware of
dealing
it.
with this
That's
issue.
my experience.
Do you have any accomplishments like degrees?
A whole
No.
commission, as a matter of fact.
Now, you've testified a number of times in this case, haven't you?
Yes.
And when you testify, you know there's a court reporter and there are transcripts, correct?
Yes.
You originally testified when you first came out and volunteered to testify last year, and there was a hearing before trial, wasn't there?
Excuse me? Say again,
When
please.
you volunteered to come out last year, there was a hearing before you testified at trial, wasn't there?
Yes.
Do you remember that was on June 18th, 2022?
Sounds right.
And then you testified at trial on June 21st, 2022.
Yes.
I didn't have the privilege of meeting you on either of those events, did I?
No.
But since then, we have met,
Yes.
and we had a chance to speak at a subsequent hearing on December 12th, 2024.
Yes.
And then after that, we again had an opportunity to discuss this on January 7th, 2025.
Yes.
When you reviewed the case, when you first reviewed it before you testified last year, you had very limited information, didn't you?
Yes.
You had just an autopsy report, photographs from the coroner, photographs from the hospital, an emergency room report. Yes?
Yes, I had more than that.
The medical examiner file had a toxicology report.
Yes. And there was more.
Okay.
I believe there was a dog bite, town of Canton report.
Okay. So when you had an opportunity to look at the medical examiner's report, you yourself had been a medical examiner, correct?
Yes.
And there's a unique advantage of actually conducting an autopsy as opposed to just looking at photographs, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
And if you are actually conducting the autopsy, you firsthand can make observations about injuries, make measurements, and see things that don't always appear in photographs.
That's correct.
And when you would do medical exams, you had a distinct advantage over people who would later see your work, a written report, or photographs, because you were there actually conducting the investigation.
Yes.
And it's for that reason that when you testified before, you have acknowledged that you relied on Dr. Scordi-Bello's report for information.
Yes.
Because you didn't have the benefit of doing measurements or looking at depths or anything else firsthand.
Yes. Correct.
And when you looked at that photograph that you discussed with the jury, you also had a chance to see Dr. Scordi-Bello's report regarding the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Yes.
She described those abrasions as superficial, didn't she?
Yes.
She actually gave measurements, 3 centimeter superficial abrasion on the right medial upper arm. Right?
Yes.
You not only read that, you deferred to her ability to have a firsthand observation, and you accepted that as true, didn't you?
Yes, but there's no interpretation of that abrasion.
Multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Yes.
Did you read that from
I
Dr.
did.
Scordi-Bello?
Yes.
Did you accept her finding and observation?
Yes.
And you would agree she was in a far superior position than you when she made these observations and notes, correct?
They are not inconsistent with what I said.
That's not what I asked, though.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be sharp.
Okay.
I apologize. Did you rely on her ability and firsthand observation of those wounds?
Yes.
And did you appreciate or accept the fact she had a superior opportunity to evaluate those wounds firsthand that you did not have the benefit of?
She made no interpretation of those ones.
Well, Did you know that Dr. Scotti-Bello had described them as superficial?
They are.
Did you know that she said there was no depth and no puncture?
Not inconsistent with what I said.
I understand, doctor, but I'm asking you, do you
I-
know that her position is that there was no puncture and no depth to those wounds?
Objection, Your Honor. Do we have the witness see the report that he keeps referring to?
Can you answer that question without seeing it, or do you need to see it?
Well, I remember it, but there's no inconsistency here. I agree with that.
Would you accept that Dr. Scotti-Bello's opinion is that there was no depth and no puncture to those wounds?
May I see the report?
It might not be in the report. I'm asking about any testimony, anything that she's ever said. Would you agree or accept her position that there is no puncture or depth to those wounds?
Objection, Your Honor.
Wait, did he just
Questions that were about an autopsy.
try to pull a fast one? It may not be in the report. What he just said, it was in the autopsy report. Hank just tried to pull the fast one and he got caught. Oh my God. Got caught in front of the jury. I really want to know what the jury is doing in that courtroom. So you expect her opinion that it's not in there, that as she says in her autopsy, she says that in her autopsy, and then it turns out it's not in her autopsy. Caught, and more caught. Caught, and more caught. And by the way, Blessed in Texas, just so you know, with regard to that, there was a woman in the Sally Port, if you recall. There's only 2 women at the Canton Police Department, and one of them was off that day. So who was the other woman, okay? So maybe her shift was over, Blessed in Texas, but somebody obviously got to her. And we're going back to my favorite person, Dr. Dever here. Not Dr. Dever, Police Officer Dever. Now let's talk about this testimony. I posted on Twitter. There was a whole commission in Canada in 2008, 600 pages about a Dr. Smith who was getting everything wrong. And one of the things he got wrong is he tried to tell the jury, and he was very successful, that a mother had killed a child by stab wounds. And it turns out they were dog puncture wounds. So a forensic pathologist must know the difference between a puncture wound and what a puncture wound on a dog looks at. Now, usually you don't have it's not an issue. Why? Because people that for dog bites come to the emergency room to get treated and say, hey, my son was just bitten by a dog. Hey, I just got bitten by a dog. Okay. As a kid, that's what happened to me. I was at the doctor's. My mother brought me, hey, she just got bitten by a dog, or a dog attacked my leg. Normally, you're not dying from them unless it's an attack dog by a police officer. And we've seen cases where the police officers' dogs, which are trained to bite and hold. All right. And those are the kind of people that train dogs. I mean, Tubi is a service dog. He was trained by a professional dog trainer who trains in terms of police dogs. I mean, and actually wanted to train Tubi in that whole hold. And I said, no, we don't need Tubi to be that specific with regard to protection. Okay. You've seen them. You've seen the Malinois get dropped from the helicopter and go after a suspect. Okay. They're trained in that bite hold. And those are the kind of dog bites that the trainers are talking about. They're not talking about someone who comes to the emergency room or somebody who may be attacked by the dog and has those other wounds on them. And what we're talking about is not a cause of death here. We're talking about what caused those puncture marks in the clothing, because there's a puncture mark in the clothing. What caused the puncture mark? Even if it's light, it doesn't necessarily break the skin. It's a little punctate wound. It's a punctate wound in that whole arm. It certainly wasn't caused by any blowing out of any taillight that we didn't see in the first place. Okay, so I think Dr. Marie Russell is absolutely holding her own, Blessed in Texas. By the way, I hope I answered your question. I think I've tried to a number of times. Maybe I've been not so effective at that, but please let me know. And then I think she's holding her own. Why? Because Hank Brennan made the proverbial mistake, right, about giving a Daubert hearing and asking a Daubert hearing and keeping her on the stand for 2 days in a Daubert hearing if she'd already been in a Daubert hearing in the first case. Remember, the judge said it was close. It's not close at all. This woman has expertise. Normally, yeah, I'm a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. I don't think I've ever, in all the years I've been a member, and I'm a diplomat, okay, of the American Academy, seen the identification of pattern dog bite wounds as one of the lectures or presentations that's given. And if it is, it's in passing because it's just not an issue. It's not an issue. The pathologists are trained to know about dog bite wounds. They can see it. They know it's not a car wound. They know it's not a car impact. And she concluded that, in her opinion, those wounds were not caused by a car crash. Dr. Scorbello concluded those wounds were not caused by a car crash, right? All right. We know that. All right. We've heard that. We heard Frank Sheraton, who was hired by the FBI. Now we can say those words. You and I can, because Officer Devers, who's moved to Boston and gotten huge pay raises, by the way, all right, talked about the FBI. Not caused by a car crash, and also consistent with dog wounds, also consistent with dog bites, okay? And now we have a fast one being pulled by Hank Brennan, okay? Oh, well, it wasn't in her autopsy report, maybe in her testimony. All right, that's a fast one. That is sleazy. That's snake. And for all I told you that Hank Brennan is a good attorney, that's ethically reprehensible, in my opinion, okay, to do that, all right? And by the way, somebody told him clearly to calm down and how he handles Dr. Russell, right? Calm down and how he handles Dr. Russell, because at one point he apologized to her by becoming a little snippy or snarky or whatever he said he was. Okay, so somebody has told him you can't disrespect her, that she that she's a woman who's on the stand doing her best. And so what? So what that Dr. Russell went to somebody who knows Alan Jackson. Alan Jackson was in the DA's office for a very long time. He ran for DA and lost. So if you're out there, who are you going to say, well, do you know this person? I think I have something to offer. When you see an injustice being committed here, if you see an injustice, if all of you don't speak up and say, I have something to offer for an injustice, then who the hell are we? Do we want to wait? There's a car crash that comes out. Do we need to be invited to help somebody in a car crash, or do we go help the person that's in the car crash? All right. Who the heck are you? It shows you are a good person. Okay. They're coming back now. That's another mini rant. There's been a number of them today. All right. Let's go back into court. Let's listen to Dr. Russell handle Hank Brennan.
May I?
Yes, please.
Dr. Russell, I read to you the measurements that were in Dr. Scorbello's report. Are you aware that she testified that these superficial abrasions did not have any depth or any puncture?
I don't recall that.
Well, would you agree if Dr. Scorbello testified in this court that those superficial abrasions did not have any puncture or depth? Would you agree with that assessment?
Objection, Your Honor.
In that form, it's sustained.
Would you agree that the superficial abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm had no punctures?
I agree.
Would you agree that the abrasions, the superficial abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm had no depth?
No measurable depth, yes.
Between the last time you testified and then you testified here today, have you spoken to the attorneys at all regarding the issue of punctures?
No.
Because you are agreeing today that those superficial abrasions did not have any punctures, right?
They don't appear to have any punctures.
But you, in the past, have testified very, very differently than that, haven't you?
No.
Now, we've spoken many times. I'm going to go through many of those examples later, but we'll do that a little bit later, Dr. Russell. Over the course of your many testimonies under oath, would it be fair to say that you have changed your opinions about the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm many times?
I don't believe that's fair to say.
In the past, when you were describing Mr. O'Keefe's superficial abrasions on his arm, did you give varying and different opinions about the cause of each individual wound, area of wound?
I don't believe so.
When you first gave opinions, that was before the last proceeding. You came in and you were questioned before you testified in that initial proceeding, right? I'm trying to be as specific as I can. You testified last year?
Yes,
And before-
in
Please.
there was a hearing and then there was a proceeding.
Okay. That prior hearing, can we call the first event the prior hearing and the next one the prior proceeding?
I'm confused.
I don't want to confuse you. I'm just trying to follow the rules. You testified twice last year, didn't you?
3 times.
3 times. Okay. The first time you testified was just before the judge?
Yes.
Okay. When you first testified before the judge, do you remember that you had uncertainty about how each and every one of those wounds was caused?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember when you then testified a couple days later at the proceeding that some of your opinions changed from the first time you testified?
I don't believe that.
And then when you later met me and we had a chance to talk over the last 2 events, December and January, would it be fair to say that your opinions regarding the individual areas of wound changed?
I don't believe so.
Okay. At some point before or during our conversations in December and January, you wrote a report, didn't you?
Yes.
When you wrote that report, you hadn't written a report before the first time you came in and testified, had you?
That's correct.
And it was between those hearings in December and in January where you wrote your first report.
Sounds correct.
You dated that report December 9th, 2024. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
When you wrote that report, you did not write that report alone, did you?
I did.
You had some help, didn't you?
Not in the content of the report.
Well, you sent the report back a number of times for review and revisions, didn't you?
In terms of organization.
And some of the language in this report is really not your language. It's the language of somebody who helped you write some of this, isn't it?
You know, if somebody helped me write it, it would have been much better written than that.
Didn't you agree that you had some assistance with the report? Haven't you testified to that before?
And no, and in terms of organization, there was some comments, though, this sentence belongs, you know, with this paragraph or the, you know, whatever. But in terms of content, that was my work.
Well, it was your report, correct?
It's my report.
And when you write a report, it's your words, not somebody else's. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
But nevertheless, you had somebody assisting you. True.
In terms of organization, yes.
Who was helping you with the report?
It was somebody from the law office.
Well, it was this gentleman right here, Attorney Alisi, who just asked you questions. He helped you,
No,
didn't he?
actually, it wasn't.
Was it from his law firm that somebody helped you?
I believe so, but it was in terms of organization.
Do you remember who was helping you with your report?
I don't remember her name.
Would you agree that after that report was written, many of your opinions changed?
No.
In your report, you provide your background. Yes?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine since 1988
Yes.
as a physician?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine as a surgeon?
It's called, in California, it's called physician and surgeon license.
Do you have a physician and surgeon's license?
I do.
Okay. Have you ever practiced as a surgeon?
Well, in the emergency department, we do surgery. We have to do some surgery sometimes. We have to open up people's chests and, you know, and compress the heart sometimes when they have gunshot wounds to the chest. I've had to put chest tubes in. I've had to debride dog bite wounds and other wounds. So yes, there is a component of surgery.
If you do stitches, that's considered surgery, isn't it?
Maybe.
Well, medically speaking, stitches is surgery.
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. Do you have a surgeon's license?
I have a physician and surgeon's license in California.
Now, when you first looked at this case and testified, Do you remember when you were looking at Mr. O'Keefe's superficial wounds, you said that you thought they appeared to be consistent with an animal attack?
I do remember that.
And when you were describing animal attack, you were a lot less specific than you were today, weren't you?
Yes.
You were less sure about your opinion when you first testified about this case than you provided to this jury today.
I was certain that it was a dog attack. However, as I mentioned before to you, in medicine, we're taught never, nothing is 100%, and therefore never say, anything's 100%. So that's why I gave that that generalization. However, I have reviewed the case. I personally was certain that that was a dog, that those were dog marks. Now, I have reviewed this case over and over and over again. Plus, I've read additional articles more than once, and which substantiate again my findings. So, so my degree of certainty perhaps increased.
So when you first testified in this case back in June of 2022, are you agreeing that your testimony was less certain than today?
I believed that it was a dog attack at that time.
When you testified, you didn't say dog attack, you said animal attack at the beginning, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you were asked about the cause, you said that it could be bite or scratch wounds.
Correct.
So back in June, when you were looking at individual wounds, you, at that time anyways, were unable to differentiate between bite and scratch wounds.
They are very similar.
I understand, but today you seem pretty unequivocal. So I want to go back to the beginning and see the evolution. I'm asking a question.
All right. So the argumentative part is out. Ask the question, Mr. Wood.
I want to go back to identify the evolution of your opinions. So let's start at the beginning.
So question, please.
At the beginning, before your opinion evolved, you started with an opinion that this could have been either bite or scratch wounds, right?
Yes.
And if there was actually a methodology where you could identify superficial abrasions and make a determination whether it was from an animal or a dog, there would be something definitive, specific, where you could identify a scratch from a bite wound, wouldn't there be?
Not unless there was a piece of tooth in the wound or a piece of nail. There would otherwise not be any specificity.
You talked about patterns when you first testified back in June of last year.
Mm-hmm.
And when you talked about the patterns, again, you had some uncertainty whether those patterns were caused by nails, claws, or could have been caused by teeth. Isn't that fair to say originally that was your position?
Yes, there is some overlap in terms of the appearances. They can appear very similar, and they can be arranged very similar in terms of parallel lines.
In fact, when you first testified, you weren't consistently even saying that it was a dog, or as you say today, dog attack. You were saying, in your opinion, they were the result of animal bites or scratches. That was what you originally opined, isn't it?
We just went through that, yes.
And at some point, you said that it might most likely be a large dog. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach with regard to this line of questioning?
So why don't we break for today? All right, so jurors, we're not going to finish this today in the next 5 minutes, so it seems like it's a good place to break. I do have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use. Tomorrow is also a full day. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Dr. Russell, you can again just
Thank you.
Hank Brennan is getting stifled by her. There's no doubt. Okay.
Can I see counsel while the jury's filing out, please?
Oh, let's see counsel while the jury's out. He's getting stifled by her. She is answering the questions, and if something she's become more sure, it's because she studied further, had more information. And of course, the one question that all you need to do if you're asking Alessi is, you're absolutely sure, and you've never been unsure, that you've never been sure in any way that these are wounds from a car strike, right? That's clear. That you've said that from day one, correct? They're not wounds from a car strike, right? And there you go. That's really all she's going to need to do when he redirects her, so he doesn't subject her to more of this attempted. Right now, Hank Brennan is he's at the verge of trying to badger, as you can see, because he's trying to get he's getting stymied by every single way he's going. All right. And after you've testified and after you've gotten more information, experts always can make the certainty of their opinion a little bit more certain. Okay. And she talks about the punctate. The punctate is that you can't even measure. You can't even measure a punctate. But we saw absolutely that canine tooth going through the hoodie, and I'll guarantee you there's no picture of the hoodie before with that going through, or else we would have seen it in a previous situation, a previous trial. Now the jury knows she's testified in the past. This whole mirage that we have, that there's no trial. Dever this morning talked about there being a first trial, so the jury knows that. They were all voir dire on this. Some of them even knew when they came up for voir dire. All right, so he's gonna, right, I see this with Beth. They're gonna go, what kind of dog? It doesn't matter, because the whole idea is that even if there's a pit bull, we all seen pitties, right? But the front of the dog's dentition, if it's not a full-on attack, if it's an attack but it's not a full-on grabbing like a police dog, all the front of the dog's dentition still is those canines that come out over there. Okay, this is I think she's doing better than she did in the first trial, quite frankly, and it gives the jury a reason to have alternative reasons for the arm strike. And she even got in Dr. Sheraton saying that these were consistent with a dog bite. They don't know who Dr. Sheraton is yet, but she got in that they're consistent with a dog bite. So what does it look like? It looks like the prosecution has been trying to withhold information from that jury. I don't know about you all, but I think this has been a great day. Now, blessed in Texas. Let me try this again for your wonderful donations. I concur with your BPD officer, Rand. She calmed down a bit after verbally getting her anger out. I believe Proctor Albert, the union, made her uncomfortable, influenced her to walk back previous testimony. The whole idea is that there is a thin blue line, or as I like to say, a thick blue line. The whole idea is when she talked to the FBI, very specific about things she was very sure. And then all of a sudden she wants to blame the defense for a phony timeline. But yet, if you look at the video, there's a woman that's walking around there. She doesn't even have to be on duty at that time. Remember, she's the one who said she wasn't even sure there was a camera there. She's the dispatcher. She worked there. She was a police officer there. Come on, lady. All right. You clearly showed your bias, and I think the jury is going to believe your statements to the FBI, as you said they were. Now, Jen Chapman, thank you for your donation. Someone on Reddit said they saw Higgy taking what looked like a dog control pole at Canton PD in the late night video. I hope the defense checked that. I haven't seen that before. We'll kind of check that out, and we'll see what happens there. But I hadn't seen that before. But I'm sure the owners could control their dog. What are they going to sue? They're in the position now that somebody would have to say that the dog wasn't there or in the garage or somewhere, right? To have those. And the question came up with Hank, were these antemortem, postmortem, and all. And she said, well, she can see some reaction, so it shows that they were before that he died. The other alternative is if he's in the snow. Yes, could you, if this were a bigger animal or whatever in the snow, can there be animals out at night? I mean, we see bodies all the time get eaten on by people, but this is particular to specifically the arm here. Usually when that happens with animals, it's where there's some wounds or there's some blood and all. And the blood, the blood could have been at the arm for some other part of an assault, if an assault happened. So the question is not whether the defense can prove their case. The question here is defense poking enough holes in the prosecution's case. First of all, does the prosecution, have they proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt? And then, even if you think they may have, you're listening with all this other stuff that's going on, and our defense is going to have to nail it all together. They're going to have to bring it all together in a theme. But I think that today was a very good day for the defense. All right. The average juror, Linda, do you think the defense missed an opportunity to press her on the FBI, considering she brought them in organically? No, because I think there was some sidebars, and I think that Judge Cannone probably told the attorneys, and you never heard them refer to the FBI, that despite the fact that she's brought that in, we're not going to re-highlight it. And Cannone wasn't going to then tell the jurors, because she'd been trying not to tell the jurors that the FBI was in the case, right? So she just let her go along organically. Didn't say, and by the way, don't, hey, you witness on the stand, I've told them not to talk about the FBI, so you can't either. She didn't want to highlight it, but the attorneys weren't allowed to continue it. But the jurors heard it. I thought today, initially when it started, the way they were talking about Higgins, it sounded because of the ATF. That seemed to be the law enforcement agency. If I were on the jury, that's what I thought, until she blurted out FBI. And then law enforcement agency. Who is the law enforcement agency? We all know about that is the FBI. So I don't think they missed that opportunity. I think letting her do it organically over and over and over again, because you can take a transcript of her testimony and you can use it in summation, unless the judge prohibits the attorneys from saying it, which again I think would be wrong. That's evidence. That went before the jury. There you go. Okay. And actually, I think it makes it makes Roberts and it makes McCabe look bad, right? Because they look like now they're hiding something from the jury, because they didn't say FBI, did they? They didn't say FBI. So I actually think it works against the prosecution in a double whammy type of situation. So I think Dr. Russell's holding her own. She's going to have a little more tomorrow with Hank Brennan. Then if I am Alessi, I'm asking one question that no matter what Hank Brennan said to you, you've never held the position that these wounds were created by a car accident. Why? Because they're not. Okay. Maybe it's two questions. Maybe it's an A, comma, and a B. And then they go on to the next witness. So I want to know what the jurors were seeing. I know Jen Machado was in the courtroom, but she apparently had to leave. I want to know if there's any reaction, especially from Dever. I'll pronounce her name right, since I eradicated her on my rant. And I eradicate, I mean by words, not particularly. Now, let me tell you what's going to happen, because I know you're going to need a break. All right. I have to get ready with my producers for the 6 o'clock show, and we have a very special show. All right. I'm going to start out. We'll go through what happened in court today. We'll and then we're going to read. Nan Gallagher is going to be on. Her handles at Lawfario. We'll talk about one of the disagreements we have about if Proctor had to take the stand. Could he take the fifth? I don't think it matters right now, because all the texts have come in, and the defense doesn't need to call him. And if Hank Brennan calls him on rebuttal in some way, Hank Brennan can't call him on rebuttal in some way. And that's why I think we may have even seen the jury charge to say, if you don't call somebody, you get an adverse inference against you. But they now know not only that he's been fired, but that he's been fired. Alan Jackson got it in for bias. One of the reasons, not just merely the text, but for bias. So it looks like the prosecution has, and during their summation, who's ever doing it, whether it's Alan Jackson or whether it's Giannetti, is going to be able to say, you heard he got fired for bias in the investigation. Well, I see the court there. Let's go into court. Is something going on? Let's see. Let's go into court for a second and let's listen. Is she just packing up? This is interesting. We're watching Solomon. I think the judge is just packing up for the day instead. Yep, she's just packing up. False alarm. Okay, false alarm. Okay, just a couple other questions that came in as we were doing this. Okay, hold on one second here. You got a lot of questions before we're doing this. And as I was telling you about our 6 o'clock show, let me just tell you about our 6 o'clock show, then I'll go back to your questions. And we're also going to try to read those texts with all the verve and all the ability to try to get a Tony Award that we can. If Nan doesn't know now, we're going to hopefully let her know. And then we're also going to have the great Olivia Lambo on, who knows everything there is to know about this case, especially the data. Okay. Oh my gosh. So let me see if there's any other specific comments that I want to address, because you have so many of them. Okay. I know some of you think Proctor should be called. Dizzy already told Nan that we're going to read those texts. I hope we're practicing. I hope they're practicing out there. Okay. So we're going to have a great show. Michael Bryant will be back tomorrow, but he's going to be back and he's going to go, I believe, immediately to Dedham or Canton. So I'll probably be on the morning without him. Hopefully he'll be around by lunch in Canton or Dedham. A lot that is happening on this show. So we're rocking and rolling. Before you go, please, I see that there's quite a disparity between all of you who are watching and the people that have hit the like button and the subscribe button. It doesn't cost you anything, okay? If you're crime watchers anyhow, get into our algorithm, because you see what a great chat we have. And if you're subscribed, you can chat with all these great people who are here every single day. We try to treat everybody with respect. Even if you're on the other side, come on in, as long as you're not nasty, okay? I won't take the nastiest, right? The Hank had to find a dog trainer, not a forensic pathologist. Maybe the dog trainer can do an autopsy too, just like the brain surgeon. Maybe everybody can do the autopsy, but the forensic pathologist, okay? Okay. Thank you, Karen W. Love it here. We all love you. I am going to go now, give everybody a break, our mods a break, our producers a break. I will see you at 6 o'clock. We're already portaled into our show. The women are going to be ruling tonight, but we invite everybody in, because it's just the women that are running the show. We're not running whether or not what you think. We're not running your opinions. We're not running anything like that. We're just running the show. So Peekaboo Proctor is going to come up the sidebar with Nan Gallagher and obviously Olivia Lambo and Madeira Beach. Okay. It says, before we go, protest at Morrissey's tomorrow, Madeira Beach caregiver, $2. Everyone has to be careful with that, because I'm not sure that's protected by the buffer zone issue. And there's you got to just be careful with that wherever you go. All right, all. See you all later. I'm Linda Kenney Baden. This is Justice Served TV. Please hit on your way out the like, the share, subscribe, and notify. And I and everyone else here will see you at 6 p.m. Boom.
Riding flames, they charge with mine.